Chapter 1307, I'm willing to do anything. Chapter 1307, I'm willing to do anything. Everyone knew that Yang Yi was forcing Senior Yuan to attack. Indeed, he was doing just that. So long as Senior Yuan attacked, he would stop at nothing to kill Senior Yuan. Even if Nie Qing stopped him, he would still kill Senior Yuan, because it would be Senior Yuan who attacked first. Moreover, even if he couldn't kill Senior Yuan, he would still make Senior Yuan pay, because once Senior Yuan attacked, he could use it as an excuse to make the Nie clan punish Senior Yuan. If the Nie clan refused or only gave light punishment to Senior Yuan, then he had a reason to not follow the Nie clan's so-called temporary ceasefire. In short, so long as the old man attacked him, he would definitely make the old man lose his life. The reason he didn't attack first was because he wasn't confident in his ability to kill Senior Yuan with a single attack. Once he failed, the Nie clan would definitely stop him. Moreover, it would stand on the Yuan clan's side just to protect its honor. At that time, the situation will go out of control. If he was just alone, he wouldn't fear such a situation at all. But he had the Sword Alliance and Slayer Pavilion standing behind him. It was truly not wise to offend the Nie clan for no reason and make such a formidable enemy for the Sword Alliance and Slayer Pavilion. Nie Qing's expression changed when she heard Yang Yi taunt Senior Yuan. How could she not know what Yang Yi planned? Once Senior Yuan attacked first, then the Nie clan would have no further reason to stop Yang Yi. Moreover, once Yang Yi was giving the reason and excuse to get Senior Yuan killed, he would definitely not rest until Senior Yuan was killed. As soon as she thought about this, Nie Qing was about to speak. However, Senior Yuan suddenly restrained his aura and chuckled. Even though I really want to spar with you, how could I act selfishly and make the human race lose a genius when we're facing such a powerful enemy? Meanwhile, Lin Yuxian puckered her lips and spoke softly. You clearly dare not attack, yet you make such high-sounding remarks. Even though she'd spoken softly, everyone here had heard her. The smile on Senior Yuan's face instantly became gloomy, and he gazed at Lin Yuxian. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, who stood by Lin Youxuan's side, pulled her behind him, and then he cupped his fist at Senior Yuan. She's just a child who doesn't know any better. I hope Senior Yuan will forgive her for her offense. Senior Yuan glanced coldly at Lin Xian and didn't say a word. Meanwhile, Yang Yi shrugged. In the past, people said that I was shameless, but I think that my level of shamelessness is very much inferior to you. Senior Yuan grunted coldly and didn't say anything in response. Yang Yi wasn't interested in arguing with Senior Yuan, so he immediately moved aside. Even though he felt quite regretful that he hadn't succeeded, he didn't mind because he had plenty of chances in the future. Nie Qing heaved a sigh of relief and glanced at Yang Yi. Earlier, she'd felt that this fellow before her was easy to get along with, and she hadn't expected him to start causing trouble now. Moreover, it seemed to her that Yang Yi would definitely cause more trouble in the future. Nie Qing restrained her thoughts, shook her head, and said, Everyone, our human race can't engage in internal strife when facing such a powerful enemy. Please put aside your personal enmity. You can do as you please once the demon race has been repulsed, and my Nie clan will definitely not interfere. But please give priority to the current situation until then. As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at them and said, Come, my Nie clan's patriarch wants to meet all of you. She immediately turned around and walked away once she finished speaking. Senior Yuan glanced at Yang Yi and the others, and then he immediately followed Nie Qing. He'd realized that Yang Yi wanted to kill him. Once Yang Yi found a chance, Yang Yi would definitely not give up on it. If it was before this, he would naturally not fear Yang Yi. Yet now, 3 clans and 3 sects were standing on Yang Ye's side, and he only had a few voiders left on his side. Moreover, the Yun clan and Qing clan might not even help him. So, he absolutely couldn't give Yang Yi a chance right now. Otherwise, it was very likely for Heaven Pillar Peak to be where he was buried. Yang Yi glanced at Senior Yuan, who was following closely behind Nie Qing, and then he laughed coldly before leading the others over as well. After walking for a while, a city appeared before them. The city wasn't very huge, but it wasn't small as well. It was around the size that was suitable to accommodate around a few thousand residents. As soon as they entered the city, no less than 15 divine senses swept through them. All belonged to voiders. 15 voiders. Everyone here was visibly shocked. Even though they knew the Nye clan was very strong, they hadn't expected it to actually possess 15 voiders. Moreover, that might only be the experts it revealed on the surface. The Nye clan's true strength may not be limited to just 15 voiders. At this moment, some of the experts of the clans and sects who still felt a sense of pride had instantly restrained that pride. Because as a power of the Veiled region, the Nye clan was much stronger than them. Yang Yi revealed a solemn expression on his face as well. He hadn't expected the Nye clan's strength to actually be so terrifying. 15 voiders. They weren't emperors but voiders. It could be said that unless all 3 sects, 6 cities, and the Slayer Pavilion joined forces, it would be utterly impossible to fight the Nye clan. It didn't take long for them to arrive before a grand hall called the Hall of the Righteous. They just entered the hall when an old man in luxurious robes appeared within their field of vision. That's my Nye clan's patriarch, Nye Tian. After Nye Qing finished introducing the old man to them, she walked over to the old man's side and fell silent. The gazes of everyone here descended upon Nye Tian. Boundless and unfathomable strength. That was what they felt from him. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while the solemn expression on his face grew deeper. The old man's strength was definitely above Senior Yuan and the 10,000-legged centipede, because the old man felt dangerous to him, but Senior Yuan didn't give him such a feeling. Nye Tian glanced at them and smiled. Welcome to Heaven Pillar Peak. All of them didn't dare to act disrespectfully to such an expect and hurriedly cupped their fists to Nye Tian. After a short while of small talk, Nye Tian said, I'm sure all of you are clearly aware of the situation that the human race is in, so I won't speak further on that matter. Once Heaven Pillar Peak is breached by the demon race, the human race will be slaughtered. So, for the sake of the human race, Heaven Pillar Peak must be protected. Of course, all of you definitely have some worries. You're worried about whether my Nye clan will treat you like cannon fodder. I can tell all of you that if a battle occurs, then the experts of my Nye clan will be standing at the front. If someone is dying, then the experts of my Nye clan will be the first to die. Deep respect arose in the hearts of many when they heard Nye Tian. Actually, many people even felt slightly embarrassed, because they really had been a little worried about that. They were worried that the Nye clan had summoned them here to be cannon fodder. But now it would seem like the Nye clan intended to make its own clansmen charge at the front line, so they judged the Nye clan unfairly. Yang Yi glanced at Nye Tian. Needless to say, what Nye Tian said was really able to draw others over to his side, because the vigilance that the experts of the other powers had towards the Nye clan had reduced tremendously in an instant. It could be said that the old man was either a really good person or a terrible villain. Meanwhile, Nye Tian's gaze suddenly descended onto Yang Yi. He sized up Yang Yi and smiled. Not bad, not bad. I never expected a peerless figure like you to appear in the Veiled region. Unfortunately, young brother, the demon race wouldn't have dared to attack if you were born just 10 years earlier. The expressions of everyone here changed slightly. Obviously, they hadn't expected Nye Tian's judgment of Yang Yi to be so favorable. Yang Yi chuckled, Senior, you're too kind. Not at all. Nye Tian shook his head. You're a peerless genius that isn't inferior to Senior Jianwuji. If you're given 10 years of time, then no one on the continent would be a match for you. Even now, there are probably no more than 3 on the continent who can kill you. Yang Yi smiled. Senior, you're one of those 3, right? Nye Tian gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he smiled. Young brother, your strength is formidable. I'm not confident in my ability to defeat you. He changed the topic as he continued. I heard your concealment technique is unique, and even voiders can't notice you. Is that true? The gazes of everyone here descended upon Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at Nye Tian and nodded. I do have some skill when it comes to concealment. Nye Tian asked, Young brother, are you willing to investigate the demon race's strength for our human race? Yang Yi gazed at Nye Tian. Nye Tian's expression was sincere, and there was even a trace of a pleading expression in his eyes. Yang Yi gazed at Nye Tian for a short while before he smiled. I can travel there and gather information, but I'm sure you've realized that I'm only a quasi-emperor. So, it'll be a very dangerous journey. I think that you wouldn't just send me to my death, right? Nye Tian chuckled. How could I send you to your death? But you should be aware that if anyone besides you heads to the demon race's territory, there's a chance that they'll be discovered. If I could do it, I would definitely do it. However, I've been targeted by the experts of the demon race, and they'll immediately come looking for me if I leave Heaven Pillar Peak. So, I'm afraid of death. Yang Yi shook his head. If I go, and if I'm discovered, then just this strength of mine isn't sufficient to help me avoid death. I'm afraid of death. So, please look for someone more qualified than me. The smile on Ye Tian's face froze. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to say that. He wasn't the only one. Even the others here hadn't expected Yang Yi to say that. Afraid of that. Needless to say, it was a terrible excuse. A short moment of silence ensued before Nye Tian's smile returned to normal. Young brother, the human race needs your help. Yang Yi replied, I need the human race's help as well. Nye Tian glanced at Yang Yi and said, May I know what you need? Tell me. If we can fulfill your request, we'll definitely do it. Yang Yi shrugged and said, Senior, I'm sure you've noticed that I have no treasures to protect myself. So if I'm discovered in the demon race's territory, then, Senior Yuan spoke coldly, don't you have my Yuan clan's phantom shield? How could you possibly not possess a treasure to protect yourself? Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Senior Yuan. If I've lived over 10,000 years like you, then not to mention the demon race, I would even be able to obliterate the restrictions in the sky. You. Senior Yuan was exasperated. Yang Yi waved his hand and said, Don't start acting like that. If you don't dare to head to the demon race's territory, then just shut your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and gazed at Nye Tian. Senior Nye, I'm really so afraid of death. Unless my safety is guaranteed, I won't do it no matter what. Nye Tian gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before he smiled. You're right to worry about that. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, and a treasure appeared in front of Yang Yi. I wonder if you're satisfied? Yang Yi was stunned for a while once he laid eyes on it, and then he spoke seriously. I'm willing to do anything for the human race. Chapter 1308 Let's go. Chapter 1308 Let's go. It was a pair of wings that was floating before Yang Yi. The wings were forged from numerous fine scales. The scales were completely translucent and smooth like a mirror. The void rank. Everyone here was shocked when they saw the wings. Obviously, they hadn't expected Nye Tian to actually give Yang Yi a void rank treasure. Isn't he a little too generous? Even Nye Qing hadn't expected this. Besides shock, there was bewilderment in her eyes. Those wings are called blink. They were made with the scales of the ancient auspicious beast, the phoenix, and fragments of space. If you wear these wings, even I wouldn't be able to catch up to you once it enhances the speed you already possess. Nye Tian smiled. You don't have any worries now, right? Of course. Yang Yi smiled. He hesitated for a moment and said, Senior Nye, when I head to the demon race's territory, these subordinates of mine, I'm sure you're aware that some have irreconcilable enmity with me. Once I leave, if they... Nye Tian smiled and said, Don't worry, anyone who dares to touch the Slayer Pavilion is an enemy of my Nye clan. Yang Yi gazed at Nye Tian for a short while before he smiled. I'll head out tomorrow. Nye Tian smiled. I'll be waiting for your good news. I'm heading off to make preparations. As soon as he finished speaking, he cupped his fists to Nye Tian and left with the experts of the Slayer Pavilion. As he gazed at Yang Ye's vanishing figure, Nye Tian still had a smile on his face, but there was a slightly unusual expression in his eyes. After he left the Hall of the Righteous, it didn't take long for a middle-aged man to arrive before Yang Ye's group, and the middle-aged man said, I'm the manager of the Nye clan, and I received the Patriarch's orders to bring all of you to your rooms. As he spoke, he shot towards the distance. Yang Yi and the others immediately followed after him. It didn't take long for the middle-aged man to lead them to a small mountain. There was only a single palace on the mountain. Once he brought them to the palace's entrance, the middle-aged man cupped his fist to Yang Ye's group before vanishing into the sky. Once they entered the hall within the palace, Yang Yi gazed at Zier. She nodded slightly and waved her hands gently. In an instant, the space around them shook, and then a moment passed before she looked at Yang Yi. Space has been fortified. No one can sweep this area with their divine sense. Even if someone can, I'll be able to detect it as soon as it happens. Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at Qin Longkong and the others. Do you have anything to say? Qin Longkong spoke in a low voice. Something is off. Shui Linlang added as well. Something is not off indeed. Yang Yi nodded. He felt the same as well. Nie Tian had actually not hesitated to give him a void rank treasure just to make him investigate the demon race. Did Nie Tian really do it for the human race? In any case, Yang Yi didn't really believe it. However, if Nie Tian had other objectives, then what were they? To kill him? But Nie Tian had no reason to do so, because there was no enmity between him and the Nie clan. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time before he waved his right hand, and he withdrew the wings. Blink. He gazed at the violet mink, and she nodded before placing her palm on it. A long time passed before her expression suddenly changed, and she gazed at Yang Yi. There's a problem. As expected, Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, What is it? She replied in a low voice, There's a restriction within the spatial fragments. It's hidden very well, and even I almost missed it. That old fellow actually intends to stab you in the back. Yang Yi asked, What restriction? Zier shook her head slightly. I don't know, but it's definitely either one to control you or destroy you. Yang Ye's face became gloomy. There was no enmity between him and the Nie clan, but Nie Tian actually wanted to harm him, but he couldn't figure out why Nie Tian wanted to do that. Meanwhile, Qin Longkong suddenly said, He probably wants to control you. Yang Yi gazed at Qin Longkong to indicate that she should continue. Qin Longkong spoke solemnly. Everyone knows that based on your natural talent and potential, you'll definitely grow into a peerless expert in the future. If the Nie clan can control you, it would represent that the Nie clan would have a peerless expert in the future. My guess is that it isn't just a restriction to control you, it's a destructive restriction as well. Once you go against the Nie clan, they'll be able to strike first. When she spoke up to this point, Qin Longkong gazed at Yang Yi. Your natural talent and potential are terrifying. So, it's like a preventative measure of the Nie clans. As for the void rank treasure, what a joke. If they can take control of you, then not to mention one, they would even be willing to use 10. Meanwhile, Shui Linlang added, If I'm not wrong, Nie Tian knew that you wouldn't just agree to head to the demon race's territory, so he'd placed that restriction within Blink in advance, and then waited for you to raise your conditions. Actually, even if you didn't raise any conditions, he would definitely make up an excuse to give the wings to you. The Nie clan. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. His principle in life was to only attack when offended. The Nie clan was scheming against him, so he would naturally not let the matter rest. Qin Longkong and the others fell silent. Not to mention Yang Yi, who was absolutely vengeful. Even they were quite displeased. Yang Yi represented the Slayer Pavilion right now, so the Nie clan's actions were like expressing contempt upon the Slayer Pavilion. However, they were very well aware that they could do nothing even if they knew that the Nie clan was scheming against them. It was none other than because the Slayer Pavilion's strength couldn't compare to the Nie clan. Yang Yi would naturally not attack the Nie clan right now. He wasn't that foolish. Presently, he had the Slayer Pavilion and Sword Alliance standing behind him, so acting in that way would definitely bring calamity upon the Sword Alliance and the Slayer Pavilion. Meanwhile, Qin Longkong asked, Are you still going to utilize those wings? Of course. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. It's a void rank treasure. Why wouldn't I use it? Qin Longkong spoke softly, but the restriction... Yang Yi shook his head and said, That's an insignificant issue. As far as he was concerned, the restriction was insignificant indeed. He just had to toss the wings into the tiny vortex, and then all restrictions would be obliterated. However, he didn't make the tiny vortex do so right away because he would alarm the Nie clan if he did that right now. In any case, so long as he formed a spiritual link with Blink, then he could instantly teleport it into the tiny vortex. So, he didn't have to worry about the restrictions being activated. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to flick a strand of blood into the wings. As soon as that happened, the wings transformed into a ray of light that entered Yang Ye's body. Yang Yi issued a command in his heart, and then a pair of wings instantly appeared on his shoulders before his figure floated up into the air. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant, and then he suddenly vanished on the spot. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with Yang Ye's figures. Of course, they were afterimages, but because he was too swift, the afterimages looked exactly like him. Qin Longkong and the others were stunned by this scene. Yang Ye's existing speed was extremely terrifying, and now that it was enhanced by these wings, it could be said that if Yang Yi was said to be flying, then voiders were just walking. Simply speaking, his current speed was absolutely superior to voiders. A short while later, Yang Yi stopped, and there was a wisp of excitement in his eyes as he gazed at the seemingly real afterimages in the surroundings. His current space completely crushed the speed of voiders. It could be said that if he wanted to assassinate a voider now, then it would really be beyond easy. He was even 70 to 80% confident that he could kill a voider at Senior Yuan's level with just a single attack. Even if he didn't try to assassinate an expert at Senior Yuan's level, he was confident in being able to defeat such an expert by just relying on Blink and the Phantom Shield, and he felt that he even had a chance to kill such an expert. If one's strength wasn't sufficient, it could be supplemented with equipment. Qin Longkong glanced at Yang Yi. Needless to say, Yang Yi was going to be absolutely godly with the Phantom Shield and Blink, especially when Yang Yi was skilled in assassinations as well. It could be said that even if the Master of Slayer Pavilion was brought back to life, his ability in assassination would be absolutely inferior to Yang Yi. It couldn't be helped because once speed arrived at a certain level, then all techniques were useless. Yang Yi withdrew the wings and then gazed at Qin Longkong. All of you be careful while I'm gone. Don't put down your guard at all. Understand? Qin Longkong asked. You're still going? Of course. Yang Yi nodded. Actually, he wanted to go have a look as well. He wanted to see the demon race's strength. If it really far surpassed the strength of the entire human race, then he had to think of a way out for the Sword Alliance and Slayer Pavilion. One should always prepare for the worst. Qin Longkong said, We'll be very safe while you're safe. Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry. Now that I have these wings, I'm confident that I'll be able to escape and get back here even if I'm discovered in the central area of the demon race's territory. Qin Longkong said, Be careful. Yang Yi nodded, gave them orders about some other things, and then asked them to leave. Only Yang Yi and Zier remained here. Of course, Snowy, who was still sleeping, was here as well. Zier suddenly said, You wouldn't be thinking about leaving me behind, right? Yang Yi chuckled, took her hand, and said, I told you that I'll never leave you behind, no matter what. Even if it's death, we'll die together. Zier walked over to Yang Yi and hugged him before she spoke softly. I won't let you leave me behind either. Yang Yi treated her as one of the closest people to him, and she did the same. Yang Yi lowered his head and pecked her on the forehead. I'll never do that. As soon as he finished speaking, Zier suddenly looked up at him, and then she stood on the tips of her toes and wrapped her arms around his neck. After that, she kissed his lips. Yang Ye's figure stiffened. Meanwhile, Zier quickly released him and lowered her head. Her little rosy cheeks were red like the sunset. Yang Yi chuckled as he gazed at the embarrassed look she had, and then he embraced her. Let's go to the demon race. Dawn had just arrived when Yang Yi left Heaven Pillar Peak with Zier and Snowy. The Hall of the Righteous. Nye Qing stood by Nye Tian's side as she spoke. Yang Yi has left? Nye Tian nodded. Blink is a precious treasure of our Nye clan, and it belongs to you? Nye Qing hesitated to finish speaking. Nye Tian waved his hand and said, A treasure for a future expert. We profited from this exchange. Chapter 1309, A Sprite Lord of Legend? Chapter 1309, A Sprite Lord of Legend? After passing through the wasteland and desert, Yang Yi entered a boundless mountainous region. Yang Yi was surprised to actually not encounter a single demon beast all along the way. Even if he'd entered the mountains, he still hadn't encountered any. Zier spoke softly, We should just be at the border. Yang Yi nodded. He looked up and saw endless towering mountains at the end of his field of vision. They rose up in succession, and they were even longer and larger than Heaven Pillar Mountain. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before he said, Let's go. As he spoke, He started walking forward while holding Zier's hand. He'd used the sword domain to conceal himself, Zier, and Snowy. At the same time, he was constantly vigilant of his surroundings. So long as anything unusual arose in an area of a few thousand kilometers, he would notice it in an instant. Since even the Nye clan feared it so much, it was obvious how terrifying the demon race's strength was. So, Yang Yi naturally didn't dare to act carelessly. Zier asked softly, "What would you do if the demon race is really extremely strong?" Yang Yi didn't hesitate to answer, "Run." Zier asked another question, "What if the demon race slaughters the human race?" Yang Yi fell silent. If the human race and demon race really did go to war, then the human race would be unable to avoid being slaughtered if it lost. Similarly, if the demon race lost, then it would be enslaved or slaughtered as well. After all, those not of the same race definitely carry ill intent. Regardless of whether it was the demon race or any other race of beings in the world, all of them had the same mindset. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long time before he said, "Zier, you have to realize that I don't have the ability to be a savior of this world. If chaos arrives, all I can do is try my best to protect my own. If I were Jin Wuji, then I wouldn't have sacrificed myself for Dark Hell Continent. I would have just taken the members of Sword God's palace with me and left Dark Hell Continent. In my heart, I always prioritize my own. If I have the ability, I don't mind being a savior. However, trying to be a savior without sufficient strength doesn't just bring harm to myself, it'll bring harm to my loved ones, friends, and subordinates." Zier tightened her grasp on Yang Ye's and rested her head gently on his shoulder. "I don't want you to be a hero. Heroes always suffer miserable ends. Not only will they die a miserable death, it's the same for their loved ones and friends." Yang Yi smiled. "I'm a selfish person," Zier replied softly. "I like how selfish you are." Yang Yi chuckled, and then he sped up towards the depths of the area. After passing countless mountains, Yang Yi suddenly stopped, and Zier frowned as well. They exchanged glances before slowing down. Once they went past the mountain before them, they were instantly stunned by the scene before their eyes. A group of huge demon beasts was at the foot of the mountain below them. These demon beasts looked like cows yet only had 2 legs, and they were standing up. Their figures were tall and robust, and they towered to a height of almost 10 m. Moreover, their bodies were covered in a layer of black scale armor. Yang Yi glanced at them and noticed that there were 1,000 of them. Every single one of them was an emperor. Moreover, Yang Yi was shocked to notice that the scale armor they wore was actually quasi-emperor rank armor. The physical defenses of demon beasts was heaven-defying on its own, so how terrifying would it be if it was supplemented with a quasi-emperor rank armor? Of course, it was nothing before voiders. However, if the human emperors encountered these demon beasts, it was obvious that besides a few monstrous geniuses, all other human emperors wouldn't just be incapable of fighting these demon beasts, even penetrating these demon beasts' defenses would be a problem for them. Meanwhile, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared here. Yang Yi focuses his gaze and saw a demon beast in silver scale armor had appeared before the group. It was in a similar state as the other demon beasts, but its figure was 3 times larger, and the silver scale armor it wore was at the emperor rank. A Voider Realm demon beast. Roar. The other demon beasts in black scale armor immediately roared in unison when they saw the demon beast in silver armor. Their roars were like a thunderclap that shook the surrounding mountains. The demon beast in silver armor raised its right hand, and the surroundings instantly fell silent before it started saying something. Yang Yi was naturally unable to understand the language of the demon race, so he immediately gazed at the violet mink. A short while passed before the violet mink said, "They are training. Those who qualify stay, and those who fail will be eliminated. The top 10 will be rewarded with treasures like adamantium fruits and various other emperor rank fruits and herbs. As for those that are eliminated, their names will be inscribed on a huge stone in their clan so that all demon beasts can gaze at it with disgust." Yang Yi broke out in cold sweat when he heard this. Demon beasts weren't terrifying, but educated demon beasts were terrifying. Would the human race stand a chance when the demon beasts were as intelligent as humans? Especially when it was a united demon race. Meanwhile, Zier suddenly said, This is just a single clan. Yang Yi asked, in other words, there are others? She nodded. They seem to have to participate in a competition with other clans. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi said, let's go look around. As he spoke, Yang Yi vanished on the spot with the violet mink. After passing a few mountains, the ground suddenly shook. It wasn't just the ground. Even the mountains and the surroundings had started to tremble. Roar. Numerous roars resounded from afar, and they sounded like deafening thunderclaps. The two of them exchanged glances, and then they shot towards the distance. It didn't take long for a group of demon beasts to appear before them. These demon beasts were slightly similar to sawtooth tigers. The only difference was that they were much larger and completely pitch black, as if they'd been covered in ink. There just happened to be 1,000 of them. Just like the group of demon beasts from before, they wore thick black scale armor, and all the armor were at the quasi-emperor rank. Zir spoke softly. Human emperors are no match for them in single combat. Yang Yi nodded. These demon beasts could single-handedly fight 2 or even 3 humans at the same realm of cultivation. It couldn't be helped. The demon race's physical defenses were too terrifying. Coupled with the fact that they had armor, only few human geniuses, capable of surmounting their realms of cultivation to do battle, stood a chance against them. As for the rest of the human race, it was utterly impossible for them to defeat these demon beasts in single combat. After a long moment of silence, Yang Yi said, let's go look further. Zir nodded in response. They left and continued forward. Yang Ye's heart felt quite heavy, because the demon race wasn't just stronger than he'd imagined, it was even more intelligent than he'd imagined. After traveling for quite some time, another group of demon beasts appeared before them. This time, it was a group of flaming lions. These lions were huge, and even 2 times the size of the last 2 groups of demon beasts. They had scale armor on them as well, but they weren't black-colored armor, it was fiery red armor instead, and they were at the quasi-emperor rank as well. The aura of these fiery lions was much stronger than the last 2 groups of demon beasts, but there were only 500 of them. 2,500 emperors. Yang Yi took a deep breath, led Zir around the group of fiery lions, and then continued forward. They only traveled for a short while before a sharp cry resounded abruptly from the sky. Yang Yi and Zir looked up, and they saw a group of dark blue rocks had appeared in the sky. They were enormous. Just their wings expanded to a length of 300 m, and they were extremely swift. It only took them an instant to vanish above Yang Yi and Zir. Even though they'd vanished, Yang Yi had still seen them clearly. All 500 of them were at the Emperor realm, and they wore thick quasi-emperor rank scale armor as well. 3,000 emperors. Even though there were quite a huge number of emperors, Yang Yi had noticed very few voiders. These demon beasts only had a single voider leading them. But it made sense because it was usually impossible for 2 voiders to appear in a single clan of demon beasts, unless one was male and the other was female. Yang Yi stood silently on the spot for a long time, and then he said, let's see exactly how terrifying the demon race is. As he spoke, he led Zir forward. Because they were concealed by the sword domain, no demon beast had noticed them all along the way. As they went deeper into the mountains, Yang Yi grew more and more shocked. Because the demon beasts were very orderly and disciplined, just like a human army. If the entire army of the demon race was like this, then it would definitely be absolutely terrifying. The king of the demon race isn't ordinary. After all demon beasts enjoyed freedom, and they didn't like being bound. But the king of the demon race had been able to make them become so obedient and discipline them like a human army. It wasn't something that could be accomplished with just strength. Just like him. Even though he possessed extraordinary strength, his ability in management of the Sword Alliance was absolutely inferior when compared to Yi Luyun. Meanwhile, Zir spoke abruptly. The king of the demon race is extraordinary. Yang Yi nodded and replied, if they really intend to attack the human race, then I have to say that the human race is really in danger. Even though he didn't know anything about the demon race's overall strength, he was very well aware that its overall strength definitely surpassed the human race. If the human race didn't have Heaven Pillar Peak as a natural barrier, the human race would have no chance. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at Zir. I almost forgot that you are part of the demon race as well. Zir tightened her grip on Yang Ye's hand and said, I stand on your side. If the humans try to kill you, I'll kill humans for you. If demon beasts try to kill you, then I'll kill demon beasts for you. She knew that Yang Yi would definitely stand on her side if the humans wanted to kill her, and he would support her regardless of whether it was right or wrong. It was the same for her. Yang Ye's heart felt warm as he gazed at her, and then he grinned. Let's continue looking around. I'm getting more and more curious about the demon race. Zir nodded, and then they continued forward. After traveling for around 2 hours, Yang Ye's face had gradually grown solemn, because he'd sensed numerous formidable and obscure auras. Obviously, they belonged to voiders. Right when they were about to continue forward, their expressions suddenly changed drastically. Meanwhile, a voice resounded from behind them. A demon beast? It's even an auspicious beast, the spatial mink. How could that be possible? A sprite king? It's even a sprite lord of legend. How could this be possible? There's a human as well. This is the sword domain. Chapter 13:10 I'm deciding if I should kill you. Chapter 13:10 I'm deciding if I should kill you. Yang Ye's hairs were standing on end. Someone had actually arrived behind him without making a single sound, and he hadn't noticed at all. It wasn't just him. Even the violet mink who was controlling the space around them hadn't noticed. Who is that? Yang Yi was slightly stunned when he heard the voice, because it was clear, melodious, and sounded slightly young. Yang Yi and the violet mink exchanged glances before turning around. It was a young woman who was standing around 10 before them. She seemed to be around the age of 15 or 16, and she wore a dress made from unknown violet scales. Her face was oval, her eyes curved up slightly at the corner, her skin was crystalline and white as snow, and her features were fine and exquisite. While she seemed to be a little young, she carried a noble and graceful aura that had a faint, dignified air. There was a small, multicolored snake on her tight arm, and it laid there quietly as if it had fallen asleep. Yang Yi and the violent mink exchanged glances again, and then they simultaneously became vigilant. The young woman gazed at the violet mink first, and there was curiosity in her eyes. Next, she gazed at Snowy, who was sleeping on Yang Ye's shoulder. After that, she sized up Yang Yi, and there was curiosity in her eyes as well. But in the end, her gaze descended onto Snowy again. There was bewilderment and a trace of disbelief in her eyes. Yang Yi sized her up and asked, Are you human or demon? Yang Yi didn't attack because she had been able to arrive behind them without making a single sound, and she'd seen through Snowy and Zir in an instant. So, she was absolutely not an ordinary person. Or perhaps, it should be said that she was no ordinary demon. If the violet mink and he couldn't kill her with a single strike, just thinking about countless demon beasts swarming him made a chill run down Yang Ye's spine. She gazed at Yang Yi when she heard him, but she didn't speak and just gazed at him. However, Yang Ye's expression changed because he actually sensed a strand of invisible pressure. It wasn't something she'd released intentionally, and it was something she carried naturally. Who is she? Yang Yi grew even more curious. Meanwhile, the young woman didn't answer Yang Yi, and she turned around to look at the violet mink instead. It's impossible for a spatial mink to appear in this world. But based on your strength, it's impossible for you to have come from outside this world. As she spoke, she suddenly pointed at Snowy and continued, It too. How could it possibly appear in this world? Once she finished speaking, she gazed at Yang Yi and added, A human at the quasi-emperor realm, yet you possess the sword domain and have attained the rebirth rank in sword intent. Yang Ye's pupils constricted, and he interrupted her. You know of the rebirth rank. The rebirth rank. After all, Jin Wuji had said that only those who'd attained that rank would be aware of it. Has she attained the rebirth rank with a type of intent? Yang Ye's face grew even more solemn when he thought up to this point. The young woman gazed coldly at Yang Yi. Interrupting others is very rude. Understand? Yang Yi was speechless. She gazed at him and added, Besides you, both of them shouldn't be here, and it's impossible for them to have been born here. But they just so happen to be here. I'm truly bewildered. Yang Yi remained silent. She seems to have guessed that they are from outside this world. Who exactly is she? Meanwhile, the young woman spoke abruptly. Home, don't you think that you should give me an explanation? Yang Ye's face twisted. That tone. It sounds like a superior talking to her subordinate, but she does it so naturally as if I should give her an explanation. Yes, that was exactly how Yang Yi felt right now. Yang Yi glanced at her, and she was looking at him as if she was waiting for his answer. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he said, "We were sent here." He didn't make up a lie to deceive her, because he had a feeling that she wouldn't buy it. Moreover, it didn't hurt to tell the truth right now. As I expected, she seemed as if she'd guessed the answer. She glanced at Yang Yi and asked, "Why?" Yang Yi replied, "Because I offended someone. So, I was sent here to avoid death." She looked up at the sky and said, "The person that sent you here is very strong." Indeed. Yang Yi nodded, and then he said, "I've answered your questions. Now it's my turn to ask you questions, right?" She withdrew her gaze and looked at Yang Yi again. "Ask, but I might not answer." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. He gazed at her for a short while before he gulped and asked, "Who are you?" "I refuse to answer that," said the young woman, and it sounded like it was a matter of course. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched, and then he asked, "Why do you know about spatial minks? And what's a sprite lord?" He was extremely curious about that, because not to mention the violet mink, she even seemed to know Snowy's origins. After all, even Lady wasn't aware of Snowy's origins. Lady had seen Snowy, and she would have definitely told him if she recognized Snowy. The young woman gazed at Yang Yi in silence, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Yang Yi said, "You refuse to answer this question as well?" "No." She spoke indifferently. "I'm deciding if I should kill you." Yang Ye's face froze. The violet mink's face instantly turned cold when she heard the young woman, and faint violet light instantly arose on her palms. Yang Ye's left hand moved slightly, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. He gazed at her and said, "Have you made your decision?" She replied, "I'm slightly hesitant." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" The young woman glanced at the violet mink and Snowy. "They are quite close to you, so they'll definitely hate me if I kill you. Or perhaps they'll die with you. Even though you deserve death, they don't." Yang Yi started laughing from extreme rage. "I deserve death? Tell me why I deserve death." The young woman spoke coldly. "The greed of humans is insatiable. They always want things that don't belong to them. If they can't obtain it, they'll seize it, just like the humans on Heaven Pillar Mountain. But it's very normal because humans wouldn't be humans if they didn't have insatiable greed. Fortunately, they'll pay the price for it. There are bad humans, but are there no bad demons?" Yang Yi refuted. "Regardless of whether it's the human race or the demon race, there are good and bad individuals amongst them, right? Moreover, it's your demon race that wants to attack the human race, so it's your demon race that's full of insatiable greed." "The demon race is attacking the human race?" The young woman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Human. Do you know that the human race would have been annihilated a long time ago if the demon race wanted to attack?" Yang Yi frowned. "You're not attacking?" A cold smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. "I want to. Unfortunately, those fellows insist on abiding by the agreement set by the human race and demon race's ancestors. Otherwise, the demon race's army would have crushed Heaven Pillar Peak a long time ago. But it's fine because your human race will be breaching that agreement very soon. At that time, ho ho ho." A strange yet cold laughter resounded from her at this point, and her voice was filled with ridicule and a wisp of anticipation. "The demon race has no intention to attack the human race." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. What did it mean if she was telling the truth? It meant that the Nye clan had a secret. What exactly was the Nye clan planning by gathering the experts of the entire human race? He didn't know what they were planning, but he knew that the Nye clan wanted to use the 3 sects, 6 cities, the Slayer Pavilion, and him. Yang Yi gazed at her and spoke solemnly. "Does the demon race really have no intention to attack the human race?" She gazed coldly at him yet remained silent, and she seemed to be figuring out if she really should kill Yang Yi. Yang Yi felt extremely uncomfortable when being stared at like that. However, he wasn't in the mood to make a fuss about it. He immediately said, if the human race and demon race really enter into war, then even if the human race loses, your demon race will have to pay a price. As a member of the demon race, can you really bear to watch as countless demon beasts die miserable? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi sighed while a bitter smile arose on the corner of his mouth. He'd never imagined that he would actually speak on behalf of the human race one day. In the end, while he didn't want to be a savior and didn't have the ability to be one, he didn't mind helping the human race if it was within the scope of his ability. The young woman said, but what if it's the human race that's attacking our demon race? Yang Yi was stunned and said, how could that be possible? The human race isn't stupid. Why would it attack the demon race? The demon race's strength far surpassed the human race. So, if the human race still intended to attack the demon race, then he had to say that the human race was moronic. The young woman didn't speak. She just looked at him as if she had once again started to contemplate if she should kill him. Yang Yi was truly quite annoyed by the gaze she shot at him, and he immediately spoke angrily, do you plan to kill me or not? The young woman paid no attention to him, and she gazed at the violet mink instead. Want to leave this world? Zier just gazed at her in silence. She continued, you'll have no future if you stay with him. Come with me, and I'll give you everything you want. Moreover, I can bring you out of this world. Away from this world. Yang Yi was stunned. Why do these words sound so familiar? Chapter 1311 A Monster. Chapter 1311 A Monster. Deception. The young woman was trying to deceive the violet mink. Yang Ye's face instantly darkened because she was actually trying to take the violet mink from him, and she was doing so right in front of him. Yang Yi was just about to speak when the young woman continued, this world is very small, and the world outside is huge. Come with me and you'll. Zier interrupted her and said, I won't go with you. The young woman was slightly stunned, and then she asked, why? Because of this human? Let me tell you that humans love sweet-talking others. You'll definitely regret staying by his side. Zier glanced at the young woman and said, that's my business. No. The young woman shook her head and said, as another noble member of the demon race, I can't watch you continue on this misguided path. I have a duty to save you. As she spoke, her gaze descended onto Yang Yi. She'll only stop once you're dead. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised his right hand slightly, and then the multicolored snake on her arm suddenly opened its eyes. A moment later, it transformed into a multicolored beam of light that shot forward from her arm. At the moment that the young woman had raised her hand, Yang Ye's face had changed drastically. He clenched his right fist and didn't hesitate to slam his fist forward. The brink laws. His physical strength at the brink. The reason he'd immediately executed the brink laws with his physical strength was because he sensed danger. The young girl was clearly not an ordinary person. So, he didn't dare act carelessly or look down upon her. Thus, he'd immediately utilized the brink laws. A terrifying wave of force instantly surged out from Yang Ye's fist, and it caused the forest and the surroundings to be obliterated. Bang! An explosion resounded as Yang Ye's feet scraped against the ground while his body was pushed back. The violet mink's expression changed. She flipped her palms and a ray of violet light flashed, causing the space in the surroundings to tremble. Meanwhile, the young woman suddenly appeared in front of Zier, and then space instantly returned to normal. Zier was shocked, and she turned around to gaze at the young woman. The young woman said, our demon race places emphasis on fair battles. If you attack, then you'll be breaking the rules. As she spoke, she glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, the ground in the surroundings was trembling, while countless formidable auras were shooting over in their direction. Obviously, the battle had alarmed the other experts of the demon race. The young woman's voice suddenly resounded, no one is allowed to come close. Otherwise, I'll skin all of you alive. No more than a breath of time after she finished speaking, the surroundings had suddenly quieted down. Even though those auras hadn't left, they didn't continue rushing towards them. The violet mink glanced at the young woman, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at his fist, and there was an extremely solemn expression in his eyes. because his fist had actually turned red, and his entire arm felt numb. He looked up and saw that the small snake had enlarged countless times. Its body was the width of almost 5 adults. Now, it couldn't be called a snake but a python. Yang Yi sized up the python. Now, he finally could clearly discern that the array of colors that covered it was actually all its scales. The multicolored scales were extremely thick. They were a few dozen centimeters thick, and they were even covered in mysterious markings. Besides that, he noticed a pair of multicolored wings on it. It was a Voider Realm python. Moreover, it was a Voider Realm python that was even slightly stronger than the 10,000-legged centipede. Meanwhile, the young woman spoke abruptly. "Little wing, get him." Hiss, hiss. The multicolored python flicked its tongue, and then its huge tail swept towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space instantly cracked apart and rippled violently. It seemed like space would collapse at any moment. It was an absolutely shocking sight. The tail hadn't even arrived before him, yet Yang Yi felt a wave of terrifying pressure slam down upon him and tried to crush him into bits. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He flipped his palm and a sword appeared in his grasp. At the same time, the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp as well. He sheathed his sword, and then he suddenly turned sideways and drew his sword when the tail arrived at his side. Oem! A sword howl resounded through the mountains in the surrounding as Yang Ye's sword slashed against the python's tail. The tail and sword shook violently, and then both Yang Yi and the tail were blasted away. But it didn't take long for Yang Ye's figure to tremble in midair and stop on the spot. However, the space behind him cracked apart slightly. They were cracks created by the laws of space that he'd utilized to shift away the energy that was acting upon him, destroying all techniques with a single strike. The young woman spoke abruptly. "Not bad." Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face. He was destroying the python's attack with a single strike, but the python's strength was truly too great. If it wasn't for his epic realm body, not only would his attack have been unable to blast the tail away, he might have been struck to death. Fortunately, while the python's physical strength was formidable, it wasn't to the extent of being completely superior to his own. Of course, it was mainly because of his body at the epic realm. If he merely relied on his attainments in the sword Dao, it would be utterly impossible for him to fight a demon beast at the python's level. Actually, as far as Yang Yi was concerned, the most terrifying part about the python wasn't its strength, but its defenses. Because his previous attack had actually been incapable of piercing its defenses, and his attack had merely left a mark on the python's scales. The multicolored python's eyes had a trace of seriousness within them as well. Obviously, it was quite shocked by Yang Ye's strength, especially when the human before it was just a quasi-emperor. Their gazes collided, and then they vanished on the spot. Yang Ye's figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the python. At the same time, the sword god seal lit up on his forehead. As soon as that happened, the glow his sword emanated grew even more dazzling. A ferocious glow flashed in the python's eyes. Its figure curled up in midair, and then it seemed like a small mountain as it slammed towards Yang Ye's attack. Meanwhile, the young woman glanced at the ancient sheath in Yang Ye's grasp and the sword god seal on Yang Ye's forehead, and then she chuckled. "He has quite a few treasures." A ray of light flashed through the sky and slammed against the python. Bang! An explosion rumbled, and then both man and python were blasted away again. This time, they instantly flew over 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi coughed softly in midair, and then a wisp of blood instantly seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Zier's eyelids twitched when she saw the blood coming from the corner of Yang Ye's mouth, and a violet glow flickered within her eyes. As for the young woman by Zier's side, she had a calm expression on her face. Only her eyes were frequently sweeping at Yang Ye's ancient sheath and sword god seal, and then a strange smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. Yang Yi wasn't the only one to have suffered injuries. The python was injured as well. A cut that was a few dozen centimeters wide had appeared on its stomach. The scales there had been cut apart and blood was surging out incessantly from the wound. After his attacks were enhanced by Rebirth rank sword intent and the sword god seal, It wasn't difficult for Yang Yi to penetrate through the defenses of the python's multicolored scales. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then raised his head and looked at the python. The python was looking at him as well, and besides a ferocious glow, there was a trace of viciousness in its eyes. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath at all, and he immediately charged at the python. This time, he didn't choose to collide head-on with the python, and he chose to dodge and attack instead. Because as far as he was concerned, such a massive demon beast should be extremely slow. But he was disappointed. The python wasn't slow at all, especially when it launched a sudden attack. Its speed even caused Yang Ye's expression to change. Just like that, one man and one python fought for almost an hour. Both sides were evenly matched, but everyone was very well aware that if the battle went on, then Yang Yi would definitely gradually fall into a disadvantaged state and even be defeated. Because Yang Yi was just a quasi-emperor. He didn't have much profound energy. Once it was exhausted, then he wouldn't be able to fight the python anymore. That was his weakness. Yang Yi was naturally aware of that weakness. So, once he pushed the python back, he stopped and looked at the young woman. "What exactly do you want?" A smile arose on the corners of her mouth. She pointed at Zir and Snowy, and then she pointed at the ancient sheath and sword god seal. "Give them all to me and I'll consider letting you live." "Right, I'll only consider it. Don't keep your hopes high. After all, I don't have a good impression on you." Yang Ye's face instantly darkened. He gazed at her for a short while before he said, "You really are mad." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't waste his breath anymore. He issued a command in his heart, and a pair of wings appeared on his back. The young woman's eyes lit up when she saw the wings. "You have even more treasures." What a pity. It's far inferior when compared to that sword sheath and that thing on your forehead. However, it isn't very inferior. I can have some fun with it." Yang Yi didn't continue wasting his breath on her. His figure flashed and vanished on the spot. In an instant, countless afterimages appeared in the surroundings. They densely filled the surroundings, and there were at least 10,000 of them. Every single afterimage seemed real, and it was an extremely terrifying sight. At the same time, countless rays of light appeared in the surroundings. The rays of light crisscrossed and seemed like a net. Suppression. Complete suppression. At this moment, Yang Ye's speed had far surpassed the python, and his sword could penetrate its defenses. So, the python could only passively suffer a beating when faced with Yang Ye's absolute speed. Amongst the moves in the world, only speed had no counter. It was an extremely accurate statement. The smile on the corners of the young woman's mouth gradually turned cold at the sight of this, because the python had started to cry and hiss in pain. If this continued, even if it could avoid death, the python would still end up being chopped apart. The young woman didn't hesitate to walk forward. Meanwhile, Zir suddenly said, "Our demon race places emphasis on fair battles. The demon race will look down upon you if you join the battle." A cold smile appeared on the corners of the young woman's mouth. Noble demons never care about the views of others. As soon as she finished speaking, she vanished on the spot. Zir was at a loss for words. Chapter 13:12 The Laws of Time. Chapter 13:12 The Laws of Time. At the moment the young woman vanished on the spot, a strange scene appeared here. Yang Ye's afterimages and the rays of light seemed to have been frozen on the spot, and then a moment of silence ensued before an explosion resounded. All the rays of light and afterimages were obliterated. Bang! A muffled groan resounded, and then Yang Ye's figure was blasted away. However, it didn't take long for him to stop himself. He looked up at the young woman while a wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes. He didn't waste his breath at all, and immediately pressed his sword against his forehead. A moment later, he immediately transformed into a fine thread of light that vanished on the spot. The ultimate version of death by a thought. He hadn't utilized the wings, because if he utilized blink, then while the ultimate version of death by a thought would grow countless times stronger, it would truly be too fast. His body wouldn't be able to endure it. Once his speed surpassed the limits of his body, it would cause his body to crack apart or even shatter. The young woman's face remained calm as she watched Yang Yi shoot towards her. and there was coldness and indifference in her eyes. She raised her right hand slightly. In an instant, a strange scene appeared. Yang Yi, who was extremely swift, had suddenly slowed down. His speed grew slower and slower. It gradually seemed like a myriad of mountains were pressing down upon him, and every step he took consumed almost 2 breaths of time. What technique is this? Yang Yi was astounded. At this moment, no matter how he urged on his sword energy, sword intent, or the wings on his back, he couldn't change the situation he was in. Do you know what this is? Meanwhile, the young woman suddenly started walking slowly in Yang Ye's direction. Her speed was normal, but Yang Ye's speed was growing slower and slower. She spoke as she walked. This is the laws of time that only voiders can comprehend. The laws of time can be ranked in the top 5 of all laws in the world. When time flows in the opposite direction, rebirth rank sword intent, void rank treasures, or void rank techniques would all be useless. As soon as she finished speaking, the young woman walked over to Yang Yi and gazed at him. Even though you're not bad, you're actually so weak. The violet mink had immediately charged towards Yang Yi when she saw him getting trapped, but her speed had become extraordinarily slow. That's the laws of time? Yang Yi gazed at the young woman, but his voice was extremely slow. She replied, I told you. So it's a law. Yang Yi nodded. A moment later, a mysterious force appeared in the surroundings, and then everything here returned to normal. The sword domain. The sword domain could suppress all laws, and it naturally included the laws of time. After the young woman's laws of time were suppressed, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath at all and immediately swung his sword. This attack swept all the way down, but the young woman had vanished. Yang Yi looked up and saw her over 300 m away. The sword domain. She gazed at him and said, I forgot you had the sword domain. How inconceivable. A piece of trash at the quasi-emperor realm has actually comprehended the sword domain. Are the heavens blind? Oh, the heavens don't exist here. Yang Yi gazed coldly at her, while the profound energy within him surged. Her strength was extremely terrifying, and he would have been finished if it wasn't for the sword domain. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and asked, You said only voiders can comprehend the laws of time, but none of the voiders I've seen have comprehended it. The young woman laughed coldly. Why should I answer you? All right, all right. Yang Yi shrugged. You're cold and great. I won't ask anymore, all right? But I'm going to answer you anyway. She spoke coldly. Those voiders you met can only be considered as pseudo-voiders. Only experts who've comprehended the laws of time can be considered as true voiders. The reason you don't know is because your cultivation isn't sufficient. Understand? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the young woman's gaze descended onto the ancient sheath in Yang Ye's grasp. Human, where's the sword for that sheath? What do you want? Yang Yi immediately became vigilant. From the very beginning, he'd noticed that she was frequently looking at the ancient sheath in his grasp and the sword god's seal on his forehead. She replied, That sword sheath of yours isn't bad. That thing on your forehead isn't bad as well, but it's slightly inferior when compared to your sword sheath. However, it's still really not bad. If that sword sheath of yours has a sword, then it would be extraordinary. Right, what I'm trying to say is that I've taken a liking to everything you possess, including the spatial mink and the sprite lord. I've taken a liking to all of them, so do as you see fit. Yang Yi was speechless. Meanwhile, she added, Right, I've taken a liking to everything you possess, besides you. Yang Yi gulped and said, So, based on what you've just said, you've taken a liking to everything I possess, and I should give it to you, right? She replied with a question. Isn't that how it should be? You're invincible. Yang Yi gave her a thumbs up because he really felt that she was invincible. She wasn't acting, and she really felt that since she'd taken a liking to it, Yang Yi should give them all to her. Everything she spoke and did was like such a matter of course. So, how great was that mentality of hers? The young woman's eyes narrowed slightly. You seem to have no intention to do that, right? Yang Yi smiled. You might not even spare me after I give you everything. What would you do if you were in my position? The young woman said, That's impossible because no one can take what's mine. Yang Yi flipped his palm and a blood-red sword appeared in his grasp. I think that no one can take what's mine too. The young woman didn't speak. She just flipped her right palm, and a golden flame appeared there. As soon as it appeared on her palm, the temperature in the surroundings instantly rose rapidly. At the same time, the space around her actually started to warm as if it couldn't endure the flames. Danger. Extreme danger. Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face. The sword in his hand seemed to feel threatened by the flame, and it was trembling incessantly. A natural treasure. Yang Yi knew that the flame in her palm was like the nether ghost flame, and it was a natural treasure as well. However, it was countless times stronger than the nether ghost flame. The young woman gazed at Yang Yi while the flame in her palm started to spin. Meanwhile, a vigilant expression appeared on Yang Ye's face, while the sword god's shield lit up on his forehead. Suddenly, Snowy's figure moved on Zier's shoulder. She rubbed her head lightly against Zier's face, and then she opened her drowsy eyes. Once she opened her eyes, she glanced left and right before her gaze locked onto the golden flame on the young woman's palm. As soon as that happened, her eyes lit up before she licked her lips. The young woman's expression instantly changed when she saw Snowy stare at the golden flame, and then Yang Yi watched with astonishment as she put the golden flame away. Snowy blinked, and then she started to wave her claws at the young woman. Yang Yi understood Snowy. She was telling the young woman to release the flame. Yang Yi felt quite stunned by this. Snowy doesn't seem to fear that flame. Perhaps it should be said that the young woman seemed to really fear Snowy. Is Snowy capable of posing a threat to that flame? The young woman had clearly understood what Snowy was saying, and a strange expression appeared on her face. Snow was clearly quite anxious when the young woman ignored her. She immediately leaped onto Yang Ye's shoulder, and then pointed at the young woman before waving her claws again. Yang Ye's face twitched because Snowy was actually asking him to seize it. Snowy grew even more anxious when Yang Yi remained still. She wrapped her claw around Yang Ye's neck and ceaselessly rubbed her head against his chin. However, her other claw was still pointing at the young woman while she waved it incessantly. It seemed like she was telling Yang Yi to quickly take the flame from her. Yang Yi laughed bitterly as he watched Snowy act like a spoiled child. After all, that young woman wasn't someone easy to deal with. Take the flame from her? As far as he was concerned, it would be great if he could prevent his own treasures from being taken. Even though he couldn't take it from her, Yang Yi had realized something, and it was that Snowy seemed to be able to pose a threat to the flame. After all, Snowy was extremely timid, and she would absolutely not go near anything dangerous. Yet now, she was asking Yang Yi to go seize that flame, so it proved that the flame was no threat to her. Moreover, it was even helpful to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so excited and delighted. The young woman clearly understood that as well, so she decisively hidden the flame once she saw Snowy wake up. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head and said, "You can't take that." Snowy looked up at Yang Yi, blinked, and seemed to be asking why. Yang Yi raised his chin in the young woman's direction and said, "Very strong." He wasn't lying. Even though she'd merely launched a single attack until now, just that attack was sufficient. Moreover, the young woman was strange and mysterious. In short, she was extremely dangerous. Besides that, there was another Voider Realm demon beast by her side. It was an existence that wasn't weaker to the 10,000-legged centipede. Snowy turned to look at the young woman, blinked, and then suddenly opened her mouth and inhaled lightly. Yang Yi and the others watched with astonishment as a flame suddenly emerged from her. The flame was that golden flame from before. As soon as it emerged from within her, Snowy's eyes instantly lit up, and then she inhaled even harder. Moreover, the golden flame was trembling madly, and it seemed like it had encountered something terrifying. At the same time, Yang Yi noticed that the golden flame seemed to have become slightly dimmer. Snowy's eyes were filled with excitement while she inhaled even harder. Yang Yi was rendered speechless by the scene before his eyes. Chapter 13:13 The King. Chapter 13:13 The King. Yang Yi was able to sense that the energy within the golden flame seemed to be absorbed by Snowy. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly recalled that Snowy liked to absorb pure energy, and natural treasures were condensed from all sorts of pure energy. In other words, anything condensed from energy, even natural treasures, could be absorbed by Snowy. Just thinking about it was horrifying. If it's really as I think, then wouldn't Snowy be a little too terrifying? She's like a counter to all beings made of energy. Suddenly, the young woman grabbed the golden flame, and then she put it away again. After that, she gazed at Snowy with a trace of seriousness in her eyes. For the very first time, Yang Yi saw seriousness in her eyes. Even when he utilized the sword domain earlier, he'd only seen surprise in her eyes. Yet now, he'd seen seriousness in them. The young woman clearly knew Snowy's background, and it was definitely extremely terrifying. Snowy was stunned when she saw the young woman hide the flame, and then she became furious. She clenched her tiny claws tightly while glaring angrily at the young woman, and she gnashed her teeth incessantly while seeming to intend to charge forward and fight the young woman. The young woman glanced at Snowy, hesitated for a moment, and then flipped her palm. A violet fruit appeared on her palm as she said, "Take this instead." The fruit was around the size of an adult's head, and it was completely violet and covered in faint rays of moving light. As soon as the young woman withdrew the fruit, the multicolor python's gaze instantly locked onto the fruit, and it revealed a trace of envy. Snowy's gaze descended onto the violet fruit. As soon as she saw the fruit, she blinked before she slowly relaxed her tightly clenched claws. In the end, she waved her claw lightly, and it floated over to her. Snowy licked her lips as she gazed at it and was about to swallow it. However, she suddenly stopped, and then she turned around and looked at both Yang Yi and Zier. She blinked before taking the fruit in her arms and floating in front of them. After that, she held the fruit in one claw while pointing at them with her other claw, and she revealed a brilliant smile. Yang Yi and Zier exchanged glances, and their hearts felt warm. Yang Yi rubbed Snowy's head gently, and then he gazed at the fruit. After that, his expression changed. He'd thought that the fruit was at the Emperor rank, but he was wrong. It wasn't at the Emperor rank, it was at the Void rank. A natural treasure at the Void rank. No wonder Snowy likes it so much. Yang Yi gazed at the young woman. Isn't she a little too generous? She gave away a Void rank fruit just like that. Yang Yi suppressed the shock in his heart and gazed at Snowy, who was ceaselessly trying to push the fruit to him. Yang Yi chuckled and rubbed Snowy's head gently. "Have it yourself. I don't want it." Even though it would definitely help him, he wasn't that thick-skinned as to take a share of Snowy's food. It was something the young woman had given Snowy and not him. The young woman would look down upon him if he ate it. But Snowy shook her head and pushed the fruit towards Yang Yi and Zier. Yang Yi was about to speak when Zier took the fruit. She moved her hand slightly and split the fruit into two halves. She passed a half to Snowy and said, "Eat it. We'll have ours later." Snowy blinked, nodded, and then took the half in her claws and started to bite it. It didn't take long for her to finish that half. Once she was done, she licked her claws and seemed to not be satisfied. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. This fellow is an absolute glutton. After she ate the fruit, Snowy flew over to Yang Ye's shoulder, rubbed her head against his face, and then closed her eyes. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, the young woman suddenly asked, "What's it doing with you?" Yang Yi turned to look at her and said, "Fate." It really had been fate that had brought them together. The young woman asked, "Do you know what she is?" Yang Yi shook his head. A cold smile arose on the corners of the young woman's mouth, and her laughter was filled with ridicule. Yang Ye's face darkened when he heard her laughter. He was truly quite annoyed by her. If it wasn't for the fact that he was really not confident in his ability to defeat her, he would definitely bash her up. "What exactly is she?" asked Zier. She'd realized that Yang Yi and the young woman didn't get along at all, so it was impossible for them to talk normally. The young woman glanced at Snowy, who was fast asleep, fell silent for a short while, and then said, "There's a saying in the large world. Amongst the myriad of beings that the heavens gave life to, the Sprite Lord reigns supreme." She's a Sprite Lord. Once she grows a little, she can instantly suck away all the spirit energy on the continent. If she reaches adulthood, then she can instantly suck away the spirit energy in an entire stellar region. Yang Ye's figure stiffened, and Zir was stunned as well. What did it mean to absorb the spirit energy throughout the continent in an instant? It was the spirit energy of the entire continent. If she could really absorb the spirit energy throughout a continent, then it was equivalent to instantly destroying the continent. As for absorbing the spirit energy in a stellar region, it was equivalent to destroying countless worlds. Yang Yi gulped and turned his head to glance at Snowy. That little fellow can become that powerful? Her true ability is much more terrifying than what I've just described. Meanwhile, the young woman added, Human, it's fortune for you that she's following you, but it's your bad luck as well. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? The young woman replied, Because many will want to kill you, including me. As she spoke, she raised her right hand slightly and was about to attack. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched. Obviously, he hadn't expected her to attack just like that. Yang Yi would naturally not just stand there and wait for death to arrive, and the profound energy within him surged. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the sky. Little Mo, let them come see me. It was a woman's voice. The young woman frowned slightly upon hearing the voice, and it was obvious that she wasn't willing to do as the voice said. But she didn't attack. She just glanced coldly at Yang Yi and said, Let me tell you that everything you possess is mine. It's all mine. As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and the multicolored python instantly transformed into a small snake that coiled on her arm before her figure vanished into the distance. Zir spoke softly, Should we go? Of course. Yang Yi took a deep breath. He'd been exposed. Flee? Why would he flee? The owner of the voice clearly had no intent to kill him. Otherwise, the voider realm demon beasts in the surroundings would have swarmed him. Moreover, he wanted to find out if it was the human race's Nye clan that was plotting something, or did the demon race really intend to attack the human race? Yang Yi took Zir's hand and followed the young woman. Yang Yi didn't know if the young woman was doing it intentionally or not, but her speed was extremely swift to the point she almost shook off Yang Yi and Zir. Fortunately, Yang Yi had blink. Otherwise, she might have really left them far behind. After flying past countless mountain ranges, a huge city finally appeared within their fields of vision. The city was huge, extremely huge. Just the city walls were over 3 kilometers tall, and they were even larger than many mountains. Yang Yi spoke softly. The demon race actually has a city as well. Zir said, The human race is very smart. Their bodies are incomparable to the demon race, but they are much superior to the demon race in many other aspects. For example, medicinal pills, cities, formations, and various other things. So, the demon race learned from the humans in the end. But it was quite difficult. After all, it's difficult to change the nature of demon beasts. However, the demon beasts here have clearly learned well. Yang Yi nodded. The demon beast wasn't terrifying, but a cultured demon race was terrifying. They'd seen some demon beasts from afar, all along the way. All of them were very disciplined, and were completely unlike the demon race in Pine Prefecture of the Radiant Dimension. The demon race's overall strength was superior to humans. If they were united in disciples, then the human race would have no further advantages before the demon race. Let's go. Yang Yi shot towards the entrance of the city while bringing Zir along with him. The city gates were wide open, and there were no demon beasts guarding it. So, Yang Yi just led Zir into the city. It was huge. Absolutely huge. The city had very few buildings, and there were merely a few in the surroundings. So, the city was very wide, like a huge plain. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and then continued forward with Zir. All along the way, there were demon beasts that glanced at them occasionally, but they merely glanced at Yang Ye's group and didn't walk over. It didn't take long for a palace to appear before them. Suddenly, a black shadow shot over from afar and descended before Yang Yi and Zir. Bang! The entire ground shook violently. Yang Yi and Zir stopped moving. A robust man had appeared before them. His figure was extremely robust and at least double Yang Ye's height. Besides that, his entire body was covered in muscles and filled with strength. The robust man's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. A moment later, he vanished on the spot, and he was in front of Yang Yi when his figure appeared again. After that, A fist slammed down towards Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and then Heaven's gravestone appeared in his grasp before he swung it. Bang! Yang Ye's sword shook violently while he took around 10 steps back. As for the robust man, he'd moved over 30 back. A vicious glow flashed through the robust man's eyes, and he was about to attack again. However, Yang Yi vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the robust man when his figure appeared again. At the same time, a sword pressed against the robust man's forehead. The robust man's figure instantly stiffened, and he didn't dare move a muscle. Meanwhile, a voice resounded from within the palace. Amon, I told you. Regardless of whether it's the human race or the demon race, no one in the younger generation is a match for him. Now, you believe me, right? The robust man cupped his fist at Yang Yi before moving aside. Yang Yi nodded, and then he led Zir into the palace. There was only a single woman within the hall in the palace, and Yang Yi was instantly stunned upon catching sight of her. How could this be possible? You are. Chapter 13-14 Kill All Humans. Chapter 13-14 Kill All Humans. Standing before Yang Yi and Zir was a beautiful woman in a green dress. Based on her appearance, she was around the age of 30. She had willow leaf-shaped brows, almond-shaped eyes, jade-white skin, and an indifferent and elegant bearing. Her figure was rather curvaceous, and every single move she made carried an indescribably noble and dignified aura. There were some plants in front of her. Her right hand was placed flat against a pure white flower in front of her, and threads of profound energy were ceaselessly raining down from her palm towards the flower. Profound energy. She possessed profound energy. She was human. Demon beasts naturally had no profound energy, but she actually did. In other words, she was no demon beast but a human. That was why Yang Yi felt shocked. I've heard about you. The beautiful woman spoke abruptly. No one knows about your origins, and they just know that you suddenly rose to prominence on Dark Hell Continent. Moreover, the speed at which you rose to prominence was even greater than Jian Wuji. As for your natural talent, it's on par or even superior to Jian Wuji. Presently, it doesn't matter if it's the younger generation of the human race or demon race. None are a match for you. No, it isn't just the younger generation. Even the older generation has no more than 5 who can certainly defeat you. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. You're a human. She glanced at him while a smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. I am a human indeed. We're the same. Yang Yi asked, why? She grinned, walked over to a dark blue flower, and then placed her palm on it. Profound energy seeped out from her palm and entered the flower. A few moments later, she said, it's quite a long story. So, let me summarize it. I was young and ignorant, and I traveled to the central territory of the demon race and almost lost my life. Fortunately, my husband, the last king of the demon race, saved me. Just like that, I married into the demon race and became its empress. Right? It isn't easy to become the empress of the demon race. But it isn't necessary to explain all of that to you. The last king? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed. Your husband isn't the king anymore? Her hand stiffened for a moment, but it didn't take long for her movements to return to normal. He is passed. Yang Yi was speechless. She said, it's very normal. Anyone unable to advance a step further will transform into dirt one day. Yang Yi asked, you're the new king? They prefer to address me as empress. She smiled. You can do the same. Yang Yi fell silent for a short while before he said, I'm confused about something. The Nye clan on Heaven Pillar Peak said that it's the demon race who wants to attack the human race. Is that true? She replied, so what if it's true? So what if it's a lie? Yang Yi replied, if it's a lie, then I'll take my people and leave. If it's true, she smiled, you can't change anything even if it's true, right? If you're given 5 years, then perhaps you could. Yet now, if I'm to be honest, you're no threat to both the Nye clan or my demon race. At the very least, you aren't one for now. Yang Yi fell silent because she wasn't lying. If the demon race really wanted to attack the human race, then could he crush the demon race? Was it even possible? It was impossible even if he had the sword spirit and Qiongqi's help. He was a man, not a god. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman added, the Nye clan said that my demon race intends to attack the human race. Did they not tell you why? Yang Yi shook his head. She grinned. Of course they wouldn't. Because my demon race has never had the thought to attack the human race. No, we hadn't had such thoughts in the past, but we aren't thinking about it now. We're prepared to do so. Yang Yi shook his head and said, Empress, I'm a straightforward person, and I hate beating around the bush. Besides determining the strength of your demon race, I'm here for another reason, and it's to find out if the demon race really intends to attack the human race or if the Nye clan has other objectives. I don't want my subordinates and I to be used and treated as cannon fodder. Please tell me the truth. She glanced at him, fell silent for a short while, and then said, the demon race has a precious treasure. It was something Jin Wuji brought here from outside this world, and the demon race obtained it upon his death. However, it hadn't grown fully at that time. So, it wasn't really of any use. Yet now, it has grown and is on the verge of maturity. Oh, I forgot the most important point. It has a chance to help one break through the shackles of the Voider realm and advance to a higher realm. Yang Ye's pupils constricted. A realm above the Voider realm. Attaining the realm above the Voider realm wasn't really tempting to Yang Yi, because he was just a quasi-emperor, so it was too far away from him. But it was definitely impossible to refuse for those old geezers at the Voider realm throughout the continent. The Voider realm was the limit of this world. In other words, no matter who it was, only death awaited upon attaining the Voider realm. After thousands of years of cultivation, one still had to return to dirt. Would anyone be willing to suffer such a fate? Would anyone? Yet now, there was a treasure that could help someone advance from the Voider realm. So, how could they possibly stop themselves from trying to obtain it? No, it should be said that countless would stop at nothing to obtain it. If the Demon Empress wasn't lying, then the Nye clan's actions made sense. The Nye clan wanted that treasure, but just the Nye clan's strength wasn't sufficient to resist the demon race. So, they gathered the experts of the entire human race. In short, the Nye clan wanted to use the entire human race to help them obtain that treasure which the demon race possessed. For the sake of obtaining it, the Nye clan hadn't hesitated to push the entire human race into a corner. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, I have another question. Even though the Nye clan's strength is very formidable, it should be insufficient to fight the demon race. It isn't just the Nye clan. Even the entire human race's strength should be inferior to the demon race. However, they still made that decision. Are they taking a risk, or they have some sort of trump card? Both. She spoke indifferently. Firstly, you've underestimated the Nye clan's strength. It's an ancient clan, and its resources and reserves run very deep. Even though their overall strength is still inferior after the other experts of the human race joined their side, it isn't much inferior to the demon race. Moreover, not to mention being slightly inferior, they would probably take the risk even if the gap between our strengths was huge. Fighting for it would mean they still had a chance, but if they didn't fight for it, then they can only wait for death to arrive. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. The others don't know about the Nye clan's objective. She chuckled. That isn't something I should be concerned about. All I know is that once they step foot into the territory of my demon race, it's a declaration of war to my demon race. At that time, the demon race will stop at nothing to kill the invaders. Moreover, we'll destroy Heaven Pillar Peak, march in, and kill all humans in the Veiled region. Yang Ye's expression changed, because while she still had a smile on her face, his intuition told him that she wasn't joking. If the human race dared to attack, then she would definitely do as she'd said. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while before he said, You're a human as well. He felt that he should speak on behalf of the human race. There's a saying in the human race. She smiled. You are who you marry. I've married into the demon race, so I'm considered a member of the demon race. Besides that, the demon race are my husband's people. Since they are my husband's people, they are my people, and I'm responsible and am bound by duty to think for them. As I've said, if the human race dares to attack, then the demon race will definitely annihilate the human race. Weeds should always be pulled up by the roots, right? Yang Yi spoke solemnly. The demon race will suffer heavy losses. That's unavoidable. She continued, moreover, Once the humans are annihilated, only the demon race would remain on the continent. So, it won't take long for the demon race to recover. Yang Yi asked, "Are you that confident that it would be the demon race that crushes the human race, and not the human race that crushes the demon race?" She chuckled. "If the human race is truly united, then we'll each have a 50% chance at victory. But is the human race united? Take you and the Nye clan as an example. If the Nye clan and you can work together sincerely, and both of you have no selfish desires, then it would really be difficult for my demon race to crush the human race. But are all of you united? No. All of you have your own selfish desires. The strength of the human race can't be truly converged, but my demon race can. A single order from me will make the entire demon race attack, and they won't hesitate at all." Yang Yi shook his head and remained silent. What was there to say? She'd made it very clear. The demon race wouldn't attack unless the human race attacked. So, it wasn't their problem. Meanwhile, the Empress spoke abruptly. "Do you know why I told you all of this?" Yang Yi said, "Please do tell." The beautiful woman's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. "Because you're unlike many humans. I can feel that you have no ill intent towards demon beasts, and it's obvious from that little girl by your side. If you had the thought that the demon race deserved death because you're a human, then trust me, you wouldn't have made it here." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "I'll return and lead my subordinates away from Heaven Pillar Peak. Besides that, I'll reveal the truth to everyone. I advise you not to do that." She continued, "Firstly, they won't believe you. Secondly, you're the first that the Nye clan will kill. Based on your strength, if you flee to somewhere like my demon race's territory, the Nye clan would definitely be helpless against you. But what about your subordinates? They'll die. Don't even think that you have the strength to fight the Nye clan. It's much stronger than you've imagined." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "You're right. I almost did something stupid." If he went back and said that the Nye clan was conspiring against them, then the other clans and sects would definitely not believe him. It was even to the extent that the Nye clan would falsely accuse him of siding with the demon race. At that time, it was very likely that the Nye clan would lead the forces of the entire human race to attack the Sword Alliance and the Slayer Pavilion. If that really happened, the Sword Alliance and Slayer Pavilion would be truly finished. Meanwhile, the Empress spoke abruptly. "Go on. We should be enemies when we meet again." Yang Yi remained silent for a short while, and then he said, "I have one last question. Who's that terrible young woman?" Chapter 13:15 The Human Race is Finished. Chapter 13:15 The Human Race is Finished. Terrible young woman? The demon empress was slightly stunned, and then she chuckled. That word is quite suitable for her. Her name is Emo Shaoling. She's a young woman who fell from the sky. She fell from the sky? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed. She's from outside this world? The empress grinned and said, "She should be. I don't even know anything about her background, and I've never asked her. I've just treated her as my younger sister." "Right, don't offend her. Her temper is extremely hot. Actually, I'm not the one who the demon beasts in my demon race fear the most. She is. After all, offending me will result in some punishment, at most. However, offending her, TSK. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. "I've already offended her. Is that so?" She grinned. "Then I can only wish you good luck." Yang Yi glanced at her and said, "I hope we don't become enemies." Even though she seemed very amiable and even friendly, Yang Yi wasn't a fool who would think that she was normal. After all, could an ordinary person take control of the entire demon race while being a human herself? She smiled. "You never know. Just let nature run its course." Yang Yi nodded slightly. "Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and left. The empress watched him leave. No one knew what was running through her mind. Why didn't you choose to kill him? Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded in the hall, and it was that young woman from before. The empress glanced at her and replied, "Why should I kill him?" The young woman answered, "You know why." The empress said, "There are 4 existences amongst the human race that are a huge threat to the demon race. One of them is that old fellow from the Nye clan. You should know who the other 2 are. But they have other objectives in this world, and so long as we don't disturb them, they won't pay any attention to the battle between the demon race and human race. As for the last person, it's him, Yang Yi, right? The young woman spoke in a low voice. Even though he's slightly weak right now, he'll be very strong in the future. Actually, he isn't weak right now. The Empress walked over to the young woman's side, took her hand, and walked towards the exit. That thing on his forehead is the Sword God's seal. Obviously, he has been to Sword God Island. Even though I'm curious why that person didn't kill him, it isn't important to us. The important thing is he possesses rebirth rank sword intent. If he activates the Sword God seal, his sword intent will rise above the rebirth rank. Coupled with the fact that he possesses the sword domain to suppress the laws of time, he'll be able to pose a threat to us. The young woman said, but we can still kill him, right? The Empress walked out of the hall, and then she looked up towards the distant sky. There were a few white clouds up there. A short while passed before she said, but we'll have to pay a huge price. Moreover, such a genius definitely has great fortune, and his trump card might be even more terrifying than the Sword God's seal. If we act rashly, we might fail to kill him and suffer heavy losses instead. When she spoke up to this point, she looked down and gently rubbed the young woman's head. Moreover, why should we kill him? He'll be more helpful to us if he's alive. After all, he would be absolutely unwilling to let the Nye clan use him. But if he resists, it'll definitely make him become enemies with the Nye clan. So, it's better to let the Nye clan deal with him. Regardless of who wins, it's still a good outcome for our demon race, right? The young woman fell silent. The Empress suddenly said, "You really like that small pet of his?" The young woman replied, "That's a sprite lord." The Empress smiled. "I'll help you get it if I have the chance." "No." The young woman looked the Empress in the eyes and said, "Unless it comes willingly, I'll definitely bring a calamity down upon your demon race in the future." The Empress frowned slightly. "What exactly is it?" The young woman fell silent for a long time before she answered, "An extremely, extremely powerful existence." The Empress was at a loss for words. After he left the city, Yang Yi rushed towards Heaven Pillar Peak. Of course, he didn't fully believe the Demon Empress. He was no fool, so perhaps she'd said that so he would fight the Nye clan to the death, and then allow the demon race to reap the benefits. However, he knew that the Nye clan definitely had some sort of secret motive. However, he wasn't very certain. But he knew that if the Nye clan really wanted to seize a treasure that was possessed by the demon race, then it would definitely act soon. In short, regardless of whether the demon race really intended to attack the human race, or the Nye clan was scheming something, it wasn't good for the Slayer Pavilion, the Sword Alliance, and him, especially when the Slayer Pavilion and Yang Yi had joined the human race's forces. It would be difficult for them to leave even if they wanted to. If he was all alone, he could go anywhere in the world. However, the Slayer Pavilion and Sword Alliance were behind him, so the slightest mistake might bring calamity to the Slayer Pavilion and Sword Alliance. Suddenly, Yang Yi and Zier stopped because the young woman, Emo Xiaoling, had appeared not too far away from them. Yang Ye's face fell. "She isn't still thinking about taking my treasures, right?" Emo Xiaoling pointed at Snowy, who was sleeping on Yang Ye's shoulder, and said, "Give her to me, and I'll give you treasures in return." Yang Yi remained silent. Emo Xiaoling flipped her palm, and the golden flame appeared there. This flame is very powerful, and it can be ranked in the top 10 of all natural treasures. If you think it isn't sufficient, I have more. As she spoke, she flipped her left palm, and a dark blue flame appeared there. This one is very powerful as well, and it's ranked in the top 10 too. I'll exchange both of them for her. 2 for 1. You gain. Yang Yi glanced at the flames on her palm. Needless to say, they were definitely precious treasures. If he could obtain them, then if he used them alongside his sword intent, their strength would definitely be absurd. However, would he exchange Snowy for them? Of course he wouldn't. Yang Yi shook his head. "She's a friend. She's family to me. Nothing can compare to her. Understand?" She glanced at him and said, "You don't think it's enough?" Yang Yi gazed at her and said, "Even if you offer me some sort of heaven-defying weapon of the gods, I still wouldn't make the exchange. Besides that, I have to tell you that she doesn't belong to me. I don't have the right to trade her like goods, and I won't. If she's willing to go with you, then I definitely won't stop her. Zier glanced at Yang Yi while tender affection filled her eyes. While she stayed by Yang Ye's side all those years ago, the thing she loved the most about Yang Yi was that he'd never treated her like a pet, and he'd never felt that she belonged to him. Since the beginning, Yang Yi had never tried to take possession for her, and he'd done all sorts of things for her instead. Yang Yi was a selfish person, but at the same time, he was a man of principle. She believed that even if Snowy was just an ordinary little fellow, Yang Yi would still not make the trade with the young woman before them. The young woman shook her head when she heard Yang Yi and said, "But she isn't willing to go with me." Yang Yi replied, "Then I can't do anything about that." The young woman said, "But she listens to you. You can make her stay with me. Doesn't that work?" Yang Yi asked, "Why would I do that?" The young woman replied, "I like her." Yang Yi was astounded. "You like her, so I should give her to you?" The young woman frowned as she replied with a question. "Isn't that how it should be?" Yang Ye's face froze, and quite some time passed before he shook his head and said, That logic of yours. It's truly too amazing." Needless to say, Yang Yi really had to hand it to her, because the way she thought was truly extraordinary. She liked it, so it should be hers, and she even spoke of it like it was so natural and right. Such logic. The young woman didn't speak further. She just stared at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi became vigilant when he noticed his gaze. After all, the bad-tempered young woman before him wasn't someone nice, and she might just try to kill him and seize his possessions. Unexpectedly, the young woman didn't act. She just withdrew a violet fruit and said, "This is for her. Tell her that she can come look for me if she wants more. I have a huge amount of them." As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed it forward lightly, and the violet fruit flew over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at her, hesitated for a moment, and then took it. He would definitely refuse if it was for him, but she was giving it to Snowy. He knew that Snowy would definitely accept it. After all, Snowy would never make things complicated, and she took everything she liked. Snowy was absolutely pure and naive. Yang Yi cupped his fist towards her. "Allow me to thank you on her behalf." The young woman glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Leave right now." Yang Yi was stunned and asked, "Why?" She replied, "I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stop myself from killing you." The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched. At this moment, he'd realized that the young woman had always wanted to kill him. Yang Yi shook his head, didn't waste his breath with her, and intended to leave. However, she suddenly spoke. "If you can't protect her, then give her to me. Right? You don't have to come with her because I won't protect you." Yang Yi turned around and glanced at her. "Have you been beaten up?" A cold smile arose on the corners of her mouth. Who would dare to do that? "One day, I'll smack you, but until it's all red and swollen." As soon as he finished speaking, he took Zier in his arms and vanished into the sky. As she watched Yang Ye's figure vanish, the cold smile on the corners of her mouth started spreading, and then strange laughter resounded. Yang Yi didn't stay in the demon race's territory. He took Zier along with him as he raised his speed to its limits. Moreover, the demon beast seemed to have received the demon empress orders, so no demon beast tried to stop him. In less than 2 hours, Yang Yi had left the demon race's territory and arrived at the desert outside Heaven Pillar Peak. Yang Yi immediately frowned when he arrived at the desert because a dense array of huge cannons had appeared on the walls of Heaven Pillar Peak, and there were over 10,000 of them. Those not of my race definitely hold ill intent towards us. Suddenly, a voice resounded from the top of Heaven Pillar Peak. As soon as the voice finished resounding, bang! Thick beams of golden light suddenly erupted from the cannons, and around 10,000 beams of golden light shot through the sky like shooting stars before entering the mountainous area that belonged to the demon race. Yang Ye's hands shook slightly at the sight of this. The human race is finished. Chapter 13:16 I'll kill you. Chapter 13:16 I'll kill you. He hadn't fully believed the demon empress before this, yet now, he had to. The human race had taken the initiative to attack, and it was definitely the Nye clan's idea. Was the Nye clan really unaware of the demon race's strength? He naturally didn't believe that. The Nye clan definitely knew the demon race's strength well. However, it had still chosen to start a war under such circumstances. So, what did that represent? It represented that the Nye clan wanted the entire human race to have no way out. Indeed, once war erupted between the races, would all the powers and experts of the Veiled region have a way out? No. At that time, everyone would follow closely behind the Nye clan to fight against the demon race, and they would have no other choice but to do that. The Nye clan's objective was to tie the entire human race to it. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for a short while, and then he vanished on the spot. At the top of Heaven Pillar Peak, the experts of the Nye clan stood at the border of the peak. Besides them, the experts of the other powers were there as well. At this moment, all of them were looking towards the distance. Around 10,000 rays of light had shot through the sky and descended into the mountainous region in the distance. In an instant, deafening rumbling resounded incessantly. At the same time, the mountains started collapsing while clouds of smoke shot up into the air and instantly blotted out the entire sky. The profound energy within everyone surged while vigilance covered their faces. They seemed to be waiting for the demon race to attack. However, they were surprised that the demon race's experts hadn't attacked. A short while later, Nye Tian raised his hand slightly. In an instant, those enormous cannons on Heaven Pillar Peak started trembling. Nye Tian's palm descended. Attack! As soon as he gave the order, around 10,000 beams of light shot towards the demon race's territory. Lin Xian hesitated for a moment and said, Patriarch Nye, will such actions infuriate the demon race? Nye Tian hadn't even spoken when Senior Yuan spoke. Patriarch Lin, your words are quite laughable. Our human race and the demon race are enemies. Since we're enemies, then we have to fight until one side is annihilated. At such a point in time, it's naturally best to strike first. Nye Tian smiled. Brother Yuan is absolutely right. Since we're going to war in the end, why shouldn't we strike first and seize the initiation? We'll be in a passive position if we wait for the demon race to attack. Lin Xian glanced at Nye Tian, pondered deeply for a moment, and then said, Patriarch Nye, there's something I'm wondering. Why is the demon race attacking our human race? Some of the others here immediately gazed at Nye Tian because it was exactly what they were curious about. Because Nye Tian had never given them a reason. The demon race had to have a reason to attack the human race, right? Nye Tian's eyes narrowed slightly while the smile on his face vanished. He didn't speak, but glanced at Senior Yuan instead. The latter immediately chuckled. Brother Lin, that question of yours is laughable. Those not of the same race definitely carry ill intent. Would the demon race need a reason to attack our human race? Why not? Lin Xian spoke coldly. A war between our races will definitely cause both sides to suffer heavy losses. If there isn't a reason, then would the demon race go mad and try to attack our human race? Senior Yuan laughed coldly. Why doesn't it have a reason? Only our human race and the demon race exist on the continent. If they annihilate our human race, then only the demon race would remain on the continent. Is that reason enough? Lin Xian was about to speak when Nye Tian said, Brother Yuan is actually not wrong. Everyone, a single mountain can't house two tigers. Only our human race and the demon race reside on this continent. Once they annihilate our human race, the entire continent would belong to them. Once they gain control over the resources of the entire continent, it would only be a matter of time before they recover from the losses they suffered during the war. Moreover, I'm sure all of you are aware that our human race isn't the only one that hates the demon race. The demon race feels the same. As soon as he finished speaking, he glanced at them and said, Everyone, we should work together and be united. Otherwise, if we fall into internal strife and doubt each other, then the human race is finished. Brother Nye is right. Senior Yuan said, It's a moment of life and death for our human race, so we absolutely can't doubt each other. Otherwise, we'll have no chance before the united forces of the demon race. Lin Xian frowned. Anyone could discern that Senior Yuan was colluding with the Nye clan. But it made sense because the Yuan clan had just a single voider now. If it didn't find someone to rely on, then the Yuan clan would be wiped out from the continent if Yang Yi went mad one day. Attack! Suddenly, Nye Tian's voice resounded again. Bang! As soon as he gave the order, Another 10,000 beams of light shot towards the demon race's territory. Lin Qian shook his head slightly. Even though he felt something was off, it was pointless to say anything now. A long time passed, yet there was still no movement from the demon race. Lin Qian frowned. What's going on? The others had bewilderment in their eyes as well. Logically speaking, even if the demon race didn't intend to attack, it would respond. However, it didn't respond at all, and that was too unusual. Nie Tian frowned and entered into deep thought. A short while passed before he said, "I'll go have a look." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot up into the sky. However, his figure had just shot out of Heaven Pillar Peak when a strand of golden flames suddenly flashed out from the distant sky. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived in front of Nie Tian. Nie Tian's expression changed slightly as he slapped his palm forward. Bang! The golden flame exploded apart, and then the entire sky was instantly transformed into an ocean of flames. As for Nie Tian, he'd returned to Heaven Pillar Peak. The expressions of everyone here were filled with shock because Nie Tian's right hand was actually still covered in flames. After a few breaths of time, Nie Tian was finally able to disperse the flames. At this moment, his hand was mangled. Trash! A cold and proud voice resounded in the sky. It belonged to a woman, and it was quite young, yet it was filled with dense disdain and ridicule. Nie Tian's expression became unsightly, and he was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Senior Yuan suddenly obstructed Nie Tian and said, "Brother Nie, don't act impulsively. The demon race's reaction is quite unusual. We must figure out their strength first." Nie Tian fell silent for a short while before he said, "The experts of the demon race are paying attention to us. We aren't able to leave Heaven Pillar Peak." "What about Yang Yi?" Senior Yuan suddenly gazed at Qian Longkong and spoke coldly. "He went out to investigate. Why hasn't there been any information from him until now?" Qian Longkong didn't give Senior Yuan any face. "I don't know." "You don't know?" Senior Yuan laughed coldly. "Yang Yi wouldn't have sided with the demon race, right?" Qian Longkong said, "Patriarch Yuan, can you use your brain? Side with the demon race? What reason does he have to do that? Besides that, everyone here knows that you are enemies with us. So, if you want to act against us, then please do it openly. Stop playing such tricks or others will look down upon you." "I'm acting against you?" Senior Yuan spoke coldly. "I admit that there's quite a bit of enmity between me and your Slayer Pavilion, but it's a moment of life and death for the human race. I know my limits. Besides that, Yang Yi has been gone for a long time. Based on his speed, it would have been sufficient for him to go through the entire territory of the demon race. Yet now, there has been no news from him. Isn't that strange?" "Strange?" Qian Longkong laughed coldly. "All I know is that he dared to go while you hid here like a coward, and now you're trying to play underhanded tricks on us. How dare you?" Senior Yuan roared with fury, and then the others watched with astonishment as he shot towards Qian Longkong. At the same time, the Yun clan's patriarch, Yun Ling, and the two voiders from the Qin clan suddenly shot towards Qian Longkong and Shui Linlang. 4 voiders had attacked in unison. Everyone here was stunned because they hadn't expected Senior Yuan's group to attack all of a sudden. Qian Longkong and Shui Linlong's expressions changed drastically when they saw Senior Yuan's group attack. Obviously, Senior Yuan's objective had never been to blame Yang Yi, and it was to kill them. So long as he killed them, the Slayer Pavilion's only remaining voider would be Yang Yi. At that time, Yang Yi's strength would be utterly insufficient to pose a threat to the Yuan clan, Yun clan, and Qin clan. In just an instant, both Qian Longkong and Shui Linlang had understood Senior Yuan's intentions. Meanwhile, Senior Yuan's group had arrived in front of them. At the same time, the space around them froze. In other words, they couldn't merge into space at all. They had no choice but to go head-on against their enemies. They didn't hesitate to attack decisively with their daggers. However, how could they possibly be a match for 4 voiders? Rumble. As soon as they collided, Qian Longkong and Shui Linlang were blasted away. Meanwhile, Yunling and a voider of the Qin clan had appeared behind Qian Longkong and Shui Linlang. Both of them had ferocious expressions on their faces as they slapped their palms at Qian Longkong and Shui Linlang. Both of them were horrified and were about to turn around and defend themselves. Suddenly, for terrifying auras that belonged to voiders pressed down upon them, causing their bodies to even bend before the pressure from those four auras. Meanwhile, Yunling and the voider from the Qin clan's palms had arrived behind Qian Longkong and Shui Linlong's heads. A savage smile appeared on the corners of Senior Yuan's mouth when he witnessed this scene. Yunling and that voider of the Qin clan had a similarly savage smile on their faces. As for Qian Longkong and Shui Linlang, despair had appeared in their eyes. They were assassins, so their ability in direct combat was weak. Now, they were even being besieged by four voiders, while one of those voiders was even a living fossil in the Veiled region. So, how could they fight against such a force? They weren't Yang Yi. When she thought of Yang Yi, a smile instantly curled up on the corners of Qian Longkong's mouth, because she knew that Yang Yi would definitely avenge them. OM. Suddenly, a sword howl resounded. Senior Yuan was shocked. Watch out! Hiss. Senior Yuan's voice had just resounded when Yun Ling's eyes instantly opened wide behind Qian Longkong, and then a hole that was fine as a needle appeared at the center of his forehead. As for the voider of the Qin clan, he didn't hesitate to immediately stop his attack and fly over to Senior Yuan's side. At this moment, everyone was looking at the person who'd appeared behind Qian Longkong. It was Yang Yi. An instant death. He'd killed a voider in an instant. Tempestuous waves were surging through all their hearts. Yang Yi paid no attention to the others, and he just gazed at Senior Yuan's group of three. Meanwhile, Nietian suddenly said, Yang Yi, this is a misunderstanding. This? Yang Yi suddenly pointed a finger at Nietian and said, Shut up. If your Nye clan dares to stop me today, then I'll kill all of you too. Chapter 13:17 The Beginning of the End. Chapter 13:17 The Beginning of the End. Nietian's face instantly became gloomy when he heard Yang Yi. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to suddenly arrive here. He was naturally aware that Senior Yuan's group was about to attack, because he had allowed it to happen. It was to weaken Yang Yi's strength, of course. So long as those assassins died, then Yang Yi would be the last remaining voider that Slayer Pavilion had. At that time, it would be much easier to take control of Yang Yi. Moreover, because he'd agreed to it, the Yuan clan, Yun clan, and Qin clan had agreed to obey his Nye clan. It could be said that killing Qian Longkong and Shui Linlang was like killing two birds with one stone for the Nye clan. As for Yang Yi, he would be all alone once Shui Linlang and Qian Longkong were killed. So, what could he do? Everything had been planned and prepared for, except Yang Yi's sudden arrival. The faces of the others changed when they heard Yang Yi, because they knew it was impossible to let the matter rest. Nietian spoke in a low voice, Yang Yi, what are you trying to say? What am I trying to say? Yang Yi chuckled, but his smile was quite fierce. What did you tell me before I left? You said you'd guarantee their safety. You said that, right? I never expected them to attack, said Nietian. He would naturally not admit it. If he did, then the other clans and sect might take Yang Yi's side. What a joke. Yang Yi laughed ferociously. All right, even if you never expected it, you should have been able to lend them a hand, right? But you didn't. You just watched as the members of my Slayer Pavilion were about to be killed by them. Fine. I won't blame you for not lending them a hand, because it's your choice to refuse to lend them a hand. However, if you dare to stop me now, I'll kill you as well. As soon as he finished speaking, the wings behind Yang Yi flapped, and his figure vanished on the spot. Watch out. Senior Yuan was horrified. Yang Yi's speed was already extremely swift. Now that it was enhanced by the wings, even he couldn't catch sight of Yang Yi. Bang! An explosion suddenly resounded, and then Yang Yi returned to where he'd been standing earlier. Meanwhile, Nietian had appeared in front of Senior Yuan's group. He'd stopped Yang Yi just now. Otherwise, another voider would have died. Nietian gazed at Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, Brother Yuan and the others shouldn't have suddenly attacked the experts of Slayer Pavilion. But, Yang Yi waved his hand and interrupted Nietian, before I came to Heaven Pillar Peak. Your Nye clan said that the human race can't afford internal strife, and the Nye clan won't spare anyone who acts against others of the human race. Now, those three old bastards have done that. Go on. It's your Nye clan's time to act. If you can't deal with them, I can lend you a hand. Nye Tian spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi, it's a moment of life and death for our human race. For the sake of the human race, you should. Fuck all of that. Yang Yi interrupted Nye Tian, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At this moment, his speed was swift to the extreme because he'd executed the ultimate version of death by a thought. Everywhere he passed, space was easily sliced apart like it was tofu. Nye Tian's expression changed when Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot. He hadn't expected Yang Yi to be such a madman and even dared to attack him in the Nye clan's territory. He didn't have the time to think. He immediately flipped his palms, and his profound energy surged madly into his palms before he slapped them forward. Bang! Palm and sword collided, and then an explosion instantly resounded. Meanwhile, countless afterimages appeared in the surroundings. They were naturally Yang Ye's afterimages. The afterimages surrounded Nye Tian in layers. At the same time, countless rays of light crisscrossed from the afterimages, and every single ray of light could cut space open. The expressions of the other voiders from the Nye clan changed. They wanted to interfere in the battle, but they weren't able to at all, because Yang Ye's speed was so swift that they couldn't catch sight of him. They were unable to discern which one was Yang Yi, and which one was Nye Tian from amongst the afterimages that covered the air. They could only watch. Kill the members of Slayer Pavilion. Suddenly, Senior Yuan spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot towards Qian Longkong and Shui Linlang. Meanwhile, the two voiders from the Qin clan followed closely behind him. Yang Yi was in battle with Nye Tian, so it was an opportunity for them to act. Once they killed those two women from the Slayer Pavilion, there would be no room for reconciliation between Yang Yi and the Nye clan. At that time, the Nye clan would definitely use its full strength to kill Yang Yi, because even the Nye clan would absolutely not dare to let Yang Yi live when he was hostile towards them. Lin Xian and the others exchanged glances, and they didn't know what to do. Obviously, they hadn't expected the incident to develop to such an extent. Qian Longkong and Shui Linlong's expressions changed slightly when they saw Senior Yuan's group attack. Their figures shook and were about to merge into space, but Senior Yuan suddenly stretched out his hand and made a clawing motion. Fortify. As soon as he spoke, the space around Qian Longkong and Shui Linlang was instantly fortified. Their expressions changed because they wouldn't be able to merge into space if it had been fortified. If they'd already merged with space, then the fortification would only be on the surface, and it wouldn't really affect them. Yet now, it drastically affected them, because they couldn't merge into space at all. Suddenly, a ray of violet light flashed, and then the space around Qian Longkong and Shui Linlang instantly returned to normal. Both of them were delighted, and their figures shook and merged into space. Senior Yuan and the others' expressions instantly turned gloomy because they couldn't sense Qian Longkong and Shui Linlang anymore. Watch out! Suddenly, Nye Tian's voice resounded from afar. Senior Yuan and the others' expressions changed drastically. Suddenly, the eyes of a voider from the Qin clan opened wide. Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of him, and that voider was staring fixedly at Yang Yi. It didn't take long for a strand of blood to spray from the center of his forehead. Yang Yi waved his right hand and took the corpse. Yang Yi. Nye Tian's face was extremely gloomy. At this moment, his body was covered in a few dozen injuries. Yang Ye's strength was far inferior to his own, but Yang Ye's speed was much swifter than his. Because of the advantage in speed that Yang Yi possessed, he'd actually been suppressed by Yang Yi. Of course, it wasn't the real reason he was angry. He was actually angry because Yang Yi refused to give the Nye clan any face. Yang Yi was treating the Nye clan with contempt. Yang Yi paid no attention to Nye Tian. He immediately pressed Heaven's gravestone against his forehead. A moment later, his figure transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the moment Yang Ye's figure vanished, numerous afterimages that simply seemed real had appeared throughout the surroundings. Senior Yuan and the last remaining voider of the Qin clan were horrified, because Yang Ye's current speed was at a horrifying level to them. At the same time that Yang Ye's figure vanished, Nye Tian's figure vanished as well. Bang! An explosion resounded abruptly in midair, and then the entire sky shook violently. After that, the afterimages and the surroundings vanished while both Yang Yi and Nye Tian's figures appeared before everyone. At this moment, they were 300 m away from each other. At the moment Yang Yi and Nye Tian stopped in midair, a shrill cry resounded abruptly from afar. Everyone hurriedly moved their gazes away from Yang Yi and Nye Tian, and they gazed at the source of the shrill cry. Two black-robed figures had appeared in front and behind of the old man from the Qin clan, and a dagger was respectively stabbed in the old man's nape and throat. In next to no time, Qin Longkong and Shui Linlang vanished on the spot, and no one could sense their auras anymore. In just a short while, 3 voiders were dead. Nye Tian's face was extremely unsightly. He waved his right hand, and it didn't take long for 10 terrifying auras to appear here. After that, 10 old men arrived here. If Senior Yuan, Nye Qing, and Nye Tian were included, then Nye Tian had 13 voiders on his side. 13 voiders. Nye Tian stared fixedly at Yang Yi and spoke coldly. Yang Yi, you've simply gone mad. They are all experts of our human race. They are the elites of our human race. Yet they didn't die to the demon race and died to you. You. Yang Yi waved his hand and interrupted Nye Tian. Based on what you've just said, my subordinates should be killed by them, right? They aren't dead. Nye Tian spoke fiercely. They are still completely fine and well, right? Yang Yi laughed coldly. What if I didn't get here in time? Wouldn't they be dead? At that time, would you avenge them? Would you? You wouldn't. Patriarch Nye, everyone here is smart, so let's just be frank. All of you joined forces to weaken the strength I possess, right? Nye Tian gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, since it has come to this, I'll just get straight to the point. Yang Yi, out of consideration for the fact that you're a genius, if you're willing to admit your mistakes and hand over a strand of your soul, then I can. Yang Yi interrupted Nye Tian again. What if I refuse? Nye Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. That's not up to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a strange seal with both hands. The wings on Yang Yi's back instantly started to tremble while threads of light appeared on it before trying to coil around Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi tossed the wings into the tiny vortex. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of Nye Tian's mouth. Do you think you'll be fine if you put it away? Now that it's within you, it's exactly what I wanted. Nye Tian's expression suddenly changed at this point, and disbelief filled his eyes. How did you do that? He'd noticed that the connection between him and the restrictions he'd placed within the wings had actually been severed. Yang Yi had removed the restrictions. Yang Yi glanced at Nye Tian and said, go figure. Nye Tian stared fixedly at Yang Yi. A short while later, he waved his hand and said, kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, the voiders around him immediately shot towards Yang Yi. 13 voiders. Yang Yi cracked his neck while ferocity and insanity covered his face. Bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword god's seal on his forehead suddenly emanated a ray of dazzling light. The light was so sharp that no one here dared to look straight at it. Chapter 13:18 Fight. Just fight. Chapter 13:18 Fight. Just fight. Bang. A strand of terrifying sword and tint appeared, and then the voiders that were charging at Yang Yi were instantly blasted away by it. As for the other voiders in the surroundings, they were pushed backwards repeatedly, and they only stopped after moving over 1 kilometer away. All of them were shocked, including Nye Tian. Because the sword intent was clearly not sword intent above the void rank, it was even greater than that. It's the sword god seal. It can improve sword intent. Meanwhile, an expert of the Nye clan stared fixedly at the sword god seal on Yang Yi's forehead, and his hand was trembling. The expressions of the others here had instantly changed as well. The sword god seal. They naturally heard of it in the past. It was considered the #1 void rank treasure on Dark Hell continent. If it was in the hands of others, it wouldn't be really useful, but if it was in the hands of a sword cultivator, it would definitely be a divine weapon. The sword god seal could improve sword intent, and Yang Yi possessed sword intent above the void rank. now that it had been improved further. As soon as they thought of this, the expressions of the experts from the Nye clan and Senior Yuan's group became extremely unsightly. If it was just sword intent above the void rank, then while it would be a threat to them, it would only be a threat. Yet now, Yang Ye's sword intent could completely suppress them. Yang Yi paid no attention to Senior Yuan and the others. He gazed at Qin Longkong and said, "Take all the members of Slayer Pavilion to Dark Hell Continent." Actually, he'd intended to feign compliance with the Nye clan, and then think of a way to leave Heaven Pillar Peak. The Nye clan's scheme was the Nye clan's problem. Moreover, it was against the demon race. So, he just wanted to lead the experts of Slayer Pavilion away and not interfere in the business of the Nye clan and demon race. But he hadn't expected the Nye clan to actually join forces with Senior Yuan's group to kill the experts of Slayer Pavilion. If he was just a little later, then Qin Longkong and Shui Linlang would have definitely died. This allowed Yang Yi to understand that the Nye clan wasn't just acting against the demon race, it was acting against him as well. Since the Nye clan had started to act against him, then why should he hold back? At this moment, he didn't want to continue pretending and playing games with the Nye clan. Fight. Just fight. A swing of the sword was much more effective than any games. Qin Longkong didn't hesitate to immediately lead the experts of Slayer Pavilion away with Shui Linlang. At a time like this, she would naturally not say things like if they were going to leave, then they should leave together. She was no fool. Even though both Shui Linlang and her were voiders, they would only be a burden to Yang Yi if they stayed. What a joke. Meanwhile, one of the voiders from the Nye clan stepped forward and shouted angrily, "What do you think Heaven Pillar Peak is? You think you can just come and go as you wish?" The voider's voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared before him. At the same time, a sword had stabbed into that voider's forehead. He had a dazed expression in his eyes as he gazed at Yang Yi. How? He hadn't even finished speaking when Yang Yi pulled his sword out. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed from that voider's forehead, and then Yang Yi waved his right hand and put the corpse away. "How dare you?" Nye Tian and the others were furious. They were about to attack, but Yang Yi suddenly sheathed his sword and drew it swiftly. Oem! A sword howl tore through the sky, and then a crescent-shaped wave of sword energy swept forward. "Watch out!" Nye Tian was horrified when he saw the sword energy, and he hurriedly warned the others. At the same time, he quickly emanated his aura. He wasn't the only one to react like that. The others by his side had hurriedly done the same to stop the sword energy. Bang! As soon as the auras of 12 voiders collided with Yang Ye's sword energy, a rumbling explosion resounded. At this moment, the entire mountain below them trembled slightly. After that, Lin Xian and the others watched with astonishment as Nye Tian's group was actually blasted almost 300 m back. He'd blasted 12 voiders back with a single swing of the sword. Lin Xian and the others gasped, because Yang Ye's strength was actually terrifying to such a degree. At this moment, no one here was a match for Yang Yi in single combat, including Nye Tian. If they engaged in single combat, Nye Tian would probably be unable to resist even 10 swings of Yang Ye's sword. As for the others, they would probably be unable to even resist one swing of Yang Ye's sword. Lin Xian glanced at Nye Tian's group, and then he shook his head. Because the Nye clan's actions were clearly extremely foolish. They'd actually tacitly approved of Senior Yuan's attack on the Slayer Pavilion. Was Yang Yi someone they could just bully? But he was very well aware that the Nye clan had probably not expected Yang Yi to be such a madman. According to the Nye clan's thought, it was their territory, so even if the experts of the Slayer Pavilion were killed, Yang Yi would have no choice but to swallow his anger and even depend on the Nye clan. Because Yang Yi would be all alone then. If Yang Yi didn't depend on the Nye clan, then he would be no match for Senior Yuan's group. Similarly, Senior Yuan's group would have to depend on the Nye clan because they wouldn't have been able to kill the voiders of Slayer Pavilion without the Nye clan's tacit approval. In short, it was the Nye clan's strategy to level the playing field. However, they'd clearly underestimated Yang Ye's temper. Yang Yi was a madman who possessed formidable strength and dared to do anything. It could be said that the Nye clan had bitten off more than it could chew. Meanwhile, the experts of the Nye clan were astounded when Yang Ye's attack pushed them back. Obviously, They hadn't expected Yang Ye's strength to actually be this terrifying. After he pushed them back, Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack, and he gazed at Lin Xian and the others instead. Everyone, it's inadvisable to stay here. I advise all of you to leave. The master of the Sky Wave sect frowned. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi was about to speak when Nie Tian suddenly roared with fury. Yang Yi, what are you trying to do? Do you realize that the demon race is eyeing us with hostility right now? If they leave, then Heaven Pillar Peak will definitely be lost. At that time, the entire continent will. Yang Yi interrupted Nie Tian and said, stop with all those high-sounding sentiments. You know very well what your Nie clan is trying to achieve. As he spoke, he gazed at Lin Xian and the others. Everyone. The Nie clan said that the demon race wants to attack the human race. But I'm sure you've seen the situation. Is it the human race that's attacking the demon race, or is it the demon race that's attacking the human race? Lin Xian and the others' faces fell. They'd felt that the situation was quite off because the demon race had never shown any signs of attacking since they'd arrived on Heaven Pillar Peak. On the contrary, it was the Nie clan that launched the first attack. As for what the Nie clan said about striking first to gain the advantage, they felt that such a reason was truly too far-fetched. Meanwhile, Old Man Shui from the Sky Wave sect spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, have you found out something? A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. All I know is that the Nie clan hasn't hesitated to drag the entire human race down just for its own selfish desires. What nonsense! Nie Tian spoke coldly. Yang Yi, don't even try to instill suspicion in them. My Nie clan has protected Heaven Pillar Peak for thousands of years. If it wasn't for our Nie clan, the human race would have been annihilated a long time ago. Now, my Nie clan is similarly standing on the front line when the demon race intends to attack the human race. But as a member of the human race, you, Yang Yi, don't just refuse to protect the human race, you're even trying to slander my Nie clan. You deserve death. Meanwhile, Senior Yuan said, everyone, I think it's very likely that Yang Yi has defected to the demon race's side, and he's doing this so that we'll collapse from internal strife. Just take a look. The demon race still hasn't attacked until now, and it's definitely because they are waiting for our human race to fall into internal strife. When he spoke up to this point, his voice grew louder, and he pointed at Yang Yi and said, he has betrayed the human race. The others immediately frowned when they heard this. Actually, Nie Tian and Senior Yuan did make sense. Meanwhile, Old Man Shui stepped forward and said, everyone, no matter what it is, we're all part of the human race. The demon race is about to strike, so we really shouldn't continue engaging in internal strife. What happened earlier really was a misunderstanding, and it's really not necessary to fight to the death for a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk about it? We're all part of the human race, so there is nothing we can't overcome. Talk about it? Nie Tian spoke coldly. He killed a voider of my Nie clan. There's nothing to talk about now. He hadn't attacked because he was very well aware that Yang Yi had utilized a treasure to forcefully improve his sword intent, and it was only temporary. So, he could wait until Yang Yi returned to normal. So long as Yang Ye's sword intent returned to normal, Yang Yi would definitely suffer backlash. At that time, it would be absolutely effortless to kill Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at Old Man Shui and the others. That's all I'll say. What you decide is your business. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and shot up into the sky. Actually, he'd guessed the outcome from the beginning. They would definitely not believe him. After all, when compared to the demon race, they would be more willing to believe the Nie clan. Moreover, some of them might even be thinking that he was sowing discord amongst them and the Nie clan so that he could take advantage of the situation. There were even many who might think that he'd really sided with the demon race. It was an arduous and thankless task. He'd said what he should. Just as he'd said, their decision was their business. When he saw Yang Yi leave, Nie Tian hurriedly said, stop him. Don't let him escape. It'll only take a while for him to start suffering from backlash. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot towards Yang Yi. After that, the experts of the Nie clan and Senior Yuan's group hurriedly followed after him. Yang Yi had improved his sword intent by force, so it would definitely make him suffer backlash. Thus, It was the best opportunity to kill Yang Yi. How could they let such an opportunity slip by? Lin Xian and the others exchanged glances, and they were at a loss for what to do. A short while passed before Lin Xian shook his head. The Nye clan kept telling us not to engage in internal strife, but they are the ones who started it. Alas. Qin Longkong and the others dashed swiftly all along the way. They had to leave the Veiled region as soon as possible, and then head to Doomsday City. A long while later, the space around them suddenly trembled, and then Zier appeared before them. The exit isn't too far away. Head there yourselves. I'm going back for him. She would absolutely not leave Yang Yi behind. Suddenly, an old man walked out from a distant expanse of space. You're going back? There's no need for that. I'll send all of you off. Qin Longkong and the others' expressions changed drastically at the sight of the old man. All of you go on ahead. Zier pressed her palms together and pulled them apart, and then a huge spatial rift appeared in front of Qin Longkong's group. Suddenly, the old man took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of Zier. You're that fellow, Yang Ye's woman, right? You truly deserve a beating. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his palm at Zier's face. Zier's pupils constricted. She wanted to dodge, but she noticed to her horror that her speed had actually become extremely slow. Slap. A clear and resounding slap resounded. Zier spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and then she crashed to the ground. Chapter 1319 I'll be your Zier in my next life too. Chapter 1319 I'll be your Zier in my next life too. Once I'm done with all of you, I'll go deal with that fellow Yang Yi. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he twisted his right hand slightly and space instantly warped. Qin Longkong and the others were horrified because they noticed that they couldn't move at all. It wasn't that they actually couldn't move. It was that their speed seemed to have grown 100 times slower. Even taking a single breath took a few breaths of time. They could only wait for death to arrive. That was what all of them thought. Suddenly, the old man frowned and looked down. At this moment, someone was walking towards where Zier's figure had fallen. It was Yang Yi. Qin Longkong and the others instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw him. Yang Yi arrived at the deep hole in the ground, and his face was completely emotionless as he gazed at Zier who laid within it. However, his hands were trembling incessantly. At this moment, Zier's right cheek was completely swollen, and there was a bloody palm print there. Besides that, the bones and meridians throughout Zier's body were shattered. That wasn't the most severe problem. The most severe problem was that her aura was extremely weak right now, and it seemed like she would die at any moment. The old man had comprehended the laws of time. According to Emo Shaoling, he was a true voider. Zier's strength laid in her spatial techniques, but her physical body was her weakness. So, how could she possibly endure the attack of a true voider? Yang Yi squatted down by Zier's side and stretched out his hand to carry her up. However, his hand had just touched her when her figure shuddered, and then pain appeared on her face. Her bones were completely shattered, coupled with the fact that her meridians were broken. Not to mention moving her, even allowing a breeze to hit her would cause excruciating pain. After all, she wasn't Yang Yi. Yang Yi was practically immune to pain, but she wasn't. Her entire body was extremely weak. Yang Yi stared blankly at her while she was in pain, and then tears couldn't help but flow from his eyes. He placed his hands above Zier without touching her body, and then his violet energy surged madly into her. As soon as it entered her body, her aura immediately stabilized slightly. Meanwhile, Nye Tian and the others arrived here. Nye Tian bowed slightly to the old man and spoke respectfully. Second uncle. The old man nodded slightly, and then he looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, my Nye clan is benevolent and will give you a chance to live. So long as you give us a strand of your soul, my Nye clan is willing to spare you, your woman, and your subordinates. Otherwise, today is the day that all of you die. Actually, it really was quite a pity to kill a genius like Yang Yi. If he could make Yang Yi work for the Nye clan, then not to mention Dark Hell Continent, the Nye clan would even be able to gain a place for itself in the world outside. After all, Yang Yi was a monstrous genius comparable to Jian Wuji. Nye Tian spoke in a low voice. Second uncle, He won't surrender. The old man replied, I know, but I still want to try. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Yang Yi, if you refuse, then it isn't just the people here who'll die. Even your sword alliance will be annihilated. But if you surrender, my Nye clan won't ill-treat you. Moreover, besides 2 people, you won't have to listen to the orders of anyone else in the Nye clan. Everyone looked at Yang Yi and awaited his answer. Meanwhile, the violet mink had recovered under the recuperative effects of Yang Ye's violet energy. Moreover, her internal organs and some meridians had recovered quite a bit. Besides that, she'd regained consciousness. Yang Yi touched her swollen face gently and said, I'm sorry. I was too late. She held his hand and spoke gently, I'm not afraid of death, but I'm afraid of being unable to see you again. So, you must live, you must survive. Yang Yi shook his head and said, I can't guarantee that this time, but I can guarantee that I'll definitely kill the person who hit you. I definitely will, no matter the cost. As he spoke, he pointed at his chest and said, Get in there. If I die, we'll die together. She gazed at him for a long time before tears started to well up in her eyes. I'd thought that I'd become stronger and could help you. However, I still have no choice but to watch as you fight. Aren't I really useless? Yang Yi touched her face gently and revealed a slight smile. Let's talk about that later. Be good and go in there. I'm going to suffer from backlash soon. Zier stretched out her hand to help him wipe off the tears on his face. If there's a cycle of reincarnation, then I'll still be your Zier in my next life. As soon as she finished speaking, she transformed into a ray of violet light that entered Yang Ye's chest. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he looked up at Nye Tian's group. Meanwhile, the old man who led the group said, Yang Yi, my offer is still open. You just have to surrender to my Nye clan and I, Nye Hun, guarantee that your status in the Nye clan will only be inferior to 2 people. Moreover, the Nye clan will help you advance into the Emperor realm and Voider realm. But if you refuse to act sensibly, then the Nye clan will annihilate the Slayer Pavilion and Sword Alliance. Yang Yi closed his eyes and remained silent for a few breaths of time, and then he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Qian Longkong's group. Leave. Qian Longkong and the others bowed slightly to Yang Yi, and then they shot towards the distance. Nye Hun spoke indifferently, they won't be able to escape. Is that so? Yang Yi gazed at Nye Hun. A moment later, his eyes turned red. Moreover, his entire body started to turn red. In the blink of an eye, a pungent smell of blood and baleful energy appeared here. Moreover, Yang Ye's eyes were like oceans of blood. Nye Hun's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight of this, and he said, Kill everyone. At this moment, even an idiot would understand Yang Ye's intentions. Just as Nye Tian had said, Yang Yi wouldn't surrender. Since Yang Yi refused to surrender, then he had to die. Nye Tian and the others nodded, and then they shot after Qian Longkong's group. Suddenly, a blood-red ray of light shot up into the sky. Everywhere it passed, the entire sky was instantly dyed blood red. Nye Tian and the others were shocked, and they were about to stop and resist Yang Yi. However, Nye Hun suddenly said, I'll do it. All of you deal with those assassins. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward while twisting his right hand slightly. In an instant, the blood-red ray of light that frozen on the spot. The laws of time. Nye Tian and the others heaved sighs of relief at the sight of this. They ignored Yang Yi and continued their pursuit. However, a mysterious force suddenly appeared, and then a dazzling glow suddenly erupted from the blood-red ray of light that Nye Hun had frozen on the spot. A moment later, it flashed through the sky. The head of a voider that was around 3 kilometers away had instantly flown into the air. Nye Tian and the others were horrified. They decisively gave up on pursuing Qian Longkong's group, and they immediately converged together before looking vigilantly at Yang Yi, who was emanating a blood-red glow. How could that be possible? Meanwhile, Nye Hun gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. How could you have possibly suppressed my laws? He seemed to have thought of something at this point, and his eyes instantly opened wide. That's the energy of a domain. The sword domain. You've comprehended the sword domain. As he finished speaking, His voice was actually trembling. The sword domain. It was a domain that surpassed all laws of the world. Nye Hun was beyond shocked. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to have actually comprehended the sword domain at such a young age. After all, Jin Wuji hadn't comprehended the sword domain when he was at Yang Ye's age. Yang Yi pressed his blood-red sword against his forehead, and the blood-red wings behind him flapped lightly. Every single flap caused waves of blood-red light to sweep towards the surroundings. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, nor was it necessary. A moment later, the blood-red wings on Yang Ye's back flapped forcefully, and then his figure transformed into a ray of blood-red light that vanished on the spot. Nye Hun was horrified. "Watch out!" As soon as he finished speaking, hiss! A ray of blood-red light pierced through the forehead of a voider that hadn't even been able to react. The eyes of that voider from the Nye clan opened wide as he died, and then his corpse vanished on the spot. Nye Hun hurriedly said, "Suppress him." As soon as they heard Nye Hun's order, the auras of the remaining voiders immediately erupted from within them and pressed down towards Yang Yi. As soon as their auras appeared, a strand of sword intent suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and then their auras were stopped. After being stuck in a stalemate for a short while, Nye Tian and the others' expressions changed drastically because their auras were actually being pushed back. All of them were shocked. They hadn't expected that the auras of so many voiders would actually be unable to suppress Yang Yi. Not only were they unable to suppress Yang Yi, it seemed like they would be suppressed instead. Hold on. It'll take a short while at most for him to suffer backlash. Nye Hun spoke solemnly from afar. He was much stronger than other voiders because he possessed the laws of time. Yet now, the laws of time had no effect on Yang Yi. So, even he had no chance of victory against Yang Yi. After all, Yang Ye's current sword intent had completely surpassed the strength of a voider. However, he was very well aware that Yang Yi would definitely suffer from backlash. Regardless of whether one utilized external sources to improve one's sword intent, cultivation, or something else, there would be a time limit. Just like the situation Yang Yi was in right now. Once its time was up, his sword intent would return to normal. At that time, he would definitely suffer backlash from his sword intent. So, Yang Yi was equivalent to overusing his strength right now. It would only last for a short while. Even though Yang Yi seemed all-powerful right now, it would only last for a short while. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's eyes were closed while his brows were knit tightly together. Moreover, traces of pain could be seen on his face. He was very well aware that he couldn't last for long, and he would suffer backlash very soon. Flee? Flee where? He had nowhere to flee, because they wouldn't let him go. Fleeing would only slightly delay his death. Since he would die anyway, it was better to drag a few down with him. So, when he thought up to this point, a ruthless expression instantly arose on his face. He suddenly opened his eyes, stretched his hand forward, and made a grasping motion, brink. As soon as he spoke, Yang Ye's quasi-returnal rank sword intent instantly started to be compressed. Chapter 13:20 Killing Voiders Like Dogs. Chapter 13:20 Killing Voiders Like Dogs. Quasi-returnal rank sword intent at the brink. Yang Yi was very well aware that bringing his quasi-returnal rank sword intent to the brink would speed up the backlash, but he had no other choice right now. He could only choose such an extreme method. Otherwise, if he were to let it drag on, then his enemies would have no need to even attack him. He himself would be crippled by the backlash from his sword intent. At the moment his sword intent started to condense, Nye Hun and the others' expressions changed drastically. They didn't know what Yang Yi was doing, but they had no doubt that it was very dangerous, extremely dangerous. Retreat. Nye Hun didn't hesitate to retreat with Nye Tian and the others. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying force swept towards them from Yang Yi. As soon as the force appeared, the auras emanated by Nye Hun and the others were immediately obliterated. Moreover, two voiders who hadn't been able to retreat in time were instantly obliterated into bits. At the same time, the space in an area of numerous kilometers around Yang Yi rumbled and collapsed. But that wasn't the end of it. Crack, crack. The space in an area of around 30 m suddenly started to crack apart. Countless arm-thick cracks stretched out incessantly through space. In just an instant, the space in the area had cracked apart like a spider web. As for Nyahan and the others, they'd been blasted almost 10 kilometers away. Because space had collapsed, all of them were within a black hole right now. However, the swallowing force of a black hole was of no threat to experts at their level. Nyahan spoke solemnly. "Repair the space around us." As soon he gave the order, all of them acted in unison. 9 voiders acted simultaneously and instantly repaired the space around them. However, Nyahan's expression suddenly changed drastically. "Watch out." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of blood-red light appeared within their fields of vision. It was extremely swift. It was so swift that it was practically impossible to detect. Nye Tian and the others' hairs stood on end. They were just about to react when the body of one of the voiders suddenly stiffened. A fine blood-red hole had appeared between his brows. At this moment, blood was spraying out of it like a fountain. An instant later, the corpse vanished on the spot. At the same time, a blood-red ray of light appeared once more. "Don't you dare." Nyahan was furious. He waved both his hands, and the space in around 10 kilometers instantly trembled, and then everything seemed to stop. At this moment, Nye Tian and the others noticed that Yang Yi was already in front of one of their companions. Yang Ye's sword was just a few inches away from that voider of the Nye clan. That voider's face instantly turned ghastly pale from fright when he noticed that Yang Ye's sword was just a few inches away from him. If it wasn't for Nyahan, he might not have even been able to react before Yang Yi killed him. But right when he heaved a sigh of relief, a mysterious force suddenly appeared here. After that, Yang Ye's figure moved. Hiss! The blood-red ray of light shot straight into that voider's forehead, and then his eyes opened wide while disbelief filled them. It didn't take long for the color in his eyes to gradually fade, and then his corpse vanished on the spot. Yang Yi, Nyahan's face was covered in ferocity. He'd thought that the laws of time would be able to save that voider, but his laws of time had been instantly suppressed by Yang Ye's sword domain. This time, he understood how terrifying a domain was. The laws couldn't resist a domain at all. At the very least, the laws of time couldn't. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's face started to warp after he instantly killed that voider. Nye Tian and the others were delighted by the sight of this, and Nye Tian said, "Everyone join forces and wait for him to suffer from the backlash of his sword intent." As soon as he finished speaking, Nye Tian and the others swiftly converged with Nyahan. At the same time, the 7 voiders released their auras once more. This time, they didn't use their auras to attack Yang Yi, and they just formed an invisible barrier that protected them. It wasn't that they didn't want to attack Yang Yi, they just didn't dare to. Yang Ye's speed was horrifying by itself. Besides Nyahan, anyone who attacked would definitely be the first to die. Thinking about Yang Ye's speed filled Nye Tian with regret. Why did Yang Yi possess such speed? It was all his fault. If he hadn't given that precious treasure of the Nye clans, Blink, to Yang Yi, even if Yang Yi had improved his sword intent, it was impossible for Yang Yi to be this terrifying. But he just happened to have done exactly that. It could be said that the reason Yang Yi was so terrifying was partially his contribution. Nye Tian wasn't the only one to feel regret. Senior Yuan felt the same way. If he knew Yang Ye's strength was so abnormal, he would have absolutely not become enemies with Yang Yi just for a single voider and young master of the Yuan clan. The consequences of becoming enemies with Yang Yi was that he was the last remaining voider of the Yuan clan. In short, the Yuan clan was finished. It would take a few hundred, or even over 1,000 years to rebuild the Yuan clan, because just a single voider wasn't something that could be fostered in a short period of time. In short, the Yuan clan was finished. Senior Yuan took a deep breath, and the killing intent in his eyes as he gazed at Yang Yi was almost material. Now, all he wanted was vengeance. Nyahan and the others didn't attack, all of them ready for combat. In their opinion, Yang Yi was on the verge of exhaustion. So long as Yang Yi suffered from the backlash of improving his sword intent, then killing Yang Yi would be absolutely easy. Yang Ye's eyes were closed while his brows were pressed together tightly, and his face had started to warp. At the same time, the returnal rank sword intent around him started to become violent and chaotic. Nie Tian and the others were delighted at the sight of it, because they knew that Yang Yi had started to suffer backlash from his sword intent. Nie Hun spoke in a low voice, "Get ready." The others nodded. The profound energy within them started to surge, and they were ready to attack at any moment. Around 3 breaths of time later, Yang Yi suddenly groaned softly with pain, and then the blood-red sword in his grasp fell down from midair. Nie Tian and the others were delighted by the sight of this, and a slight smile curled up on the corners of Nie Hun's mouth. He waved his right hand and said, "Attack!" The others hurriedly retracted their auras, and then charged at Yang Yi. Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and a red glow flashed through them. At the same time, his hand moved slightly, and the falling blood-red sword suddenly flew back into his grasp. A moment later, Yang Yi was gone from where he stood. "Watch out, he hasn't suffered from backlash yet." Nie Hun was shocked. He clenched his right fist and slammed it in Yang Yi's direction. Bang! The spot Yang Yi had been standing on collapsed in an instant, but Yang Yi wasn't there anymore. A shrill cry resounded over 100 m away. Nie Hun looked over, and then ferocity filled his eyes. Because Yang Yi was behind a voider of the Nie clan. As for that voider, he was dead, of course. Yang Yi waved his right hand and took the corpse. A moment later, he stomped his right foot down, and then a ray of blood-red light flashed. Yang Yi's figure transformed into a blood-red ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the moment he vanished, the others were instantly horrified because Yang Yi was absolutely capable of killing anyone he wanted. Just like before, nothing unexpected occurred. At the moment the ray of light appeared, another voider from the Nie clan stiffened on the spot, and there was a very striking blood-red hole on his forehead. Another voider had perished. Only 5 voiders from the Nie clan remained. In other words, 7 had fallen to Yang Yi. 7 voiders, not emperors. Nie Hun and Nie Tian's hearts were bleeding. "Second uncle, we have to retreat." Nie Tian spoke solemnly. "If the experts of our clan continue dying like this, it'll spoil our ancestors' plan." "Retreat?" Nie Hun glanced coldly at Nie Tian and said, "So, all of them died for nothing? Besides that, if we retreat today, the Nie clan will become the laughingstock of both the human race and demon race. Moreover, if he's allowed to leave today, then once he recovers or attains the emperor realm, even our Nie clan would be helpless before him." Nie Tian still wanted to say something, but he swallowed his words when he noticed that Nie Hun's eyes were filled with madness. Actually, he didn't want to leave as well. If they left now, the Nie clan would be utterly humiliated. Moreover, its prestige and influence would decline tremendously. However, if they didn't leave, then Yang Yi. In short, if he knew that Yang Yi was such a madman, he would have definitely not agreed to let Senior Yuan's group kill the experts of the Slayer Pavilion. Even if the Nie clan could kill Yang Yi, it suffered a huge loss. Suddenly, one of the voiders suddenly spoke. "Look at him." All of them looked at Yang Yi when they heard this. They saw Yang Yi was covered in sweat, and his face had warped. Moreover, his entire body was trembling violently. At the same time, they sensed that the sword intent around Yang Yi was actually weakening slowly. "He's suffering from backlash." Nie Hun and the others were delighted, and there was joy and excitement in their eyes. After waiting for so long and losing so many, they'd finally waited until Yang Yi suffered from backlash. So, how could they not feel excited and happy? Nie Tian asked, "Should we attack?" Nie Hun shook his head. "Let's wait a while." Nie Tian nodded. Actually, he was quite afraid that Yang Yi was acting. He wasn't the only one. The other voiders of the Nie clan were of the same mind. Nie Hun and the others stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's body started trembling even more violently while the sword intent around him grew weaker and weaker. Obviously, he was suffering from backlash, but Nie Hun and the others still didn't dare to attack. They were really quite afraid of him, and even Nie Hun feared Yang Yi. Time passed by slowly. At this moment, the sword intent around Yang Yi had returned to normal. Nie Hun ordered decisively, "Attack!" Suddenly, Yang Yi opened his eyes. Nie Tian and the others' eyelids immediately twitched at the sight of this, and they stopped on the spot. "Attack! He can't hold on anymore." As soon as Nie Hun finished speaking, he took the lead and charged at Yang Yi. Nie Tian and the others stopped hesitating, and they charged at Yang Yi as well. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. At this moment, all he wanted was to sleep. Suddenly, a ray of violet light flashed, and then Zier appeared before him. She didn't speak and laid down gently in his arms before hugging him tightly. Yang Yi opened his eyes slightly. He glanced at the voiders who were charging at him, and then he glanced at Zier. Zier, Zier, Zier. Yang Yi suddenly bit the tip of his tongue, and the sharp pain caused his heavy mind to instantly clear up tremendously. He held tightly to Zier with his left hand, while he stretched out his right hand. Ignite. Chapter 1321 The Human Race is Unnecessary. Chapter 1321 The Human Race is Unnecessary. Bang! As soon as Yang Yi spoke, a terrifying aura surged out explosively from within him, and then Nie Tian and the others who were charging at him were instantly blasted around 300 and back. Nie Tian and the others were astounded. At this moment, Yang Ye's face had warped to the extreme. Obviously, he was enduring excruciating pain. His body was emanating faint flames, and his aura was rising explosively. His aura was growing stronger and stronger. He's using a secret technique to improve his cultivation. Stop him. Nie Hun was shocked. Yang Yi was just a quasi-emperor, yet Yang Ye's strength was already so terrifying. If Yang Yi attained the emperor realm, he didn't dare imagine what would happen. Nie Hun didn't hesitate to stretch his right hand forward and claw at Yang Yi. In an instant, a huge palm instantly emerged from the space before Yang Yi and clawed forcefully at Yang Yi and Zier. It was about to tear them to bits. Meanwhile, Nie Tian and the others didn't just stand by idly, and they attacked in unison as well. Just thinking about Yang Yi attaining the emperor realm caused a chill to run down their spines. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Bang! A terrifying aura erupted from Yang Yi once more. This aura was countless times stronger than before, and it caused Nie Hun's attack to be instantly obliterated. The Emperor Realm. Nie Hun's pupils constricted at the sight of this. Retreat. Retreat right now. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered about the Nie clan's honor. All he knew was that if they didn't retreat right now, then they wouldn't be able to do so forever. As soon as he spoke, Nie Hun turned around and vanished into the horizon. Nie Tian and the others reacted comparatively slowly, and they only reacted once they saw Nie Hun retreat. At this moment, they'd realized how serious the situation was. The Emperor Realm. Yang Yi had attained the Emperor Realm, and a chill ran down their spines when they thought up to this point. All of them fled in succession. Suddenly, Yang Yi moved. He sheathed his sword into the ancient sheath before swiftly drawing it once more. OM! A sword howl resounded. This sword howl was unlike the previous sword howls. As soon as it resounded, the space in front of Yang Yi instantly cracked apart. At the same time, a beam of sword energy shot out from Yang Ye's ancient sheath. 700 overlapped heaven rends. A voider of the Nie clan wasn't even able to react before the sword energy pierced through him. His figure stiffened on the spot, and then his figure exploded in midair and was obliterated. As for the sword energy, it hadn't vanished, and it continued forward. Space continued to collapse, inch by inch, as it shot forward. Nie Tian and the others were horrified by the sight of this, and they hurriedly dodged to the side. In the end, they watched as it vanished into the sky. Behind the sword energy was an extremely long spatial rift that was around 300 m wide, and it stretched all the way into the sky. Nie Tian and the others turned pale when they noticed it. Meanwhile, another sword howl resounded from afar. Their figures instantly trembled upon hearing it, because they knew that someone else was about to die. It wasn't something they could dodge, let alone resist. Actually, if they hadn't fled and joined forces, then it wouldn't be too difficult for them to stop Yang Ye's attacks. However, their minds had fallen into chaos when they saw Yang Yi attain the Emperor Realm. At such a time, they had no intention to resist Yang Yi, and they only wanted to flee for their lives. As the sword howl resounded, Nie Tian's entire body shook, but he heaved a sigh of relief. Because he was still alive. He turned to look, and he saw the senior Yuan's figure had stiffened not too far away from him. Nye Tian paid no attention to senior Yuan, and he immediately shouted at the last survivor, "Nye Qing, let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, both of them raised their speeds to its limits and instantly appeared 5,000 kilometers away. Even though they'd fled so swiftly, their hearts were still filled with terror. They were absolutely afraid that another sword howl would resound from behind them. It didn't take long for them to heave sighs of relief because no sword howl had resounded. There would be none, of course, because Yang Yi was on the verge of collapse. Yang Ye's entire body was trembling as if he was freezing. The sword god's seal on his forehead was shaking incessantly, and his sword intent was fluctuating between a strong and weak state. Moreover, it was very violent. It wasn't just his sword intent, even his aura was very chaotic. He'd been suffering backlash from improving his sword intent, and then he forcefully ignited his soul to attain the Emperor realm. So, the backlash he suffered didn't affect just his mind and soul, it affected his body as well. Double backlash. The reason he hadn't lost consciousness was entirely because of his willpower. Zier was right before him, so how could he lose consciousness? It was exactly his willpower that had allowed him to kill 2 voiders in succession while suffering the backlash from his sword intent and even prevent himself from losing consciousness until now. As she gazed at Yang Yi, Zier's heart felt like it was bleeding. She hugged him tightly and spoke with a trembling voice, Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, she took Yang Yi along as she transformed into a ray of violet light that vanished on the spot. The demon race. In the Demon Empress Palace, the Empress who sat cross-legged at its entrance suddenly opened her eyes, and then a smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. 11 out of 14 voiders perished. Haha. Looks like allowing Yang Yi to return was the right choice. As she spoke, she looked up at the sky and said, "Such forbearance." He didn't act even after so many voiders died. Interesting indeed. Emo Shaoling, who was beside the Demon Empress, spoke coldly. That fellow, Yang Yi, is really a fool. He actually let 3 escape. The Empress chuckled softly and said, "He's extremely formidable." Her face gradually became solemn at this point. He's a true genius. If he's given another 5 years, then there'll probably be no one on this continent who'd be a match for him. Of course, my Shaoling is excluded from that. Emo Shaoling gently rubbed the multicolored snake on her arm and said, "While I don't like him, his natural talent is extremely formidable. He can be considered a genius even in the large world. Of course, there's quite a gap between us. Because his bloodline is of a low grade, so his accomplishments are limited. Unless he can overcome the shackles of his bloodline. Otherwise, he can only be considered a genius and not a monstrous genius. But the shackles of one's bloodline, it's difficult, extremely difficult. Even that fellow from this world of yours who was once called the Sword God had been unable to accomplish that." The Demon Empress frowned slightly. His bloodline? Mo Shaoling spoke indifferently. Besides their own harm work and luck, the reason many geniuses are able to advance to the Emperor realm or Voider realm in a short time is their bloodline. Just like me. The reason I'm able to attain such accomplishments at my age is mainly my bloodline. The Demon Empress fell silent for a short while before she said, "Then since Yang Yi had been able to attain his current accomplishments in such a short time and possess such terrifying strength, is it because his bloodline is of a very high grade?" Emo Shaoling frowned slightly, and she remained silent for a short while before she replied, "I didn't sense anything special about his bloodline. There are 3 reasons for that. The first is that he hasn't awakened it. The second is he doesn't possess a formidable bloodline. The third is," the Demon Empress asked, "What is it?" Emo Shaoling answered, "His bloodline is greater than mine, so I can't sense it. But that's utterly impossible, because no person or demon's bloodline is more noble than mine in this universe. Even the Heavenly Dragon clan is only on par with my divine, on par with the bloodline of my clan." As she finished speaking, Emo Shaoling's voice was filled with incomparable confidence and pride. Emo Shaoling was very confident and proud, but she didn't make others feel like she was acting, nor did it make others feel uncomfortable. It felt like she should be that confident and proud. The demon empress glanced at Emo Shaoling. Obviously, Emo Shaoling refused to reveal her identity to the demon empress. However, the demon empress was a smart person, so she didn't ask. There was always a limit to things, and if one went past those limits, then even friends were very likely to become enemies. The demon empress stood up slowly and walked over to Emo Shaoling's side. She took Emo Shaoling's hand before starting to walk towards the distance. At the same time, the demon empress voice resounded through the sky. Tell the leaders of the 12 clans to see me. I want to see them within 10 breaths of time. Besides that, order all the demon beasts at the Emperor realm and above to prepare themselves and await my command. As soon as she finished, she looked down and glanced at Emo Shaoling before she said, the human race is unnecessary in this world. Heaven Pillar Peak. Yang Yi has betrayed the human race. These were the first words that Nye Hun spoke upon returning to Heaven Pillar Peak. It didn't take long for Nye Clan's forces to spread the news of Yang Yi's betrayal throughout the continent. As for whether Yang Yi had really betrayed the human race and sided with the demon race, no one thought about that, because everyone said that he had. At this moment, countless people throughout the Veiled region were cursing Yang Yi, and there were even some profounders who'd formed groups to search for Yang Yi with the intention of eliminating him for the human race. However, once they heard that Yang Yi had killed over 10 voiders at the Nye clan, all of those people who wanted to eliminate him on behalf of the human race had instantly vanished. Since they couldn't act against him, they could only use their mouths. So, everyone throughout the Veiled region was cursing Yang Yi, and even the Sword Alliance and Slayer Pavilion weren't able to avoid being implicated. As for the main character of the incident, Yang Yi, life was worse than death for him right now. Zier had brought Yang Yi to a dense forest. Yang Yi was lying on a huge rock while his body twitched incessantly. His face wasn't just pale as a sheet, it was even severely warped. He looked rather fierce and terrifying. It would be comparatively better if he'd fallen unconscious, but he just so happened to be awake. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, there was nothing more painful in the world than this. Zier was at quite a loss for what to do, because she didn't know how to help Yang Yi at all. If it was possible, she was willing to help Yang Yi endure such pain, but it wasn't. She felt helpless. She could only watch as Yang Yi suffered. Meanwhile, Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at Zier. As he looked at her face that was covered in tears, a smile appeared on his ghastly pale face. It's just a while of pain. It'll pass very quickly. Zier didn't speak, and she just cried and cried. A bitter smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. He'd forcefully improved his sword intent, and then he'd ignited his soul to improve his cultivation. This time, it wasn't just his sword intent that would drop, even his cultivation might drop as well. I really did it this time. What should I do? I don't want to lose my sword intent or cultivation. Chapter 1322. I'm going to take his head. Chapter 1322. I'm going to take his head. Regardless of whether it was his sword intent or cultivation that dropped, it would be a heavy blow to Yang Yi, because it meant that his strength would drop tremendously. Yet now, it was very likely for both his cultivation and sword intent to drop. Once that happened, it would definitely be a calamity for him. However, even if he did it all over again, he would still choose to ignite his soul. After all, losing a portion of his cultivation and sword intent was better than death. Yang Yi heaved out a long breath of air, and then he closed his eyes slowly and waited for his sword intent and cultivation to drop. At this moment, his sword intent was at the rebirth rank while his cultivation was at the Emperor realm, but he knew that it wouldn't be at that level soon. Suddenly, Yang Yi frowned because the tiny vortex within him suddenly spun. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi hurriedly said, "Give me violet crystals." Yang Ye's voice was trembling because the tiny vortex had asked for spirit energy. In other words, it intended to help him? Just thinking about that caused hope to burn once more within Yang Yi. Zier was stunned, and then she hurriedly withdrew violet crystals and fed them to Yang Yi. A few breaths of time later, Yang Yi shook his head and said, "This isn't working. It's too slow. Quickly get Snowy out here." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Zier hurriedly waved her right hand. In an instant, Snowy emerged from Yang Ye's chest. At this moment, she was clearly sleeping, and both her eyes were closed. Zier grabbed Snowy and patted her but lightly. After that, Zier pointed at Yang Yi and said, "Give him spirit energy. Quickly, the more the better, and the faster the better." Snowy opened her eyes. When she saw the anxiousness in Zier's eyes, she blinked and followed along Zier's hand to gaze at Yang Yi. As soon as she saw Yang Ye's horrifying state, she instantly shuddered before pouncing onto Yang Ye's chest. She ceaselessly rubbed her head against Yang Ye's chest and seemed as if she was asking, "How did this happen to you?" Yang Yi didn't know whether he should laugh or cry, and he could only gaze at Zier. Zier hurriedly grabbed Snowy and said, "Stop crying for now. He needs spirit energy. Give him spirit energy. He needs a huge amount of it." Snowy raised her little claw and wiped away the tears of spirit energy on the corners of her eyes, and then she didn't hesitate to fly over to Yang Yi. She wrapped her claws around Yang Ye's face before pressing her mouth against Yang Ye's mouth. After that, Yang Yi and Zier watched with astonishment as strands of seemingly solid, profound energy surged out madly from her mouth and into Yang Ye's mouth. Yang Ye's eyes instantly opened wide because his stomach was expanding at a visible speed. He hurriedly gazed at Zier to plead for help, and then Zier quickly grabbed Snowy. Snowy blinked while bewilderment filled her eyes. Cough. Yang Yi coughed, and then a strand of spirit energy instantly emerged from his mouth. He gazed at Snowy and laughed bitterly. "It's too much. Take it slow. Don't give me so much right away." Earlier, the spirit energy that entered him had almost filled him up to the point of exploding. Snowy revealed a brilliant smile. She flew over to Yang Yi, kissed Yang Yi again, and then spirit energy surged slowly into Yang Yi. The tiny vortex immediately started spinning when the spirit energy entered him, and then all the spirit energy was completely absorbed by it. It didn't take long for threads of violet energy to emerge from the tiny vortex. Once the violet energy flowed out, it was swiftly absorbed by Yang Ye's body. As more and more violet energy was absorbed into his body, Yang Yi noticed that his body was undergoing some sort of change. However, his cultivation had still dropped to the quasi-emperor realm. But Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised to notice that it didn't stop further. He'd expected that it was very likely for his cultivation to decline to the saint realm, because when he'd done so in the past and suffered the backlash from it, it would cause him to lose a realm of cultivation or even more. Yet now, his cultivation had actually not declined. It hadn't dropped. Yang Yi was overjoyed. His life would truly be filled with darkness if it fell to the saint realm. After all, he had to return to the radiant dimension and look for Lady as well. If he became a saint, how could he return to the radiant dimension or go see Lady? Actually, that was quite far away. Even if pressing matters were considered, he wouldn't be able to resist the Nye clan if his cultivation fell to the saint realm. Fortunately, it hadn't. Suddenly, Yang Ye's expression changed because his sword intent was starting to undergo a change. Am I going to drop back down to the void rank? Yang Ye's heart tensed up. The tiny vortex could help him stabilize his cultivation, but it couldn't stabilize his sword intent. The Sword God Seal. Yang Yi suddenly thought of the Sword God Seal, and then he hurriedly activated it. In an instant, it appeared on his forehead. As soon as that happened, Yang Yi was pleasantly surprised because the sword intent around him started to stabilize. It didn't take long for his sword intent to grow more and more stable, and it showed no signs of dropping. Around an hour later, Yang Yi truly heaved a sigh of relief. His sword intent had stabilized. Both his sword intent and cultivation had stabilized. Yang Yi took a deep breath and gazed at Snowy. He grinned, grabbed her, and kissed her. This time, it was actually all thanks to Snowy. If Snowy hadn't provided so much spirit energy to him, then even the tiny vortex wouldn't have been able to help him. Because his cultivation had been stabilized by relying on countless strands of primordial violet energy. If the spirit energy he provided the tiny vortex was insufficient, his cultivation would definitely drop. At that time, even the tiny vortex wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. Snowy wrapped her claws around Yang Yi and rubbed her head lightly against Yang Ye's face. She was smiling as well when she saw that Yang Yi was fine. Zier heaved a sigh of relief. walked over to Yang Ye's side, and then held Yang Ye's hand tightly. Earlier, she was absolutely worried. Fortunately, Yang Yi was fine. Yang Yi glanced at Zier, glanced at Snowy, and then smiled. I'm fine now. He knew that the state he was in just now had terrified them. Especially Zier, her face was still covered in tears. After playing with Zier and Snowy for a while, Yang Yi sat cross-legged and quickly recovered his profound energy with Snowy's help. Moreover, he returned to his prime as well. Yang Yi stood up and gazed at Zier. A faint palm print still lingered on her right cheek. It was Nia Hun who left it on her cheek. Yang Ye's face instantly turned gloomy at the sight of it. He'd wanted to kill Nia Hun earlier, but Nia Hun was the strongest, so it was impossible to kill Nia Hun with a single attack. Moreover, once he was locked in combat with Nia Hun, it would definitely waste a huge amount of time. But at that time was what he lacked the most. So, he hadn't chosen to attack and kill Nia Hun first. As for when he'd ignited his soul, attained the Emperor realm, and had the strength to kill Nia Hun had fled so quickly that it was too late for Yang Yi to kill him. Zier took Yang Ye's hand and shook her head slightly. I'm fine now. Yang Yi took a deep breath and touched her cheek gently. A short while passed before a vicious glow flashed through his eyes. Let's go. As he spoke, he took Zier's hand and shot up into the sky. This isn't the way back to Dark Hell Continent. Where are you going? I'm going to take the head of that fellow who hit you. Heaven Pillar Peak. Nia Hun sat at the seat of the host within a palace hall. The experts of the 3 sects and 6 cities were before him. Actually, it was only 3 sects and 3 cities, because the Yuan clan, Yun clan, and Qing clan had been annihilated. The atmosphere here was quite heavy. It wasn't a secret that Yang Yi had killed around 10 voiders of the Nye clan. In other words, the Nye clan had suffered heavy losses. Now, the human race had a powerful enemy like the demon race. In short, the human race's future was worrying. Actually, the 3 sects and 3 cities were quite displeased with the Nye clan. Because if Nye Tian hadn't joined forces with Senior Yuan's group to kill the experts of Slayer Pavilion, Yang Yi would have definitely not flared up like that. It could be said that the Nye clan bore the greatest responsibility for the situation becoming what it was. However, they would naturally not speak about it right now. The Nye clan had suffered heavy losses. If they acted against the Nye clan now, then the human race would really have no hope. Moreover, once the demon army breached Heaven Pillar Peak, then not to mention their homes in the Veiled region, even they would be unable to avoid death and destruction. Now, it was a moment that required them to be united. Suddenly, Nye Qing walked in, and her face was quite unsightly. Nia Hun gazed at her and asked, "What is it?" Nye Qing spoke solemnly. "The demon race has started to move. I knew Yang Yi had sided with the demon race. It really is as we'd expected." Nye Hun clenched his fists tightly as he glanced at the experts here. "Everyone, just look. The demon race just happened to attack at a time like this. Why? It's because of Yang Yi. Yang Yi has betrayed the human race. It was definitely the demon race that made him attack my Nye clan earlier." Lin Xian and the others fell silent, and their faces were quite unsightly. Has Yang Yi really sided with the demon race? If he really has, then it's definitely a calamity for the human race. After all, besides Yang Ye's own strength, he had the Slayer Pavilion and Sword Alliance. Their joint forces couldn't be underestimated, especially Yang Yi and the Slayer Pavilion. Could anyone stop them if they concealed themselves and assassinated the people here? Just thinking about it caused their hearts to grow even heavier. Meanwhile, Nye Hun suddenly stood up and said, "Everyone, internal issues should be resolved first before external issues can be considered. So, I've decided to annihilate the Sword Alliance, Slayer Pavilion, and Yang Yi before putting our full strength to dealing with the demon race. Otherwise, if Yang Ye's forces stab us in the back while we're fighting the demon race. Everyone, I'm sure all of you don't want to be targeted by a group of assassins, right?" "I object." Lin Xian stepped forward and said, "Brother Nye Hun, the demon race's army is about to attack. If we go attack Yang Yi now, we'll definitely suffer a pincer attack. If that happens, the situation will be even more disadvantageous to us. So, We should summon all the experts of the Veiled region to Heaven Pillar Peak and defend it to our deaths. We should protect the human race and not seek revenge from Yang Yi. I agree. Meanwhile, Old Man Shui from the Sky Wave sect stepped forward as well. Our main priority is to defend Heaven Pillar Peak. Nie Hun glanced at them and spoke coldly. That's true. But have you thought about what we would do if Yang Yi leads his group of assassins to suddenly launch a surprise attack on us while we're in battle with the demon race? Don't tell me he wouldn't. No one can guarantee that. Lin Qian and Old Man Shui fell silent. Meanwhile, Nie Hun added, why don't we do this? We'll send some forces to capture those fellows in the Sword Alliance, and then use them to threaten Yang Yi so that. Nie Hun had just spoken up to this point when something unexpected occurred. A ray of light suddenly appeared here. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically, and the hairs on Nie Hun's body even stood on end. Chapter 1323 Assault on the Nie Clan. Chapter 1323 Assault on the Nie Clan. Yang Yi. That was the first thought that came to their minds. Yang Yi had come back. At the moment he saw the ray of light, Nie Hun's hairs had stood on end because it was aimed at him. Yang Yi had come back to kill him. What a madman. Nie Hun wasn't the only one who hadn't expected Yang Yi to come back. Everyone here hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually attack Heaven Pillar Peak again. After all, it was the Nie clan's base. Nie Hun didn't have the time to think. At the moment the ray of light appeared, a terrifying aura erupted from within him and formed a shield before him. At the same time, numerous strands of seemingly solid golden profound energy formed barriers that layered around him. They formed at least 10,000 layers. However, Nie Hun still didn't feel at ease, and he withdrew a shield and raised it in front of himself. Hiss. As soon as Nie Hun's aura came into contact with the ray of light, it dispersed in an instant. The blood-red sword stabbed straight through onto the profound energy barriers. The barriers shook slightly before collapsing in an instant. After that, the sword struck against the shield before Nie Hun. The shield wasn't at the void rank, so the sword wasn't obstructed at all and pierced straight through it. However, Nie Hun had already vanished on the spot. At the moment Nie Hun's figure vanished, the ray of light vanished as well. After that, the space in the surroundings trembled slightly before a ray of light suddenly flashed out from space, and Nie Hun was like 3 m away from it. Nie Hun's expression changed when he noticed the ray of light. However, he was on guard now, so he was about to react. Suddenly, he frowned because the ray of light was just a strand of sword energy. In other words, Yang Yi wasn't in front of him. Nie Hun seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly constricted before he swiftly turned to look at Nie Tian. Watch out! Nie Tian was slightly stunned. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He was just about to move away when the space around him suddenly contracted. At the same time, a strand of terrifying sword intent pressed down upon him. The contraction of space coupled with the suppression of the sword intent caused his movement to slow down momentarily, and it was exactly that instant which allowed a ray of light to pierce through his forehead. Nie Tian's eyes opened wide. Hiss! A string of blood sprayed from his forehead, and then Nie Tian's corpse vanished on the spot along with Yang Yi. Where do you think you're going? Nie Hun was furious. He stretched his hand forward and made a clawing motion. The space in the distance warped in an instant, but it only took a moment for the space there to return to normal. Nie Hun was stunned, and then his face became extremely unsightly. Because Yang Yi was gone. A humiliation. Nie Hun clenched his fists, while seemingly material killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Yang Yi had already killed so many voiders of the Nie clan, and it had caused the Nie clan to be completely disgraced. Yet now, Yang Yi had just come straight to the Nie clan and killed a voider before swaggering off. It was an absolute humiliation. It was definitely an absolute humiliation to the Nie clan. The experts of the 3 sects and 3 cities remained silent. They'd witnessed Yang Yi's strength. It wouldn't be that bad if it was a head-on battle, but if Yang Yi were to hide and launch surprise attacks, then could anyone stop him? Besides Nie Hun, no one else here could resist Yang Yi's attacks. Moreover, even Nie Hun couldn't keep up with Yang Yi's speed. They were sandwiched between the demon race and Yang Yi. All of them had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, especially the members of the Nye clan. Yang Yi was clearly targeting them. In other words, they never knew when Yang Yi might suddenly launch an attack on them. Just thinking about it caused the countenances of countless members of the Nye clan, including Nye Qing, to turn pale. Suddenly, a profounder of the Nye clan charged into the hall. His face was quite pale while terror could be seen in his eyes. He seemed like he'd encountered something terrifying. Nye spoke in a low voice, "What's going on?" That profounder gulped and replied, "They're dead. So many are dead. So many just suddenly had their heads chopped off." Nyehan's expression changed, and he shot out of the hall with the others. There were corpses everywhere. All of them belonged to the emperors of the Nye clan. All of them had no heads, and the cut on their necks were smooth like a mirror. It had been done by a sword. Yang Yi. Nye clenched his fists tightly while a ferocious expression covered his face. He didn't have to think to know that it was Yang Yi who'd done it. However, that wasn't the end. Corpses were appearing successively throughout Heaven Pillar Peak. All of them lost their lives from a single attack and didn't even have the chance to let out a shrill cry. In just 15 minutes, around 300 headless corpses had appeared in the Nye clan, and all of them belonged to emperors. At this moment, Yang Yi was like a god of death, and he was ceaselessly reaping the lives of the Nye clan's experts. Nye leaped up into the air, and then he glanced at the surroundings and spoke fiercely, "Yang Yi, you like to kill? Huh? All right, I'll let you do that. I'm heading to Dark Hell Continent right now, and I'll annihilate everyone in your Sword Alliance." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot towards the distance. He was very well aware that there was only one way to make Yang Yi show himself, and it was to attack the Sword Alliance. Because if Yang Yi cared about it, he would definitely stop and fight him. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed through the air and instantly arrived before Nye. A wisp of ferocity arose on the corners of Nye's mouth. He'd guessed that this would happen, so he tapped his finger forward at the same time the ray of light appeared. A circle of white light immediately erupted from his finger. Bang! As soon as the ray of light and the circle of white light came into contact, a terrifying wave of energy immediately erupted and shot swiftly towards the surroundings. In an instant, the sky was covered in the wave of energy. The space throughout the sky started to tremble violently before it, and it was an absolutely shocking sight. OM! Suddenly, a sword howl resounded in the sky, and then everyone watched as a ray of sword energy appeared in the sky and shot towards Nye. Not only was the wave of energy torn apart in its wake, even space was torn apart with ease. Nye's face was gloomy, and white light flickered on his right hand. If Yang Yi raised his sword intent to a higher level or increased his cultivation to the Emperor realm, then Nye might fear Yang Yi a little. Yet now, Yang Yi's combat strength was just stronger than an ordinary voider, and it was far from sufficient to pose a threat to him. When the sword energy arrived around 50 m away from him, Nye flipped his palm and slapped it forward. A ray of white light formed a crescent that shot out from his palm. The sword energy and crescent of white light slammed against each other in midair. Bang! They exploded on contact. Meanwhile, another ray of sword energy tore through the sky and shot towards Nye. This time, it was extremely swift and a few times swifter than the last strand of sword energy. Nye's pupils had constricted slightly at the sight of it, and he instinctively raised his right hand and slammed it forward. A ray of white light instantly surged forward. Bang! Rumbling resounded as the sword energy was dispersed. But a sword had appeared in Nye's field of vision, and when the sword collided with the white light was instantly sliced apart before the sword continued forward and arrived in front of Nye. Yang Yi was behind the sword. The sword had just arrived before him when the powerful force it carried slammed Nye around 10 steps back. Meanwhile, the sword had arrived just a few dozen centimeters away from Nye's forehead. Nye's eyes narrowed slightly while he pressed his palms together and clamped down on Yang Yi's sword. Once he did that, he turned to look at the others from the 3 sects and 3 cities before speaking angrily. "What are all of you still watching for? Quickly kill him." He'd realized that just his strength was utterly insufficient to kill Yang Yi. Because the laws of time were useless against Yang Yi. The experts of the 3 cities and 3 sects looked at each other. Kill Yang Yi? Yang Yi was clearly just attacking the Nye clan now. If they acted against him, it would be equivalent to declaring war against Yang Yi. Based on Yang Yi's character, he would definitely take revenge on them. But if they didn't attack and allowed Yang Yi to continue killing, then the human race's experts would have been almost annihilated before the demon race even attacks. All of them were quite hesitant. They were hesitant, but the experts of the Nye clan didn't dare to hesitate. The only remaining voider here, Nye Qing, immediately shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned to glance at Nye Qing. A moment later, the wings behind him flapped, and then he instantly vanished on the spot. Nye Hun cried out involuntarily, "Watch out!" As soon as his voice resounded, Nye Qing's expression changed drastically. She was just about to retreat when a strand of sword and tint suddenly pressed down upon her. At the same time, the space around her suddenly froze and weighed down upon her. The weight of space and the pressure from the sword and tint instantly immobilized her. Meanwhile, a ray of light pierced through her forehead. Nye Qing's eyes opened wide. A moment of silence ensued before a wisp of misery appeared on the corners of her mouth. I shouldn't have brought you here." Hiss. As soon as she finished speaking, a strand of blood sprayed from her forehead, and then the color in Nye Qing's eyes dimmed down. Yang Yi waved his right hand behind Nye Qing and stored her corpse in his spatial ring. Yang Yi. Nye Hun's eyes almost split apart with rage. He was about to attack when the furious howls of demon beasts suddenly resounded from outside Heaven Pillar Peak. After that, the ground seemed to tremble while a huge black cloud appeared in the sky. The black cloud was approaching rapidly. The demon race was attacking. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically at the sight of this. Meanwhile, Lin Qian stepped forward and cupped his fist to Yang Yi. "Brother Yang Yi, it's a moment of life and death for the human race right now. Please put aside your enmity and face the demon race with us." The Nye clan had suffered heavy losses while 3 of the 6 cities had been annihilated by Yang Yi. So if Yang Yi was still unwilling to help them resist the demon race, then the human race would truly be finished. Yang Yi looked up at the sky, and then a cold smile arose on the corners of his mouth. "Fight the demon race? Do I have nothing better to do?" The expressions of everyone here instantly became unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. Chapter 1324 Regret. Chapter 1324 Regret. Fight the demon race? If the Nye clan hadn't done what it had done, then Yang Yi might help them against the demon race. After all, allowing the demon race into the human race's territory wasn't beneficial to him at all. However, the Nye clan had clearly caused this war on purpose. The Nye clan wanted to use them to keep the entire demon race busy, and while they fought with their lives against the demon race, the Nye clan would try to benefit from it. Yang Yi would naturally not do something like that. If it was put in simpler terms, the Nye clan wanted to use morals and righteousness to bind them to this. Besides doing it for the sake of the human race, the experts of the 3 cities and 3 sects had stayed behind for another reason, and it was that their homes were in the Veiled region. Once Heaven Pillar Peak was breached, everything they had in the Veiled region would be gone. So, even if they knew something was off, they still intended to stay and fight the demon race with the Nye clan. What about Yang Yi? He only had the Slayer Pavilion in the Veiled region, but they left the Veiled region. So, it could be said that he had no further ties to the Veiled region. Moreover, why was the demon race attacking? Wasn't it because the Nye clan was scheming to seize a treasure that belonged to the demon race? The Nye clan hadn't hesitated to start a war in order to obtain a treasure that belonged to the demon race, and it even dragged down all the profounders of the human race. So, how could Yang Yi possibly help the Nye clan against the demon race? Yang Yi paid no attention to the others here, and he just glanced coldly at Nye Hun. Nye Hun was looking at Yang Yi as well, and killing intent flickered in his eyes. Yang Yi didn't attack again. His figure shook and vanished on the spot. It was impossible for him to kill Nye Hun in a head-on battle unless he raised his sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank again, or used his sword intent to improve his cultivation again. However, Yang Yi wouldn't dare do that again. He had good luck earlier, so his sword intent and cultivation hadn't dropped. But if he did it again, he might not have such good luck again. Nye Hun's face grew even more unsightly when he saw Yang Yi conceal himself again. If Yang Yi didn't have the sword domain, then it would really be quite easy for him to kill Yang Yi. It would be the same even if Yang Yi raised his sword intent or cultivation to a higher level. But Yang Yi possessed the sword domain, and it completely suppressed his laws of time. He was just slightly stronger than an ordinary voider once he lost the advantage from the laws of time. Simply speaking, he was helpless against Yang Yi. Whenever he thought about how the Nye clan had lost around a dozen voiders and a few hundred emperors, Nye Hun's heart felt like it was bleeding. They were experts that the Nye clan had used innumerable years to foster. Yet now, they were gone in just a short span of time. As for the reason why all this happened, it was because of a decision Nye Tian had made. There hadn't been any irreconcilable enmity between Yang Yi and the Nye clan, but Nye Tian had foolishly chosen to try and bring balance to the strengths of both sides, and he decided to help the Yuan clan's forces annihilate the experts of Slayer Pavilion. In the end, they failed to kill their targets and caused the Nye clan to lose so many experts instead. Even Nye Tian himself died because of it. It wasn't worth it. It really wasn't worth it. Bang! Suddenly, Heaven Pillar Peak shook violently. Everyone here was shocked and hurriedly turned around. They saw a group of enormous mammoths charging in their direction. The mammoths were truly too huge. Just their heights were around 300 m, so they simply seemed like mountains. All of the mammoths were covered in thick black scale armor. Especially the mammoth that led the group. It even had a sharp spike that was around 30 m long. There were many mammoths in the group, and there were just around 200 of them. Even though they were quite small in number, the expressions of the experts on Heaven Pillar Peak had changed drastically, because they could imagine that if those huge fellows were allowed to approach Heaven Pillar Peak, then it was obvious that Heaven Pillar Peak wouldn't be able to endure their assault. Behind the group of mammoths was another group of huge demon beasts. These demon beasts were like cows, but they only had 2 legs and were standing upright. Their figures were around 10 m tall, and they held pitch-black javelins in their hands and were covered in black armor. There were exactly 3,000 of them, and they were following closely behind the mammoth in an orderly manner while emanating an imposing aura. On the left of these demon beasts was a group of demon beasts that looked like sword-toothed tigers. They were in black armor as well, but there were only 1,000 of them. They were following closely behind the mammoths as well, and they marched forward in an orderly manner as well. On the right of the demon beasts that looked like cows was a group of flaming lions. Even though there were only 500 of them, they were huge and possessed powerful auras. They were the strongest group besides the mammoths. Besides these groups of demon beasts, there was another group on the group that was especially striking, and it was the group of pythons at the leftmost of the group. The pythons were completely pitch black and simply comparable in size to the mammoths. They were in a neat row that crawled behind the mammoths. Even though there were less than 100 of them, they emanated extreme pressure upon others. Especially their size, it was truly fearsome. Besides the forces on the ground, there was a group of dark blue rocks in the sky. Every single rock was extraordinarily huge, especially when their wings were spread out. The world instantly dimmed down below them, and it seemed like night had arrived. There were huge crimson wolves on the backs of those rocks. The crimson wolves were baring their fangs ferociously, and they seemed ready to pounce on and devour their prey. There was only a single golden eagle in the distant sky. It was around 1 kilometer wide, and it was the largest amongst the demon beasts here. It was at the Voider realm. There were 2 people on its back, the Demon Empress and Imo Shaoling. The expressions of everyone on Heaven Pillar Peak became extremely unsightly when they saw the demon race's army. They thought that the demon race's strength was just slightly superior to them. But now it would seem like they weren't just slightly strong, they were much stronger. Stay calm. Meanwhile, Nye Hun glanced at them and said, "While the demon race's forces are powerful, we have a natural barrier, Heaven Pillar Peak. They won't be able to do anything to us. Tell everyone to prepare and await my command." The others exchanged glances, and then they nodded. They naturally couldn't fall into chaos at a time like this. Nye Hun raised his right hand, and then around 10,000 pitch-black cannons appeared on the mountain walls of Heaven Pillar Peak.
Attack!
Nyahun swiftly dropped his right hand. In an instant, the cannons fired in unison, and then around 10,000 beams of light were blasted at the army of demon beasts. The demon empress on the distant cloud eagle raised her right hand slightly, and then she dropped it gently. Ward, bang. As soon as she finished speaking, the others watched with astonishment as the ground before the mammoths suddenly cracked open, and then hundreds of ink-black turtles shot up into the air. After that, the turtles quickly converged together with their backs facing Heaven Pillar Peak. They'd formed a super turtle shell shield that was around 30 kilometers wide. Bang, 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 bang. The beams of light slammed against the turtle shells, and then rumbling explosions resounded incessantly like thunderclaps. The turtle shell shield started to tremble, but it didn't take long for strands of flowing light to appear on the shells. Once the flowing light appeared, the shield instantly stabilized. In next to no time, all the beams of light had vanished, but the turtle shell shield hadn't suffered even a shred of damage. The demon beast army hadn't stopped, and they were continuing their march towards Heaven Pillar Peak. As for the turtle shell shield, it started to approach Heaven Pillar Peak slowly. It was orderly, extremely orderly, and without any disorder. The expressions of the experts on Heaven Pillar Peak instantly became unsightly at the sight of this. They thought that the demon beasts only knew how to use brute force. But now that they'd witnessed the scene before them, they knew that they were wrong. The demon beast army was much more disciplined than the human army. The army of demon beasts didn't charge all the way in one go, and they marched slowly in Heaven Pillar Peak's direction. But it was exactly why every single expert on Heaven Pillar Peak felt heavy pressure weight down on them. As the demon race's army marched forward, the hearts of all the experts on Heaven Pillar Peak grew heavier and heavier. All of them were looking at Nyahun and awaiting his orders. Nyahun stared fixedly at the demon empress, and a short while passed before he waved his right hand. Activate the formations. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire mountain trembled violently, and then a ray of dazzling light erupted from the mountain. It didn't take long for the light to disperse, and then a silver energy barrier appeared on the mountain wall of Heaven Pillar Peak. After that, the barrier of light shook intensely, and then numerous silver beams of light erupted from it and shot forward. In just an instant, the entire sky was covered in silver beams of light, and it was an extremely shocking sight. Suddenly, the huge turtle shell shield in midair started to spin. It spun faster and faster. In the end, it transformed into a vortex, and the beams of silver light were completely absorbed by the vortex. In next to no time, all the beams of silver light had vanished, and the huge turtle shell shield stopped spinning as well. There was a layer of faint silver light on the shield, but the light was gradually dispersing. The experts on Heaven Pillar Peak had even more unsightly expressions on their faces. The demon race had clearly come prepared. They have a counter for the formation. So does that mean we have to fight the demon race directly? The strength of humans had always been inferior to demon beasts, and coupled with the battle between Yang Yi and the Nye clan, the human race's overall strength was much more inferior now. So, heading down the mountain to fight the demon race directly would definitely be no different than courting death. Everyone gazed at Nyahun. Heaven Pillar Peak was the Nye clan's territory, and the Nye clan had existed for so long, so it definitely had other trump cards. Nyahun gazed at the demon beasts below, but his face was exceptionally calm. No one knew what he was thinking. Emo Xiaoling spoke while standing on the Cloud Eagle's back. Why aren't we attacking right away? The demon empress chuckled. There's no rush. Take it slow. Emo Xiaoling didn't speak further. The demon empress gazed at Heaven Pillar Peak while a slight smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. The demon race's army was growing closer to Heaven Pillar Peak, and there was only a few hundred kilometers left between them and Heaven Pillar Peak. However, Nyahun didn't act at all. All the humans were prepared to fight, and they were just waiting for Nyahun's command. It didn't take long for the mammoths to arrive, just around 20 m away from the mountain walls of Heaven Pillar Peak. Bang! Suddenly, 12 rays of light shot up into the air from within the Nye clan, and then they shot through the sky in the direction of the demon race's territory. 12 voiders. Everyone on Heaven Pillar Peak was stunned. The Nye clan still has 12 voiders? The demon empress chuckled and said, "They're finally unable to hold back anymore?" Chapter 1325 Did you grow up on shit? Chapter 1325 Did you grow up on shit? As soon as she finished speaking, the demon empress voice became cold, and she waved her right hand. Attack! Once she finished speaking, her figure shot up into the air towards the 12 rays of light. At the same time, 10 other figures within the army shot up into the air and followed closely behind her. Voider realm demon beasts. Suddenly, those 12 voiders of the Nya clan sped up, and they transformed into a speck of light that vanished into the sky. The demon empress' eyes narrowed slightly. She waved her hands and the space before her shook violently. A huge spatial rift appeared before her, and it didn't take long for her to enter it with those 10 voider realm demon beasts. Meanwhile, on Heaven Pillar Peak, Nyahun suddenly soared into the air and said, "Everyone, the experts of my Nya clan have headed to attack the demon race's base camp, so come with me and kill the others." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure shot towards the distance. Lin Xian and the others hesitated briefly before they charged after him. The voiders of the Nya clan had drawn away the voiders of the demon race, so the other demon beasts outside weren't a huge threat to them. Thus, it was the best moment for them to deal with the demon beasts. All the human experts on Heaven Pillar Peak charged down the mountain. The war erupted. Emo Xiaoling had a wisp of ridicule on the corners of her mouth as she stood on the eagle. She tapped the eagle's back lightly with her right foot, and then it instantly flapped its wings and transformed into a gale that vanished on the spot. Bang! At the same time, a strand of golden flames shot up into the air and swept towards Nyahun's group. Nyahun's expression changed. He didn't dare act carelessly when he noticed the energy contained within the golden flames, and his profound energy surged madly before he slapped his right palm forward. A circle of white light immediately swept out from his palm, and it instantly collided with the golden flames. Bang! As soon as they collided, Nyahun's expression changed again because the circle of white light had been instantly incinerated. Meanwhile, a young woman appeared in front of him. It was Emo Xiaoling, of course. Emo Xiaoling glanced coldly at Nyahun, and then a tiny fire dragon suddenly shot out from the center of her brows and charged at Nyahun. Nyahun's pupils constricted. The profound energy within him surged madly as he slapped both his palms forward, and a ray of white light surged out from within him. Bang! Nyahun's figure was blasted over 3 kilometers away, while an explosion resounded. Once he stopped himself, Nyahun was shocked because his hands were mangled and only bones remained on them. What flame is that? It can even destroy my profound energy barrier with ease. Emo Xiaoling was about to continue attacking when she suddenly frowned and looked towards the distance. The demon race's army was in a bad situation. They had comparatively fewer voiders, only 6, but the human race had 14 voiders. So, the demon race's voiders were at a disadvantage. Moreover, the humans had even sent 2 voiders to kill the emperor-rank demon beasts. Emo Xiaoling glanced coldly at the human voiders, and then she raised her right hand. In an instant, the multicolored python on her right arm shot forward. It expanded in midair and instantly transformed into a huge python. The multicolored python swung its tail, and it instantly swept towards the closest voider. Bang! That voider was caught off guard and instantly whipped around 5 kilometers away. The others here were shocked by this turn of events. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaoling tapped her right foot lightly against the cloud eagle before she soared up into the air. As soon as that happened, the eagle immediately transformed into a ray of light that shot towards a human voider. Once the multicolored python and cloud eagle joined the battle, the situation was instantly turned around. The human experts were completely suppressed. Even though the human voiders still outnumbered the voiders from the demon race, their quality was inferior. Moreover, the voiders from the demon race possessed extremely terrifying defensive abilities, especially when they were wearing emperor rank armor. It caused the human voiders to have a huge headache when dealing with them. Without voiders to help them, the situation that the emperors of the human race were in while facing the emperors of the demon race could only be described as horrible. They were being crushed. Absolutely crushed. The human emperors were completely crushed by the emperors of the demon race. In next to no time, the over 100 human emperors had perished, but just around a dozen emperors from the demon race had perished. Something worth mentioning was that some human emperors had actually started to flee not long after the battle began. As for the demon race, they still maintained order, and the groups were even working together with each other. If the human race hadn't engaged in internal strife before this and working together wholeheartedly to fight the demon race, then perhaps it would have a chance. Yet now, the human experts were being slaughtered. There was a cold smile on the corners of Emo Xiaoling's mouth. She gazed at Niahun and didn't waste her breath at all. A tiny golden flame instantly appeared on her palm, and then she tossed it at Niahun. The flame grew in midair, and it only took a moment for it to transform into a 300m-long fire dragon. Once the golden dragon appeared, the space around it instantly became ethereal, and it seemed to be on the verge of being incinerated. It was a horrifying sight. Niahun's expression changed. He'd experienced the strength of those flames, so he didn't dare act carelessly at all. His profound energy surged while he formed strange seals with his right hand. Space instantly started to tremble violently once he started to form the seals, and it didn't take long for countless circles of dazzling white light to flash out from space. The circles of light overlapped upon each other before sweeping forward like a ripple. Bang! As soon as the flame dragon and ripple of white light collided, a rumbling explosion resounded. Countless waves of energy and flames swept towards the surroundings, but the waves of energy were instantly incinerated by the flames. Meanwhile, a small flame suddenly tore through the air and shot towards Niahun. Niahun's expression instantly changed drastically. This time, he didn't fight it directly, and he just fled around 10 kilometers away. Emo Xiaoling was stunned when she saw Niahun flee. Obviously, she hadn't expected Niahun to flee. Niahun was a voider, a true voider. After she recovered from her surprise, Emo Xiaoling glanced at Niahun while she laughed with ridicule. Did you grow up on shit? Otherwise, why are you like trash? Niahun's face twitched and was extremely unsightly. Emo Xiaoling paid no attention to him. She gazed at another human voider, and then tossed the golden flame over. That voider was horrified. He'd seen how terrifying that flame was. Even Niahun couldn't resist it, let alone him. So, he immediately fled over 10 kilometers away. However, as soon as he fled, another voider behind him who wasn't able to flee in time had instantly suffered the consequences. That voider was caught off guard and was struck by the flame. A shrill and miserable cry resounded through the air, and it only took a moment for that voider to be incinerated into ash. All the other voiders were shocked. Who is she? What is that flame? It's actually so terrifying. All the voiders gazed at Emo Xiaoling with extreme vigilance, as they were very afraid that she would toss the flame at them. The facts proved that Emo Xiaoling really was prepared to toss it at them. Another flame appeared on her palm. All the human voiders' expressions changed drastically at the sight of it, and then they moved back while their profound energy surged. They were ready to flee at any moment. Emo Xiaoling chuckled when she saw them react in that way, and then she tossed the flame. It left a very long trail of flames behind it as it shot forward. The voiders in the area hurriedly moved aside. They'd moved away, but the emperors behind them suffered calamity. Those emperors wanted to flee as well, but they couldn't flee because the flame was truly too swift. Bang! Around 10 emperors in that area weren't able to dodge in time, and they were obliterated on the spot without leaving even a trace behind. Meanwhile, another flame appeared on Emo Xiaoling's palm. Senior Nia. Meanwhile, Lin Qian, who was in battle with another voider, gazed at Niahun and roared with fury. Niahun was the only one amongst them who could fight the young woman. If he didn't act, then all the other voiders here would only suffer death if they faced her. As for the other voiders, it was obvious that they wouldn't even have the ability to fight back. Niahun stared fixedly at the young woman. At this moment, his hands had no flesh left on them, and only the bones there remained. He could regrow his severed limbs, but he was shocked to notice that he actually couldn't restore his lost flesh. He gazed at the golden flame on Emo Xiaoling's palm. What is that flame? After all, if he had just fled a moment later and allowed the flame to come into contact with him, He didn't dare think about the consequences. Emo Xiaoling paid no attention to the others and just tossed the golden flame again. This time, she tossed it at Lin Xian, who spoke a moment ago. Lin Xian's face turned grim, and he immediately abandoned the Voider Realm Demon Beast before him and vanished on the spot. However, as soon as he left, 3 emperors behind where he stood were struck by the flames. Those emperors didn't even get to let out a shrill cry before they were incinerated. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. He turned around to look at Niahan, and then his face fell. Because since the very beginning, Niahan had no intention to do anything. He wanted to, but he wasn't a match for the young woman. Even if he tried, he would just be giving his life away. But Niahan was different. While he was no match for the young woman as well, he could keep her busy. Soldier against soldier, general against general. If Niahan didn't fight her, then how could they deal with her when they weren't even on the same level as her? Meanwhile, another golden flame appeared on Emo Xiaoling's palm. At the same time, the emperors abandoned their opponents and fled in succession. Niahan and the other voiders didn't dare to go head-on against Emo Xiaoling, so she would be absolutely able to annihilate all of them at will. Under such circumstances, how could they dare to stay here and fight? In the beginning, only some fled, but it didn't take long for more and more to flee. In just a few breaths of time, all the human emperors had actually started to flee. Chapter 1326 I run. You run, everyone's running. Chapter 1326 I run. You run, everyone's running. Actually, many human emperors had wanted to flee because the emperors of the demon race didn't just outnumber them. The emperors of the demon race were stronger than them as well. But they were very clearly aware that Heaven Pillar Peak would be finished if they fled. Once Heaven Pillar Peak was breached, the human race would be finished, because it was the last natural barrier that the human race had. So, even if they knew they were no match for the demon race, they were still fighting. Moreover, they had hope, and it was placed in the voiders fighting in midair. The number of human voiders surpassed the demon race. So long as those voiders could free themselves from their respective battles, then the situation would instantly turn around. However, they were disappointed. Not a single voider, not even Niahan, dared to fight the young woman. No one dared to fight the young woman and were fleeing instead, and they were allowing her to kill emperors like them. So, would anyone be willing to stay and fight? At this moment, the human race wasn't in their minds anymore. In their opinion, since the voiders were fleeing, then they would flee as well. Everyone should flee. The human army instantly collapsed. The faces of the human voiders throughout the surroundings became extremely unsightly when they witnessed this scene. Could those emperors be blamed? Of course not, because most of those emperors were part of their clans or sections. Moreover, voiders like them should be dealing with the young woman. However, they didn't dare to go against her, and it caused those emperors to have to face her. Emperors would just be giving their lives away when facing her. They didn't even have the strength to fight back. Under such circumstances, to mention those emperors, even they would flee. Would anyone be willing to just give their lives away? The voiders of the 3 sects and 3 cities gazed at Niahan, and their faces were extremely hostile. Niahan was the only one here who could fight the young woman. Perhaps he couldn't defeat her, but he was absolutely capable of keeping her busy. Moreover, he was the only voider on the same level as the young woman. However, he'd chosen to flee without putting up a fight, and it caused the deaths of 2 voiders on their side. It was exactly why the demon race had instantly turned the situation around. The human voiders gazed at Niahan when they thought up to this point, and their faces grew even more hostile. But Niahan paid no attention to them, and he just gazed in the direction of the demon race's territory while a trace of anxiousness could be seen in his eyes. Meanwhile, the young woman suddenly raised her hand and said, "Those big fellows at the front, knock down that mountain. Those fellows flying in the air, pursue those fleeing humans. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all." The expressions of everyone here changed, and they gazed at Niahan. However, Niahan paid no attention to them and was still looking in the direction of the demon race's territory. Lin Xian and the others' hearts blazed with rage, and Lin Xian glared angrily at Niahan. "Niahan, what exactly is your Nia clan planning?" Niahan glanced at Lin Xian, and there was a trace of fervor and excitement in his eyes. "We plan to do something great. Great my ass." Lin Tian roared with fury. "Just take a look. Heaven Pillar Peak is about to be destroyed. It's about to be destroyed." Nia Hun replied indifferently, "If it's destroyed, then it's destroyed. The demon race and everything else would be meaningless once my ancestor gets that treasure." "You." Lin Xian and the others almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could they not understand everything right now? The Nye clan had no intention to protect Heaven Pillar Peak, and it had other motives instead. In other words, they'd been used. Used. Lin Xian and the others wanted to attack, but they hadn't lost their minds. The voiders of the demon race weren't too far away from them, and that young woman was there as well. Nye Hun paid no attention to them and just gazed off into the distance. Meanwhile, a flame appeared on the young woman's palm. Nye Hun, Lin Xian, and the others' expressions changed at the sight of it. Nye Hun's profound energy surged while gales started to blow beneath his feet. Obviously, he was ready to flee at any moment. Lin Xian and the others were ready to flee right away as well. No one dared to remain fearless before that young woman. But where could they flee? Heaven Pillar Peak was about to be destroyed, and the demon race's army would march forward into the human race's territory. At that time, where could they run to? Just thinking about what was about to happen in the future made sorrow well up in their hearts. Emo Xiaoling had a cold smile on the corners of her mouth, and the flame on her palm burned brilliantly. She glanced at them and was about to toss the flame forward, but a figure suddenly appeared not too far ahead from her. Emo Xiaoling's eyes immediately narrowed at the sight of that person, and then she tossed the flame at him. It was Yang Yi, of course. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched when he saw Emo Xiaoling toss the flame at him, without the slightest hesitation. That horrible woman really wants to kill me. Even Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly when facing that golden flame. He drew his sword and swung it right away. A ray of sword energy shot forward and instantly struck the golden flame. However, Yang Ye's eyelids twitched because his sword energy was obliterated by the flame, and the golden flame didn't slow down at all as it shot towards him like a bolt of lightning. Emo Xiaoling's laughter that was filled with ridicule resounded, and then another golden flame appeared on her palm. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't attack again, and he just patted his chest lightly. It didn't take long for a small head to emerge from there. It was naturally Snowy. She blinked, and then her gaze instantly descended onto the golden flame that was just around 3 m away from Yang Yi. Snowy's eyes instantly lit up at the sight of it, and then she opened her mouth and inhaled. The flame instantly shot into her mouth. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. After she swallowed the flame, Snowy's figure trembled slightly, and then she gazed at the flame on Emo Xiaoling's palm, and then a string of liquid-form spirit energy flowed down the corner of her mouth. The corners of Emo Xiaoling's eyes twitched, and she flipped her palm and put the flame away. Snowy was instantly stunned by this, and then she was filled with fury. She clenched her claws and gnashed her teeth while staring at Emo Xiaoling, and she seemed like she would fight Emo Xiaoling to the death if Emo Xiaoling refused to hand the flame over. The corners of Emo Xiaoling's mouth twitched slightly. She hesitated for a moment before flipping her right palm, and then a violet fruit appeared in her grasp. She flicked the violet fruit over to Snowy and said, "Have this instead." Snowy blinked at the sight of the violet fruit. She stopped gnashing her teeth and relaxed her claws before taking the fruit and biting it. She took 2 bites before she seemed to have thought of something, and then she flew over to Yang Yi and passed it to him with a brilliant smile on her face. Yang Ye's heart felt warm. He rubbed her head gently and said, "Head in and hide for now." As he spoke, he pointed at his chest. Snowy nodded, and then she went into the pocket of space while holding the fruit in her claws. Yang Yi paid no attention to Emo Xiaoling, and he just gazed at Lin Xian and the others. "Lead your forces to Dark Hell Continent." Actually, this was the reason why he'd showed himself. The Veiled Region would be finished once the demon race breached Heaven Pillar Peak, and once the Veiled Region was conquered, he couldn't guarantee that the demon race wouldn't attack Dark Hell Continent as well. So, he decided to save them and let them head to Dark Hell Continent. If he didn't show himself, many of them would die at Emo Xiaoling hands. As for the emperors, They would have no chance to live once the Voiders weren't there to protect them. After all, the blue rocks in the sky were far swifter than human emperors. Even though the 3 sects and 3 cities had lost many experts, they still had quite a few Voiders and emperors. If the demon race attacked Dark Hell Continent in the future, then all of them would be a huge help to him. Lin Xian and the others exchanged glances when they heard Yang Yi, and then they cupped their fists to Yang Yi and left. It was impossible to defend Heaven Pillar Peak now, so heading to Dark Hell Continent like Yang Yi had said was naturally the best choice for them. It was their only choice. Because if they stayed in the Veiled region, the demon race would pursue them until they were dead. The human emperors didn't die that quickly when protected by Lin Xian and the other Voiders. However, many still suffered miserable deaths. Because the demon race's army hadn't given up on pursuing and killing the humans, and even 2 human Voiders perished during the pursuit. However, Yang Yi had no time to pay attention to all of that. All he could do right now was keep Emo Shaoling busy. Otherwise, not to mention the emperors, even the Voiders wouldn't be able to escape. Those Voiders weren't able to fight back at all when facing her. Emo Shaoling stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Yang Yi refused to show any weakness and met her gaze. However, he was vigilant in his heart. He didn't dare act carelessly at all when facing her. After all, even he really feared that golden flame of hers. Besides that, he still remembered that she still had another blue flame. Moreover, she was very mysterious, so he couldn't be certain that she had no other trump cards. Emo Shaoling gazed at Yang Yi for a short while. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and clawed lightly at him. This movement caused the space around Yang Yi to instantly warp and violently. The powerful shredding force it had caused Yang Yi to immediately frown, because he felt like his body was actually about to be torn apart by something. Bang! Rebirth rank sword intent surged out from within Yang Yi. However, it had just appeared when it started to warp along with the space in his surroundings. Yang Ye's face changed slightly. He hadn't expected even Rebirth rank sword intent to be useless. He was about to attack when a ray of violet light flashed. As soon as that happened, the warping space around him instantly stopped for a moment, and then it started to return to normal. Even though it was a little slow, it didn't feel like it could shred him anymore. Around 10 breaths of time later, the space around Yang Yi returned to normal. Spatial mink. Emo Shaoling clenched her fists. As a noble member of the demon race, you're actually helping a human. You truly disappoint me. As she spoke, she flipped her right palm, and a flame appeared on it. She was about to toss it at Yang Yi when Yang Ye's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly patted his chest. Snowy emerged right away. Emo Shaoling's eyelids twitched at the sight of Snowy, and she hurriedly withdrew the flame. Emo Shaoling was clearly quite infuriated. She had a murderous gaze when she looked at Yang Yi, and her hands were trembling from rage. Suddenly, Yang Yi pointed at Hun, who still hadn't fled, and said, "Why don't we kill him first? You can vent first before we fight one-on-one, all right?" Emo Shaoling turned to look at Hun, and then a flame appeared in her palm. Chapter 1327, Su-Chapter Envy. Chapter 1327, Su-Chapter Envy. Needless to say, Hun's face was extremely unsightly right now. He was about to flee earlier. But when he saw Emo Shaoling attack Yang Yi, he'd chosen to stay behind because he wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Yang Yi. He felt that if he attacked when Yang Yi and the young woman were both heavily injured from their battle, then he would have a very good chance to kill Yang Yi. But he hadn't expected her to be actually helpless against him. Moreover, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually divert her attention to him. When the young woman gazed at him, Hun didn't hesitate to turn around and flee. After all, just the young woman was so terrifying. Now that Yang Yi had joined forces with her, how could he possibly be a match for them? At the exact same moment that Hun fled, the wings on Yang Ye's back flapped swiftly, and then Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that appeared in front of Hun. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath at all, and he just drew his sword and swung it. Hun's expression changed at the sight of this. He didn't choose to go head-on against Yang Ye's attack because he was very well aware that once he got locked in combat with Yang Yi, he would never be able to leave. Hun's figure flashed with the intention of avoiding Yang Ye's attack. Suddenly, a ray of violet light appeared behind Nyahun. It had appeared so suddenly, and without even making a ripple through space, so Nyahun had only noticed it when it arrived behind him. Nyahun paid no attention to the violet light and just allowed it to strike him. His figure trembled, but a slight smile curled up on the corners of his mouth, because he'd moved around 300 m to the right. But right when he was about to flee, the space around him suddenly froze before being compressed in layers. Fuck off! Nyahun howled with fury as he slapped his palm forward. A ray of white light flashed and the space around him instantly collapsed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared before him again, and a sword that was swift like a bolt of lightning instantly arrived before his forehead. Nyahun was horrified and immediately slapped his right palm at Yang Yi's sword. Bang! Yang Yi was pushed around 300 m back again, and Nyahun's figure moved backwards repeatedly as well. Suddenly, Nyahun's eyes opened wide because a golden flame had arrived before him, and the heat it emanated caused his body to start melting. Nyahun was horrified, and his figure flashed with the intention of dodging it. However, a violet barrier of light suddenly appeared around him and trapped him there. Fuck off! Nyahun howled furiously as he slapped his palm forward and instantly shattered the violet barrier of light. However, his pupils suddenly constricted to the size of needles because the golden flame had struck him. Bang! Nyahun's figure instantly started burning. He howled hysterically with rage while enveloped by the flames, and numerous circles of white light surged out from within him. However, it was utterly useless. The white circles of light were instantly incinerated upon leaving his body, and it didn't take long for Nyahun's entire body to be incinerated. Only the burning golden flames still remained where he stood. Yang Yi had an extremely solemn expression on his face as he gazed at the golden flames, and there even was a trace of fear in his eyes. Even though his body was at the epic realm, he firmly believed that he would be completely incinerated if he allowed the golden flames to envelop him. The golden flames were definitely the second most terrifying type of flame he'd seen in his lifetime. The first was naturally the divine Yin flame that resided within the pill furnace in the primordial pagoda. Emo Shaoling waved her right hand, and then golden flame instantly vanished on the spot. After that, she gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly brought Snowy out from within the pocket of space. Emo Shaoling's eyelids twitched when she saw Yang Yi bring Snowy out, and she said, "Human, do you know how to use them?" She was extremely annoyed with Yang Yi. Her laws of time were useless against Yang Yi, and the golden flame was the worst. She didn't even dare to take it out. As for her spatial techniques, Yang Yi had a spatial mink by his side, so those spatial techniques of hers were completely crippled. In short, she couldn't use anything against Yang Yi. Use them? Yang Yi shook his head. You used the wrong term. It's absolutely wrong. We're just sharing both success and difficulty. He looked down and rubbed Snowy's head gently when he spoke up to this point. Right, Snowy? Snowy quickly nodded, even if she didn't really understand what Yang Yi was saying. How shameless! Emo Shaoling spoke coldly. She hasn't reached adulthood yet, so her mind is like that of a child. She doesn't know how to differentiate between good or bad. You should really suffer the wrath of the heavens for using her like this. Say what you want. Yang Yi continued, in any case, she's with me. Yang Yi was naturally attached to Snowy. It could be said that he had no intention to use Snowy. Even if Snowy wasn't a sprite lord or possessed any special abilities, he would still treat Snowy as a loved one. Similarly, he believed that even if he was ordinary, Snowy would still be so close to him. Their relationship hadn't been built to seek benefits for themselves in any way. As for making Snowy help him, he felt that it was absolutely normal. Because wasn't it normal for them to help each other? Moreover, he was able to sense that Snowy was very happy to be able to help him. Of course, he was even happier. Emo Shaoling glanced at Yang Yi, and then she glanced at Snowy. Needless to say, she was really filled with envy. Because a human had never been able to form such a good relationship with a sprite lord. The status of a sprite lord in a large word was supreme. Even her clan couldn't compare to it. If one was able to form a good relationship with a sprite lord, then the benefits of that was simply unimaginable. That was why she'd ceaselessly given precious fruits to Snowy, because she wanted to form a good relationship with Snowy. Yet now, the Sprite Lord before her didn't just have a good relationship with Yang Yi. The Sprite Lord practically obeyed everything Yang Yi said. She was envious. Emo Xiaoling was filled with envy. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from behind him. Yang Yi turned and looked, and then his eyes instantly narrowed slightly. He saw Heaven Pillar Peak collapsing. The demon race's army had retreated backwards, and Yang Yi moved 30 kilometers back as well. After that, all of them watched as the mountain collapsed incessantly. Countless huge rocks flew out in all directions while dust and dirt shot up into the air. It was an absolutely shocking sight. Your human race is finished. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaoling suddenly spoke. The demon race's army will annihilate all humans. Yang Yi fell silent. He was very well aware that unless the humans in the Veiled region went to Dark Hell Continent, they would definitely die now that Heaven Pillar Peak had been destroyed. Moreover, based on how the demon race was acting, it might not even spare Dark Hell Continent. If that really happened, then it meant that the Sword Alliance would have to face the demon race. Even if the experts of the 3 sects and 3 cities were included, the Sword Alliance's current strength was still insufficient to fight the demon race. Yang Yi remained silent for a short while before he looked towards the demon race's territory. Those fellows from the Nye clan went to seize that treasure from the demon race? He'd watched as 12 voiders from the Nye clan shot towards the demon race's territory. Actually, he'd been shocked by that scene as well. After all, if those 12 voiders were combined with the voiders he'd already killed, the Nye clan had around 25 voiders. 25. Actually, besides shock, he felt a trace of fear. Because if the Nye clan hadn't been planning to seize that treasure from the demon race, it would have definitely sent those voiders at him. Just thinking about being besieged by 25 voiders caused Yang Yi to be unable to avoid shuddering. Moreover, there was a voider amongst that group of 12 that possessed an extremely terrifying aura, and that aura was a few times stronger than Nye Hun. Obviously, it was that ancestor of the Nye clan. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaoling started chuckling, and Yang Yi instantly felt like he was having a headache when he heard it. Regardless of whether it was her smile or the way she spoke, they were all filled with ridicule. It was like everyone else was trash in her eyes, and it was a truly terrible feeling. He really wanted to beat her up, but he really wasn't confident in being able to defeat her. Emo Xiaoling laughed coldly for a while before she said, "That old bastard actually thought about stealing a treasure from the demon race. He's truly tired of living." Yang Yi asked, "The demon race is prepared for him?" Emo Xiaoling glanced at Yang Yi and remained silent. She waved her right hand, and the cloud eagle in the distance immediately flew over and stopped beneath her. Emo Xiaoling stood on the eagle as she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "I'm going to kill those old bastards of the Nye clan. Want to come with me?" Yang Yi remained silent. "Humph." Emo Xiaoling grunted coldly, and then she tapped her foot lightly against the eagle's back. The eagle immediately transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the demon race's territory. Meanwhile, the army of demon beasts had passed over the collapsed ruins of Heaven Pillar Peak and were marching towards the central area of the human race's territory. However, Yang Yi couldn't do anything about that. He wasn't a savior, nor did he have the ability to be one. His strength was utterly insufficient to stop the army of demon beasts. Moreover, if he tried, then it was obvious that the young woman from before would come looking for him. Besides that, the other voiders of the demon race and that demon empress whose strength he couldn't fathom would definitely come for him as well. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then his figure shot after Emo Xiaoling. However, he didn't travel there openly, and he merged into space and concealed himself instead. Regardless of whether it was the demon race or those old geezers of the Nye clan, they weren't easy to deal with. So, it was best to be cautious. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive deep within the demon race's territory while following behind Emo Xiaoling. Suddenly, roaring laughter resounded from deep within the mountainous area. "Ha ha ha! I finally got it! Ha ha ha! It's finally mine!" Emo Xiaoling's face instantly became unsightly when she heard the voice. Chapter 1328, Above the Voider Realm? Chapter 1328, Above the Voider Realm? He got it? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sped up. It didn't take long for him to follow Imo, showling to the bottom of a chasm, and he saw the demon empress and the others there. At this moment, only 6 of the Voider Realm demon beasts on the demon empress side remained. As for the Nye clan, only 3 of its voiders remained. Moreover, besides the gray-robed old man who led the group, the other 2 of those voiders had ghastly pale countenances while blood was seeping all over their bodies. Obviously, they'd suffered extremely heavy injuries. But Yang Yi was quite surprised because besides those 3 voiders, the Nye clan had a Voider Realm demon beast on its side. That Voider Realm demon beast stood very close to the Nye clan's forces. Moreover, based on its expression, it seemed to not be hostile towards the Nye clan, and it was hostile towards the demon empress side instead. What's going on? Yang Yi was absolutely puzzled. He looked at the gray-robed old man. The gray-robed old man was holding a lotus-shaped fruit. The fruit was violet gold in color, and it emanated faint violet light. Its top had a hole, and threads of violet energy was seeping out incessantly from there. This caused an area of 3 kilometers around it to be filled with a refreshing fragrance. Just a whiff of it refreshed and relaxed the mind and heart, and it made one feel indescribably comfortable. It isn't ordinary. Yang Ye's heart shook. The fruit was definitely much better than the fruits that Imo Shaoling had given to Snowy. But can it really help someone break through and advance above the Voider Realm? Yang Yi gazed at the demon empress. The demon empress' face was icy cold, and the hands she kept behind her back were clenched tightly. She seemed to be calm, but she felt extremely dangerous. The gray-robed old man looked up at the demon empress while a trace of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. Demon empress, you thought everything was within your control, but you were wrong. Everything was within my control. Nye Wuming, you really have surprised me. The demon empress continued. I never expected you to even be able to buy over a Voider Realm demon beast. The gray-robed old man called Nye Wuming laughed coldly. Didn't you do the same? You have people in my Nye clan as well. But all of that is meaningless now. Demon empress, we'll meet again soon. He was about to leave once he finished speaking, but he suddenly frowned and looked where Yang Yi was. You're that fellow, Yang Yi, right? Not bad. You really are the most monstrous genius on the continent after Jian Wuji. The voiders of my Nye clan that died at your hands didn't suffer unjust deaths. I didn't have the time to deal with you earlier, and I naturally have no time now. But I'll have time in the future. Just you wait. As soon as he finished speaking, Nye Wuming's figure vanished on the spot, along with the other 2 human voiders and that Voider Realm demon beast. Imo Shaoling was about to attack, but the demon empress stopped Imo Shaoling and shook her head. It's too late. Imo Shaoling's face became cold. Was that the Wolf Clan's patriarch? The demon empress nodded. I never expected him to defect. Imo Shaoling spoke coldly. He wasn't satisfied that you took control of the demon race, so it's very normal that he defected now. I told you to kill him, but you refused to listen. You have the ability, but you're not ruthless enough. The demon empress said, my husband once treated him like a brother. If my husband was still alive, he would definitely not let me kill him. Imo Shaoling spoke coldly. Unnecessary kindness. The demon empress chuckled. I never expected him to join forces with Nye Wuming. Imo Shaoling replied, if that old bastard really breaks through and rises above the Voider Realm, then what do you think would happen to the demon race? It would be completely slaughtered by him. As she spoke, she pointed at Yang Yi and said, even though I really want to kill him, he has something that I really admire. He's absolutely decisive, and he will definitely not show any mercy to those who deserve death. Not to mention a lousy place like this continent. A person like him would even be able to make a place for himself in the large world. The demon empress stretched out her hand and rubbed Imo Shaoling's head as she smiled. Don't be angry. Since the mistake has been made, all we can do is mend the mistake. Fortunately, it isn't too late. As she spoke, she turned to look at one of the Voider Realm demon beasts. Give the order to kill anyone related to the patriarch of the Wolf Clan. If anyone in the Wolf Clan dares to resist, then kill them as well. Once you've killed them, hang their heads on the city gates so that the patriarch of the Wolf Clan can take a look in the future. Yes. That Voider Realm demon beast bowed slightly to her, and then he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the demon empress turned to look where Yang Yi was standing. Since you're here, then why hide yourself? A moment of silence ensued, and then the space in the distance rippled before Yang Yi stepped out of it. Yang Yi asked, "Does that fellow, Nya Wuming, really have a chance to advance from the Voider Realm?" "He only has a chance," the demon empress explained. That divine spirit fruit was nurtured by the violet energy of a large world, and it contains extremely pure energy. Once it ripens and is consumed, it's very likely that he will advance from the Voider Realm if his luck is good. Of course, even if he fails to advance, it will definitely provide a huge boost in strength. Yang Yi asked, "That fruit hasn't ripened yet?" The demon empress nodded. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he'd killed so many from the Nya clan. If Nya Wuming advanced right away, then he might be the first that Nya Wuming seeks out. At this moment, Nya Wuming's strength was already extremely terrifying. Once Nya Wuming attained an advancement in his cultivation, Yang Yi would probably need the sword spirit or Cheong Chi's help to fight Nya Wuming. Fortunately, the fruit wasn't ripe yet, so Nya Wuming wouldn't be looking for trouble with him for some time. Suddenly, the demon empress said, "That fruit will fully ripen in half a month from now." Yang Ye's face froze, and then a short while passed before he laughed bitterly. The fruit would ripen in half a month. In other words, only had a little more than that amount of time before Nya Wuming would come looking for him. "I really don't have much time." Suddenly, Yang Ye's expression changed. He gazed at the demon empress while vigilance appeared on his face. Because the demon empress' divine sense had locked onto him. Now that Heaven Pillar Peak is gone, the humans throughout the veiled region shall die. The demon empress gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "It's the same for Dark Hell Continent." Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. "Demon empress, the demon race has annihilated the Nye clan and the human race of the veiled region that offended your demon race. Isn't that enough? Dark Hell Continent is just a barren place, and it's completely useless to the demon race, right?" He naturally didn't want to go to war with the demon race, because doing so wasn't beneficial at all. Not only would lives be lost, it would waste a huge amount of time. The thing he lacked the most right now was time. However, the demon empress shook her head and said, "The continent needs only the demon race." Yang Ye's face fell. Meanwhile, the demon empress added, "Yang Yi, you're a genius. If you're willing to surrender with your sword alliance and obey my commands, then I can't allow you to live. Otherwise, you'll annihilate us, right?" Yang Yi interrupted her and laughed coldly. "Demon Empress, I can tell you frankly that my sword alliance will definitely not surrender. If your demon race really intends to attack Dark Hell Continent, then my sword alliance will accompany you in battle until the end." The demon empress gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and nodded. "I expected that." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her right hand, and then the 5 Voider Realm demon beasts behind her immediately shot towards Yang Yi. The demon empress was very well aware that the sword alliance was nothing to worry about, and the truly terrifying one was Yang Yi. So long as he was there, the entire sword alliance would converge together, and it would become an extremely difficult enemy to conquer while under Yang Ye's lead. So, she'd chosen to attack right here and now. Because once Yang Yi was killed, the demon race's army could crush Dark Hell Continent and the Sword Alliance. Yang Ye's face fell when he saw 5 Voiders charge at him. Obviously, he understood the demon empress' intentions. She wanted to kill him right here and now. So, Yang Yi didn't hesitate to flap the wings on his back and flee. What a joke. There were 7 Voiders here, and the demon empress and Imo Shaoling were no ordinary Voiders. So, how could he possibly defeat them? Fleeing was the right choice. Fortunately, his speed was swift enough. When Blink was combined with his sword control technique and spatial laws, Yang Yi instantly appeared a few thousand kilometers away. But his expression changed when he was about to utilize the sword domain to conceal himself, because a person had suddenly appeared out of thin air before him, and it was the demon empress. Her speed was even swifter than his. The demon empress didn't speak. She just pointed her finger forward. In an instant, everything around Yang Yi seemed to freeze. The laws of time. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he hurriedly activated the sword domain. As soon as it appeared, the energy that frozen the area around him instantly vanished, and then Yang Ye's figure vanished on the spot. He hadn't attacked because the young woman and those other 5 voiders were behind him. The sword domain. The demon empress frowned slightly, and then she vanished on the spot. A few thousand kilometers away, Yang Yi stopped once more because the demon empress had appeared in front of him again. This time, she didn't utilize the laws of time, and she just slapped her right palm at him. A wave of powerful force swept forward, and space collapsed in its wake. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He sheathed Heaven's gravestone within the ancient sheath, and then he drew it. Oem! A beam of sword energy shot out of the ancient sheath. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in front of Yang Yi, and then Yang Yi watched with astonishment as the demon empress attack actually blasted his sword energy into pieces. Yang Yi didn't have the time to think, because the wave of force had arrived in front of him. He immediately put his sword away, clenched his right fist rightly, and then slammed it forward. The brink laws. A wave of energy swept forward and collided with the wave of force that the demon empress had created. Bang! The space around the point of collision collapsed in an instant while the force of the collision blasted Yang Yi 3 kilometers back. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth while a solemn expression filled his eyes. The demon empress is truly strong. She's countless times stronger than that fellow, Nya Hun. Meanwhile, the 5 voiders of the demon race and the young woman appeared around Yang Yi, and they completely surrounded him. Yang Ye's face instantly fell. The demon empress started walking towards him, and every single step she took caused space to tremble violently as if it couldn't endure her strength. Chapter 1329 Big Sister. Save me. Chapter 1329 Big Sister. Save me. 5 Voider Realm Demon Beasts, and the terrifying demon empress and that young woman. How do I overcome this situation? Yang Ye's thoughts were flashing swiftly. At this moment, he had a very clear understanding of the situation that he was in, and he was absolutely incapable of defeating him. Not to mention that they had 7 Voiders. Just the demon empress wasn't someone he could fight right now. Her strength really far surpassed his own. That was something he had no doubt about. Besides raising his sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank or igniting his soul again, perhaps he would have a chance to fight them. But the problem was that even if he did that, it would be impossible for him to kill the demon empress and the young woman. Moreover, once he suffered backlash from it, he would definitely die. He would still be unable to avoid death even if he made his sword intent or cultivation rise a level. Since he couldn't fight them, he had no choice but to flee. But the problem was the demon empress speed was faster than his. What should I do? Yang Ye's brows were pressed tightly together. The demon empress strode step by step towards Yang Yi. Every single step she took caused space to tremble, and an invisible wave of force pressed down upon Yang Yi in succession. The force was heavy and oppressive like when Heaven Pillar Peak collapsed. The 5 Voiders in the surroundings didn't stand by idly as well. All of them released their auras in Yang Ye's direction. Yang Ye's rebirth rank sword intent was pushed back repeatedly before their joint forces. In the end, it could only barely protect him, and it seemed like it would be dispersed very soon. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked up at the demon empress and said, "Do you really intend to fight to the death?" The demon empress spoke indifferently. "Do you even have the ability to take us down with you?" Yang Yi chuckled. He didn't speak another word, and the sword god seal just lit up on his forehead. As soon as the sword god seal lit up, the demon empress expression changed. She knew about the sword god seal. Yang Ye's sword intent was at the rebirth rank now, and it wasn't really a threat to her. But if Yang Ye's sword intent rose a level higher, if his sword intent rose a level higher, then even she would have to take it seriously. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "I know that even if my sword intent rises to a level above, it'll still be difficult for me to kill you and Mo Shaoling. But trust me on this. The other 5 demon beasts here will die." He wasn't lying. If his sword intent rose to the quasi-returnal rank, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to annihilate the other demon beasts here. The demon empress fell silent, and she seemed to be giving it consideration. Yang Yi held his sword tightly while the profound energy within his surged madly. A long moment silent later, the demon empress looked up at Yang Yi and said, "It's worth paying that price." As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to attack. However, Yang Yi attacked first. A terrifying wave of sword intent suddenly surged out from within him, and then it was compressed before erupting forward. Bang! A wave of destructive force swept towards the surroundings with Yang Yi at its center. The Voider Realm demon beasts around Yang Yi were blasted around 1 kilometer away. As for the demon empress, she was pushed around 30 m back. But it didn't take long for her to stretch her right hand forward and clench it. Bang! The terrifying wave of energy created by Yang Ye's sword intent, which was brought to the brink, had been instantly dispersed. The surroundings immediately returned to calm. However, the space in the surroundings was covered in cracks that seemed like spiderwebs. At this moment, Yang Yi wasn't where he was standing anymore. The demon empress' eyes narrowed slightly, and then she took a step forward and instantly vanished on the spot. At the same time, her voice resounded here, "Pursue him." As soon as her voice finished resounding through the air, Imo Shaoling and the other voiders vanished on the spot. A few thousand kilometers away, Yang Yi hurriedly withdrew some violet crystals and swallowed them before flying forward madly on his sword. Actually, he was just scaring the demon empress just now. He didn't dare to forcefully raise his sword intent to the quasi-returnal rank again, of course. What a joke. It would give him temporary strength, but what about once the duration was up? He would only be able to sit there and wait for death to arrive. It could be said that unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't do it, nor would he dare to improve his sword intent by force or improve his cultivation by force through igniting his soul. After all, those methods were used when he was fighting with his life on the line. However, he hadn't expected that the demon empress was actually determined to kill him, even if she had to sacrifice the lives of the Voider Realm demon beasts there. Actually, it was very normal. The demon empress was no fool. Perhaps she would have to pay a price if she chose to kill Yang Yi now, but it was worth it. Because once Yang Yi was allowed to leave and join forces with the entire Sword Alliance, then killing him wouldn't be possible by just sacrificing a few Voider Realm demon beasts. After all, the remaining Voiders of the 3 sects and 3 cities had gone to Dark Hell Continent. Once Yang Yi joined forces with them, then it would be quite difficult for her to kill Yang Yi and destroy the Sword Alliance. But once she killed Yang Yi, she could destroy the Sword Alliance with absolute ease. At this moment, Yang Yi had raised his speed to its limits. The Void Flash technique, combined with Blink, allowed him to instantly fly a few thousand kilometers away. Even though it exhausted quite a bit of profound energy, he had no other choice. Even though he'd raised his speed to its limits, he still wasn't able to shake the Demon Emperor off his trail. At this moment, he could sense her aura, and it made his face become slightly gloomy. If he let her catch up to him again, then he would probably be unable to escape even if he brought his sword intent to the brink again. The only reason he'd been able to escape just now was that he'd taken them off guard, and the Demon Empress hadn't taken any precautions. Yet now, they would definitely take precautions. So, once he allowed them to catch up to him, it would be difficult to redo the same thing and escape. After all, the Demon Empress was clearly not a fool. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "Zier, can you seal off the space she's traveling through?" Zier pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "She's very strong and can easily break through my spatial techniques, but I'll still give it a try." As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of violet light flashed. After that, the space behind Yang Yi suddenly started to tremble before starting to compress in layers. At this moment, the space in this area was extremely strange. However, it didn't take long for a wave of energy to suddenly seep out from that expanse of space, and then it only took an instant for the space there to return to normal. Zier's voice arose in Yang Ye's mind. "I can't. She's too strong." Yang Ye's face fell. Even Zier's spatial techniques can't trap her. If this goes on, she'll catch up to me soon. Meanwhile, Zier suddenly said, "I'll detonate the space behind you. Perhaps it'll be able to delay her a little. However, it won't work for long." Yang Yi nodded. "I understand. Based on the Demon Empress actions, It was clear that she was determined to kill him. So, even fleeing wouldn't work, and he had to think of something. After pondering deeply for a long time, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and he frowned while a trace of hesitation appeared in his eyes. A long time passed before he took a deep breath and said, "Desperate times require desperate measures. I have no choice but to try. Zir, help me slow her down." "All right." An instant after she spoke, the space behind them collapsed incessantly, and rumbling resounded incessantly from behind them. The following scene was quite shocking, because they left a trail of collapsed space in their wake. So, a huge stretch of black holes were left behind wherever they'd passed. However, Yang Yi still had a solemn expression on his face because the demon empress aura was still there. She was like a ghost that was sticking closely behind him. Suddenly, Zir's voice resounded. "Watch out." Yang Yi looked up and saw a huge palm had suddenly appeared in the sky. It wasn't descending towards him, but an area ahead. But that made the expression on Yang Ye's face become even more unsightly. Because based on his current speed, the moment it descended to the ground was the exact same time that he would pass through that area. He could go around it or stop for a moment, of course. But if he did that, then the demon empress would instantly appear before him. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to press his sword against his forehead before stomping his right foot down, and then his figure transformed into a ray of light that shot forward. Hiss! The ray of light pierced through the palm and vanished into the sky. Yang Yi had just vanished when the demon empress appeared where he'd been standing, and then Emo Shaoling and the other 5 voiders appeared right after her. The demon empress looked ahead with an icy cold gaze in her eyes. "If we don't kill him this time, then we'll have endless troubles in the future." As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward and vanished on the spot. Actually, she understood now why the Nye clan was so desperate to kill Yang Yi. Yang Yi was a truly terrifying genius. Not to mention in the future, he was extremely dangerous even now. If the demon race wanted to reign supreme over Dark Hell Continent, then Yang Yi had to be eliminated. Otherwise, even if the demon race could annihilate the human race now, it would definitely regain its past glory in the future. Emo Shaoling and the others immediately followed after her. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi had fled out of the Veiled region and arrived on Dark Hell Continent, and then he continued fleeing. Emo Shaoling asked while following behind the Demon Empress, "Is he returning to the Sword Alliance?" The Demon Empress' face was icy cold, and she'd lost the smile and calmness she usually had. "No matter where he goes, he must die today. No one can save him." In next to no time, the Demon Empress group vanished on the spot and went off in pursuit of Yang Yi. Around 5,000 kilometers away, Yang Ye's profound energy was surging madly within him, and it raised his speed to his limits. His profound energy was being burned up at an insane rate as he wasn't holding back at all, and he vanished forward as swiftly as he could. Zir asked, "Are you heading back to the Sword Alliance?" Yang Yi shook his head. Return to the Sword Alliance? The current forces of the Sword Alliance wouldn't be able to stop the Demon Empress group, because they weren't mentally prepared at all. If he led the Demon Empress and the others to the Sword Alliance, the Sword Alliance would definitely be caught off guard and suffer heavy losses. Perhaps even Doomsday City would be destroyed. So, returning to the Sword Alliance would only drag it down with him. Zir asked, "Then where are you heading?" "We'll be there soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi shot forward. Around 15 minutes later, a huge ocean appeared within Yang Ye's field of vision. Yang Yi transformed into a ray of light that descended to the ground, and then he looked up before instantly heaving a sigh of relief in his heart. There was a woman seated on the huge rock in front of him. Blind Maiden. Meanwhile, the Demon Empress group appeared not too far behind Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched, and he instantly flashed onto the huge rock and grabbed Blind Maiden's arm. "Big sister, save me." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.